The Pearl of Orr's Island by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Recording by Bridget Gage. Chapter 1. Naomi. On the road to the Kennebec, below the town of Bath, in the state of Maine, might have been seen, on a certain autumnal afternoon, a one-horse wagon in which two persons were sitting. One was an old man, with a peculiarly hard but expressive physiognomy, which characterizes the seafaring population of the New England shores. A clear blue eye, evidently practiced in habits of keen observation, white hair, bronzed, weather-beaten cheeks, and a face deeply lined with the furrows of shrewd thought and anxious care, were points of the portrait that made themselves felt at a glance. By his side sat a young woman of 22, of a marked and peculiar personal appearance. Her hair was black, and smoothly parted on a broad forehead, to which a pair of penciled dark eyebrows gave a striking and definite outline. Beneath lay a pair of large black eyes, remarkable for tremulous expression of melancholy and timidity. The cheek was white and bloodless as a snowberry, though with the clear and perfect oval of good health. The mouth was delicately formed, with a certain sad quiet in its lines, which indicated a habitually repressed and sensitive nature. The dress of this young person, as often happens in New England, was, in refinement and even elegance, a marked contrast to that of her male companion, and to the humble vehicle in which she rode. There was not only the most fastidious neatness, but a delicacy in the choice of colors, an indication of elegant tastes in the whole arrangement, and the quietest suggestion in the world of an acquaintance with the usages of fashion, which struck one oddly in those wild and dreary surroundings. On the whole, she impressed one like those fragile wild flowers which in April cast their fluttering shadows from the mossy crevices of the old New England granite, an existence in which colorless delicacy is united to a sort of elastic hardihood of life, fit for the rocky soil and harsh winds it is born to encounter. The scenery of the road along which the two were riding was wild and bare. Only savins and mulleins, with their dark pyramids or white spires of velvet leaves, diversified the sandy wayside. But out at sea was a wide sweep of blue, reaching far to the open ocean, which lay rolling, tossing, and breaking into whitecaps of foam in the bright sunshine. For 2 or 3 days a northeast storm had been raging, and the sea was in all the commotion which such a general upturning creates. The two travelers reached a point of elevated land, where they paused a moment, and the man drew up the jogging, stiff-jointed old farm-horse, and raised himself upon his feet to look out at the prospect. There might be seen in the distance the blue Kennebec sweeping out toward the ocean through its picturesque rocky shores, docked with cedars and other dusky evergreens, which were illuminated by the orange and flame-colored trees of Indian summer. Here and there scarlet creepers swung long trailing garlands over the faces of the dark rock, and fringes of goldenrod above swayed with the brisk blowing wind that was driving the blue water seaward, in face of the upcoming ocean tide, a conflict which caused them to rise in great foam-crested waves. There are 2 channels into this river from the open sea, navigable for ships which are coming into the city of Bath. One is broad and shallow, the other narrow and deep, and these are divided by a steep ledge of rocks. Where the spectators of this scene were sitting, they could see in the distance a ship borne with tremendous force by the rising tide into the mouth of the river, and encountering a northwest wind which had succeeded the gale, as northwest winds often do on this coast. The ship, from what might be observed in the distance, seemed struggling to make the wider channel, but was constantly driven off by the baffling force of the wind. "There she is, Naomi," said the old fisherman eagerly to his companion, "coming right in." The young woman was one of the sort that never start, and never exclaim, but with all deeper emotions grow still. The color slowly mounted into her cheek, her lips parted, and her eyes dilated with a wide, bright expression. Her breathing came in thick gasps, but she said nothing. The old fisherman stood up in the wagon, his coarse butternut-colored coat flaps fluttering and snapping in the breeze, while his interest seemed to be so intense in the efforts of the ship that he made involuntary and eager movements as if to direct her course. A moment passed, and his keen, practised eye discovered a change in her movements, for he cried out involuntarily, "Don't take the narrow channel today," and a moment after, "Oh, Lord! Oh, Lord! Have mercy! There they go! Look! Look! Look!" And in fact, the ship rose on a great wave clear out of the water, and the next second seemed to leap with a desperate plunge into the narrow passage. For a moment there was a shivering of the masts and the rigging, and she went down and was gone. "They're split to pieces!" cried the fisherman. "Oh, my poor girl! My poor girl! They're gone! Oh, Lord, have mercy!" The woman lifted up no voice, but as one who has been shot through the heart falls with no cry, she fell back. A mist rose up over her great mournful eyes. She had fainted. The story of this wreck of a homebound ship just entering the harbor is yet told in many a family on this coast. A few hours after, the unfortunate crew were washed ashore in all the joyous holiday rig in which they had attired themselves that morning to go to their sisters, wives, and mothers. This is the first scene in our story. Chapter 2. Mara. Down near the end of Orr's Island, facing the open ocean, stands a brown house of the kind that the natives call lean-to, or linter, one of those large, comfortable structures, barren in the ideal, but rich in the practical, which the working man of New England can always command. The waters of the ocean came up within a rod of this house, and the sound of its moaning waves was even now filling the clear autumn starlight. Evidently something was going on within, for candles fluttered and winked from window to window, like fireflies in a dark meadow, and sounds as of quick footsteps, and the flutter of brushing garments, might be heard. Something unusual is certainly going on within the dwelling of Zephaniah Pennel to-night. Let us enter the dark front door. We feel our way to the right, where a solitary ray of light comes from the chink of a half-opened door. Here is the front room of the house, set apart as its place of especial social hilarity and sanctity, the best room, with its low-studded walls, white dimity window curtains, rag carpet, and polished wood chairs. It is now lit by the dim gleam of a solitary tallow candle, which seems in the gloom to make only a feeble circle of light around itself, leaving all the rest of the apartment in shadow. In the center of the room, stretched upon a table, and covered partially by a sea-cloak, lies the body of a man of 25. Lies, too, evidently as one of whom it is written, "He shall return to his house no more, neither shall his place know him any more." A splendid manhood has suddenly been called to forsake that lifeless form, leaving it, like a deserted palace, beautiful in its desolation. The hair, dripping with the salt wave, curled in glossy abundance on the finely formed head, the flat, broad brow, the closed eye, with its long black lashes, the firm, manly mouth, the strongly molded chin. All were sealed with that seal which is never to be broken till the great resurrection day. He was lying in a full suit of broadcloth, with a white vest and a smart blue necktie, fastened with a pin, in which was some braided hair under a crystal. All his clothing, as well as his hair, was saturated with sea-water, which trickled from time to time, and struck with a leaden and dropping sound into a sullen pool which lay under the table. This was the body of James Lincoln, shipmaster of the brig Flying Scud, who that morning had dressed himself gaily in his stateroom to go on shore and meet his wife, singing and jesting as he did so. This is all that you have to learn in the room below, but as we stand there, we hear a trampling of feet in the apartment above, the quick yet careful opening and shutting of doors, and voices come and go about the house, and whisper consultations on the stairs. Now comes the roll of wheels, and the doctor's gig drives up to the door, and as he goes creaking up with his heavy boots, we will follow and gain admission to the dimly lighted chamber. Two gossips are sitting in earnest, whispering conversation over a small bundle done up in an old flannel petticoat. To them the doctor is about to address himself cheerily, but is repelled by sundry signs and sounds which warn him not to speak. Moderating his heavy boots as well as he is able to a pace of quiet, he advances for a moment, and the petticoat is unfolded for him to glance at its contents, while a low, eager, whispered conversation, attended with much head-shaking, warns him that his first duty is with somebody behind the checked curtains of a bed in the farther corner of the room. He steps on tiptoe and draws the curtain, and there, with closed eye and cheek as white as wintry snow, lies the same face over which passed the shadow of death when that ill-fated ship went down. This woman was wife to him who lies below, and within the hour has been made mother to a frail little human existence, which the storm of a great anguish has driven untimely on the shores of life, a precious pearl cast up from the past eternity upon the wet, wave-ribbed sand of the present. Now, weary with her moanings, and beaten out with the wrench of a double anguish, she lies with closed eyes in that passive apathy which precedes deeper shadows and longer rest. Over against her, on the other side of the bed, sits an aged woman in an attitude of deep dejection, and the old man we saw with her in the morning is standing with an anxious, awe-struck face at the foot of the bed. The doctor feels the pulse of the woman, or rather lays an inquiring finger where the slightest thread of vital current is scarcely throbbing, and shakes his head mournfully. The touch of his hand rouses her. Her large, wild, melancholy eyes fix themselves on him with an inquiring glance. Then she shivers and moans. "Oh, doctor, doctor! Jamie, Jamie!" "Come, come," said the doctor. "Cheer up, my girl. You've got a fine little daughter. The Lord mingles mercies with his afflictions." Her eyes closed, her head moved with a mournful but decided dissent. A moment after she spoke in the sad old words of the Hebrew Scripture, "Call her not Naomi, call her Mara, for the Almighty hath dealt very bitterly with me." And as she spoke, there passed over her face the sharp frost of the last winter. But even as it passed, there broke out a smile, as if a flower had been thrown down from paradise, and she said, "Not my will, but thy will," and so was gone. Aunt Roxy and Aunt Ruey were soon left alone in the chamber of death. "She'll make a beautiful corpse," said Aunt Roxy, surveying the still, white form contemplatively, with her head in an artistic attitude. "She was a pretty girl," said Aunt Ruey. "Dear me, what a providence! I 'member the weddin' down in that lower room, and what a handsome couple they were." "They were lovely and pleasant in their lives, and in their deaths they were not divided," said Aunt Roxy, sententiously. "What was it she said? Did you hear?" said Aunt Ruey. "She called the baby Mary." "Ah, sure enough, her mother's name afore her. What a still, softly spoken thing she always was." "A pity the poor baby didn't go with her," said Aunt Roxy. 7 months' children are so hard to raise." "'Tis a pity," said the other. "But babies will live, and all the more when everybody says that it is a pity they should. Life goes on as inexorably in this world as death. It was ordered by the will above that out of these 2 graves should spring one frail, trembling autumn flower, the Mara, whose poor little roots first struck deep in the salt, bitter waters of our mortal life. Chapter 3. The Baptism and the Burial. Now, I cannot think of anything more unlikely and uninteresting to make a story of than that old brown linter house of Captain Zephaniah Pennel down on the south end of Orr's Island. Zephaniah and Mary Pennel, like Zacharias and Elizabeth, are a pair of worthy, God-fearing people, walking in all the commandments and ordinances of the Lord blameless. But that is no great recommendation to a world gaping for sensation and calling for something stimulating. This worthy couple never read anything but the Bible, the Missionary Herald, and the Christian Mirror. Never went anywhere except in the round of daily business. He owned a fishing smack, in which he labored after the apostolic fashion, and she washed and ironed and scrubbed and brewed and baked in her contented round, week in and out. The only recreation they ever enjoyed was the going once a week, in good weather, to a prayer meeting in a little old brown schoolhouse, about a mile from their dwelling, and making a weekly excursion every Sunday, in their fishing craft, to the church opposite, on Harpswell Neck. To be sure, Zephaniah had read many wide leaves of God's great book of nature, for, like most Maine sea captains, he had been wherever ship can go, to all usual and unusual ports. His hard, shrewd, weather-beaten visage had been seen looking over the railings of his brig in the port of Genoa, swept round by its splendid crescents of palaces and its snow-crested Apennines. It had looked out in the lagoons of Venice at that wavy floor which in evening seems a sea of glass mingled with fire, and out of which rise temples, and palaces, and churches, and distant silvery Alps, like so many fabrics of dreamland. He had been through Skagerrak and Kattegat, into the Baltic, and away round to Archangel, and there chewed a bit of chip, and considered and calculated what bargains it was best to make. He had walked the streets of Calcutta in his shirt-sleeves with his best Sunday vest, backed with black glazed cambric, which 6 months before came from the hands of Miss Roxy, and was pronounced by her to be as good as any tailor could make. And in all these places he was just Zephaniah Pennel, a chip of old Maine, thrifty, careful, shrewd, honest, God-fearing, and carrying an instinctive knowledge of men and things under a face of rustic simplicity. It was once, returning from one of his voyages, that he found his wife with a black-eyed, curly-headed little creature, who called him Papa, and climbed on his knee, nestled under his coat, rifled his pockets, and woke him every morning by pulling open his eyes with little fingers, and jabbering unintelligible dialects in his ears. "We will call this child Naomi, wife," he said, after consulting his old Bible, "for that means pleasant, and I'm sure I never see anything beat her for pleasantness. I never knew as children was so engagin'." It was to be remarked that Zephaniah after this made shorter and shorter voyages, being somehow conscious of a string around his heart which pulled him harder and harder, till one Sunday, when the little Naomi was 5 years old, he said to his wife, "I hope I ain't a pervert in Scripture nor nothin', but I can't help thinkin' of one passage. The kingdom of heaven is like a merchantman seeking goodly pearls, and when he hath found one pearl of great price, for joy thereof he goeth and selleth all that he hath, and buyeth that pearl." "Well, Mary, I've been and sold my brig last week," he said, folding his daughter's little quiet head under his coat, "'cause it seems to me the Lord's given us this pearl of great price, and it's enough for us. I don't want to be rambling round the world after riches. We'll have a little farm down on Orr's Island, and I'll have a little fishing smack, and we'll live and be happy together." And so Mary, who in those days was a pretty young married woman, felt herself rich and happy, no duchess richer or happier. The two contentedly delved and toiled, and the little Naomi was their princess. The wise men of the East at the feet of an infant, offering gifts, gold, frankincense, and myrrh, is just a parable of what goes on in every house where there is a young child. All the hard and the harsh, and the common and the disagreeable, is for the parents, all the bright and beautiful for their child. When the fishing smack went to Portland to smell mackerel, there came home in Zephaniah's fishy coat pocket strings of coral beads, tiny gaiter boots, brilliant silks and ribbons for the little fairy princess, his pearl of the island. And sometimes, when a stray party from the neighboring town of Brunswick came down to explore the romantic scenery of the solitary island, they would be startled by the apparition of this still, graceful, dark-eyed child, exquisitely dressed in the best and brightest that the shops of a neighboring city could afford, sitting like some tropical bird on a lonely rock, where the sea came dashing up into the edges of arbor vitae, or tripping along the wet sands for shells and seaweed. Many children would have been spoiled by such unlimited indulgence. But there are natures sent down into this harsh world so timorous and sensitive and helpless in themselves, that the utmost stretch of indulgence and kindness is needed for their development, like plants which the warmest shelf of the greenhouse and the most careful watch of the gardener alone can bring into flower. The pale child, with her large, lustrous dark eyes and sensitive organization, was nursed and brooded into a beautiful womanhood, and then found a protector in a high-spirited, manly young shipmaster, and she became his wife. And now we see in the best room, the walls lined with serious faces, men, women, and children, that have come to pay the last tribute of sympathy to the living and the dead. The house looked so utterly alone and solitary in that wild, sea-girt island, that one would have as soon expected the sea waves to rise and walk in, as so many neighbors. But they had come from neighboring points, crossing the glassy sea in their little crafts, whose white sails looked like millers' wings, or walking miles from distant parts of the island. Some writer calls a funeral one of the amusements of a New England population. Must we call it an amusement to go and see the acted despair of Medea, or the dying agonies of poor Adrian Lecouvreur? It is something of the same awful interest in life's tragedy which makes an untaught and primitive people gather to a funeral, a tragedy where there is no acting, and one which each one feels must come at some time to his own dwelling. Be that as it may, here was a roomful. Not only Aunt Roxy and Aunt Ruey, who by a prescriptive right presided over all the births, deaths, and marriages of the neighborhood, but there was Captain Kittridge, a long, dry, weather-beaten old sea captain, who sat as if tied in a double bow-knot, with his little fussy old wife, with a great leghorn bonnet, and eyes like black glass beads shining through in the bows of her horn spectacles, and her hymn-book in her hand, ready to lead the psalm. There were aunts, uncles, cousins, and brethren of the deceased, and in the midst stood two coffins, where the two united in death lay sleeping tenderly, as those to whom rest is good. All was still as death, except a chance whisper from some busy neighbor, or a creak of an old lady's great black fan, or the fizz of a fly down the window-pane, and then a stifled sound of a deep-drawn breath and weeping from under a cloud of heavy black crape veils that were together in the group which country people call the mourners. A gleam of autumn sunlight streamed through the white curtains and fell on a silver baptismal base that stood on the mother's coffin, as the minister rose and said, "The ordinance of baptism will now be administered." A few moments more, and on a baby brow had fallen a few drops of water, and the little pilgrim of a new life had been called Mara, in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. The minister slowly repeating thereafter those beautiful words of Holy Writ, "A father of the fatherless is God in his holy habitation," as if the baptism of that bereaved one had been a solemn adoption into the infinite heart of the Lord. With something of the quaint pathos which distinguishes the primitive and biblical people of that lonely shore, the minister read the passage in Ruth from which the name of the little stranger was drawn, and which describes the return of the bereaved Naomi to her native land. His voice trembled, and there were tears in many eyes as he read. And it came to pass, as she came to Bethlehem, all the city was moved about them, and they said, "Is this Naomi?" And she said unto them, "Call me not Naomi, call me Mara, for the Almighty hath dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord hath brought me home again empty. Why then call ye me Naomi, seeing the Lord hath testified against me, and the Almighty hath afflicted me?" Deep, heavy sobs from the mourners were for a few moments the only answer to these sad words, till the minister raised the old funeral psalm of New England. Why do we mourn departing friends, or shake at death's alarms? 'Tis but the voice that Jesus sends to call them to his arms. Are we not tending upward too, as fast as time can move? And should we wish the hours more slow, that bear us to our love? The words rose in old China, that strange wild warble, whose quaintly blended harmonies might have been learned of moaning seas or wailing winds. So strange and grand they rose, full of that intense pathos which rises over every defect of execution. And as they sung, Zephaniah Pennell straightened his tall form, before bowed on his hands, and looked heavenward, his cheeks wet with tears, but something sublime and immortal shining upward through his blue eyes. And at the last verse he came forward involuntarily, and stood by his dead, and his voice rose over all the others as he sung. Then let the last loud trumpet sound, and bid the dead arise. Awake, ye nations underground, ye saints ascend the skies. The sunbeam through the window curtain fell on his silver hair, and they that looked beheld his face, as it were the face of an angel. He had gotten a sight of the city whose foundation is jasper, and whose every gate is a separate pearl. Chapter 4. Aunt Roxy and Aunt Ruey. The sea lay like an unbroken mirror all around the pine-girt, lonely shores of Orr's Island. Tall, kingly spruces wore their regal crowns of cones, high in air, sparkling with diamonds of clear exuded gum. Vast old hemlocks of primeval growth stood darkling in their forest shadows, their branches hung with long, hoary moss, while feathery larches, turned to brilliant gold by autumn frosts, lighted up the darker shadows of the evergreens. It was one of those hazy, calm, dissolving days of Indian summer, when everything is so quiet that the faintest kiss of the wave on the beach can be heard, and white clouds seem to faint into the blue of the sky, and soft swathing bands of violet vapor make all earth look dreamy, and give to the sharp, clear-cut outlines of the northern landscape all those mysteries of light and shade which impart such tenderness to Italian scenery. The funeral was over. The tread of many feet, bearing the heavy burden of 2 broken lives, had been to the lonely grave, and had come back again, each footstep lighter and more unconstrained as each one went his way from the great old tragedy of death to the common cheerful walks of life. The solemn black clock stood swaying with its eternal tick-tock, tick-tock, in the kitchen of the brown house on Orr's Island. There was there that sense of a stillness that can be felt, such as settles down on a dwelling when any of its inmates have passed through its doors for the last time, to go whence they shall not return. The best room was shut up and darkened, with only so much light as could fall through a little heart-shaped hole in the window-shutter. For except on solemn visits, or prayer meetings, or weddings, or funerals, that room formed no part of the daily family scenery. The kitchen was clean and ample, with a great open fireplace and wide stone hearth, and oven on one side, and rows of old-fashioned, splint-bottomed chairs against the wall. A table scoured to snowy whiteness, and a little work-stand whereon lay the Bible, the Missionary Herald, and the Weekly Christian Mirror, before named, formed the principal furniture. One feature, however, must not be forgotten. A great sea-chest which had been the companion of Zephaniah through all the countries of the earth. Old and battered and unsightly it looked, yet report said that there was good store within of that which men for the most part respect more than anything else. And indeed, it proved often when a deed of grace was to be done. When a woman was suddenly made a widow in a coast gale, or a fishing smack was run down in the fogs off the banks, leaving in some neighboring cottage a family of orphans. In all such cases, the opening of this sea-chest was an event of good omen to the bereaved, for Zephaniah had a large heart and a large hand, and was apt to take it out full of silver dollars when once it went in. So the Ark of the Covenant could not have been looked on with more reverence than the neighbors usually showed to Captain Pennell's sea chest. The afternoon sun is shining in a square of light through the open kitchen door, whence one dreamily disposed might look far out to sea, and behold ships coming and going in every variety of shape and size. But Aunt Roxy and Aunt Ruey, who for the present were sole occupants of the premises, were not people of the dreamy kind, and consequently were not gazing off to sea, but attending to the very terrestrial matters that in all cases somebody must attend to. The afternoon was warm and balmy, but a few smouldering sticks were kept in the great chimney, and thrust deep into the embers was a mongrel species of snub-nosed teapot, which fumed strongly of catnip tea, a little of which gracious beverage Miss Roxy was preparing in an old-fashioned cracked India china teacup, tasting it as she did so, with the air of a connoisseur. Apparently, this was for the benefit of a small something in long white clothes that lay face downward under a little blanket of very blue new flannel, and which something Aunt Roxy, when not otherwise engaged, constantly patted with a gentle tattoo, in tune to the steady trot of her knee. All babies knew Miss Roxy's tattoo on their backs, and never thought of taking it in ill part. On the contrary, it had a vital and mesmeric effect of sovereign force against colic and all other disturbers of the nursery, and never was infant known so pressed with those internal troubles which infants cry about, as not speedily to give over and sink to slumber at this soothing appliance. At a little distance sat Aunt Ruey, with a quantity of black crape strewed on 2 chairs about her, very busily employed in getting up a morning bonnet, at which she snipped and clipped and worked, zealously singing, in a high cracked voice, from time to time, certain verses of a funeral psalm. Miss Roxy and Miss Ruey Toothaker were 2 brisk old bodies of the feminine gender and singular number, well known in all the region of Harpswell Neck and Middle Bay, and such was their fame that it had even reached the town of Brunswick, 18 miles away. They were of that class of females who might be denominated, in the Old Testament language, cunning woman, that is, gifted with an infinite diversity of practical faculty, which made them an essential requisite in every family for miles and miles around. It was impossible to say what they could not do. They could make dresses, and make shirts and vests and pantaloons, and cut out boys' jackets and braid straw, and bleach and trim bonnets, and cook and wash, and iron and mend, could upholster and quilt, could nurse all kinds of sicknesses, and, in default of a doctor, who was often miles away, were supposed to be infallible medical oracles. Many a human being had been ushered into life under their auspices, trotted, chirruped in babyhood on their knees, clothed by their handiwork in garments gradually enlarging from year to year, watched by them in the last sickness, and finally arrayed for the long repose by their hands. These universally useful persons receive among us the title of aunt by a sort of general consent, showing the strong ties of relationship which bind them to the whole human family. They are nobody's aunts in particular, but aunts to human nature generally. The idea of restricting their usefulness to any one family would strike dismay through a whole community. Nobody would be so unprincipled as to think of such a thing as having their services more than a week or 2 at most. Your country factotum knows better than anybody else how absurd it would be to give to a part what was meant for mankind. Nobody knew very well the ages of these useful sisters. In that cold, clear, severe climate of the north, the roots of human existence are hard to strike. But if once people do take to living, they come in time to a place where they never seem to grow any older, but can always be found, like last year's mullein stalks, upright, dried, and seedy, warranted to last for any length of time. Miss Roxy Toothaker, who sits trotting the baby, is a tall, thin, angular woman, with sharp black eyes, and hair once black, but now well streaked with gray. These ravages of time, however, were concealed by an ample mohair frisette of glossy blackness woven on each side into a heap of stiff little curls, which pushed up her cap border in rather a bristling and decisive way. In all her movements and personal habits, even to her tone of voice and manner of speaking, Miss Roxy was vigorous, spicy, and decided. Her mind on all subjects was made up, and she spoke generally as one having authority. And who should, if she should not? Was she not a sort of priestess and sibyl in all the most awful straits and mysteries of life? How many births and weddings and deaths had come and gone under her jurisdiction? And amid weeping or rejoicing, was not Miss Roxy still the master spirit, consulted, referred to by all? Was not her word law and precedent? Her younger sister, Miss Ruey, a pliant, cozy, easy to be entreated personage, plump and cushiony, revolved around her as a humble satellite. Miss Roxy looked on Miss Ruey as quite a frisky young thing, though under her ample frisette of carroty hair her head might be seen white with the same snow that had powdered that of her sister. Aunt Ruey had a face much resembling the kind of one you may see, reader, by looking at yourself in the convex side of a silver milk pitcher. If you try the experiment, this description will need no further amplification. The two almost always went together, for the variety of talent comprised in their stock could always find employment in the varying wants of a family. While one nursed the sick, the other made clothes for the well, and thus they were always chippering and chattering to each other, like a pair of antiquated house sparrows, retelling over harmless gossips, and moralizing in that gentle jog-trot which benefits serious old women. In fact, they had talked over everything in nature, and said everything they could think of to each other so often, that the opinions of one were as like those of the other as two sides of a pea-pod. But as often happens in cases of the sort, this was not because the two were in all respects exactly alike, but because the stronger one had mesmerized the weaker into consent. Miss Roxy was the master spirit of the two, and, like the great coining machine of a mint, came down with her own sharp, heavy stamp on every opinion her sister put out. She was matter-of-fact, positive, and declarative to the highest degree, while her sister was naturally inclined to the elegiac and the pathetic, indulging herself in sentimental poetry, and keeping a store thereof in her thread-case, which she had cut from the Christian Mirror. Miss Roxy sometimes, in her brusque way, popped out observations on life and things, with a droll, hard quaintness that took one's breath a little, yet never failed to have a sharp crystallization of truth, frosty though it were. She was one of those sensible, practical creatures who tear every veil and lay their fingers on every spot in pure business-like goodwill. And if we shiver at them at times, as at the first plunge of a cold bath, we confess to an invigorating power in them after all. "Well now," said Miss Roxy, giving a decisive push to the teapot, which buried it yet deeper in the embers, "ain't it all a strange kind o' providence that this 'ere little thing is left behind so? And then they're callin' on her by such a strange, mournful kind of name, Mara. I thought sure as could be 'twas Mary, till the minister read the passage from Scripture. Seems to me it's kind o' odd. I'd call it Maria, or I'd put an Ann onto it. Mara Ann, now wouldn't sound so strange." "It's a Scripture name, sister," said Aunt Ruey, "and that ought to be enough for us." "Well, I don't know," said Aunt Roxy. "Now there was Miss Jones down on Muir P'int, called her twins Tiglath-Pileser and Shalmaneser, Scripture names both, but I never liked 'em. The boys used to call 'em Tiggy and Shally, so no mortal could guess they was Scripture." "Well," said Aunt Ruey, drawing a sigh which caused her plump proportions to be agitated in gentle waves, "'tain't much matter, after all, what they called the little thing, for 'tain't tall likely it's going to live. Cried and worried all night, and kep' a suckin' my cheek and my nightgown, poor little thing. This 'ere's a baby that won't get along without its mother. What Mis' Pennel's a-goin' to do with it when we is gone, I'm sure I don't know. It comes kind o' hard on old people to be broke o' their rest. If it's goin' to be called home, it's a pity, as I said, it didn't go with its mother." "And save the expense of another funeral," said Aunt Roxy. "Now, when Mis' Pennel's sister asked her what she was going to do with Naomi's clothes, I couldn't help wonderin' when she said she should keep him for the child." "She had a sight of things, Naomi did," said Aunt Ruey. "Nothin' was never too much for her. I don't believe that Cap'n Pennel ever went to Bath or Portland without havin' it in his mind to bring Naomi somethin'." "Yes, and she had a faculty of putting 'em on," said Miss Roxy, with a decisive shake of the head. "Naomi was a still girl, but her faculty was uncommon. And I tell you, Ruey, 'tain't everybody has faculty as has things." "The poor Cap'n," said Miss Ruey. "He seemed greatly supported at the funeral, but he's dreadful broke down since. I went into Naomi's room this morning, and there the old man was a sittin' by her bed, and he had a pair of her shoes in his hand. You know what a leetle bit of a foot she had. I never saw nothin' look so kind o' solitary as that poor old man did." "Well," said Miss Roxy, "she was a master hand for keepin' things, Naomi was. Her drawers is just a sight. She's got all the little presents and things they ever give her since she was a baby, in one drawer. There's a little pair of red shoes there that she had when she wa'n't more'n 5 year old. You 'member, Ruey, the Cap'n brought 'em over from Portland when we was to the house a makin' Mis' Pennel figured black silk that he brought from Calcutty. You 'member they cost just 5 and 6 pence. But law, the Cap'n he never grudged the money when 'twas for Naomi. And so she's got all her husband's keepsakes and things just as nice as when he give 'em to her." "It's real affectin'," said Miss Ruey. "I can't all the while help a thinkin' of the psalm. So fades the lovely blooming flower, frail, smiling solace of an hour. So quick our transient comforts fly, and pleasure only blooms to die." "Yes," said Miss Roxy. "And, Ruey, I was a thinkin' whether or no it wa'n't best to pack away them things, 'cause Naomi hadn't fixed no baby drawers, and we seem to want some." "I was kind o' hintin' that to Mis' Pennel this morning," said Ruey, "but she can't seem to want to have 'em touched." "Well, we may just as well come to such things first as last," said Aunt Roxy, "'cause if the Lord takes our friends, he does take 'em, and we can't lose 'em and have 'em too, and we may as well give right up at first, and done with it, that they are gone, and we've got to do without 'em, and not to be hangin' on to keep things just as they was." "So I was a tellin' Mis' Pennel," said Miss Ruey, "but she'll come to it by and by. I wish the baby might live, and kind o' grow up into her mother's place." "Well," said Miss Roxy, "I wish it might, but there'd be a sight o' trouble fetchin' on it up. Folks can do pretty well with children when they're young and spry, if they do get 'em up nights, but come to grandchildren, it's pretty tough." "I'm a thinkin', sister," said Miss Ruey, taking off her spectacles and rubbing her nose thoughtfully, "whether or no cow's milk ain't going to be too hearty for it, it's such a pindlin' little thing. Now, Mis' Badger, she brought up a 7 months' child, and she told me she gave it nothin' but these 'ere little seed cookies, wet in water, and it throve nicely, and the seed is good for wind." "Oh, don't tell me none of Mis' Badger's stories," said Miss Roxy. "I don't believe in 'em. Cows is the Lord's ordinances for bringing up babies that's lost their mothers. It stands to reason they should be. And babies that can't eat milk, why, they can't be fetched up. But babies can eat milk, and this un will if it lives, and if it can't, it won't live." So saying, Miss Roxy drummed away on the little back of the party in question, authoritatively, as if to pound in a wholesome conviction at the outset. "I hope," said Miss Ruey, holding up a strip of black crape, and looking through it from end to end so as to test its capabilities, "I hope the Cap'n and Mis' Pennel'll get some support at the prayer meetin' this afternoon." "It's the right place to go to," said Miss Roxy, with decision. "Mis' Pennel said this mornin' that she was just beat out trying to submit, and the more she said, 'Thy will be done,' the more she didn't seem to feel it. Them's common feelin's among mourners, Ruey. These 'ere 40 years that I've been round nussin' and layin' out and tendin' funerals, I've watched people's exercises. People's sometimes supported wonderfully just at the time, and maybe at the funeral, but the 3 or 4 weeks after, most everybody, if they's to say what they feel, is unreconciled. The Cap'n, he don't say nothing. said Miss Ruey. No, he don't, but he looks it in his eyes, said Miss Roxy. He's one of the kind of mourners as takes it deep. That kind don't cry. It's kind o' dry, deep pain. Them's the worst to get over it. Sometimes they just says nothin', and in about 6 months they sends for you to nurse 'em in consumption or somethin'. Now, Mis' Pennel, she can cry and she can talk. Well, she'll get over it. But he won't get no support unless the Lord reaches right down and lifts him up over the world. I've seen that happen sometimes, and I tell you, Ruey, that sort makes powerful Christians. At that moment the old pair entered the door. Zephaniah Pennel came and stood quietly by the pillow where the little form was laid, and lifted a corner of the blanket. The tiny head was turned to one side, showing the soft, warm cheek, and the little hand was holding tightly a morsel of the flannel blanket. He stood swallowing hard for a few moments. At last he said, with deep humility, to the wise and mighty woman who held her, "I'll tell you what it is, Miss Roxy. I'll give all there is in my old chest yonder if you'll only make her live." Chapter 5. The Kittridges. It did live. The little life, so frail, so unprofitable in every mere material view, so precious in the eyes of love, expanded and flowered at last into fair childhood. Not without much watching and weariness. Many a night the old fisherman walked the floor with the little thing in his arms, talking to it that jargon of tender nonsense which fairies bring as love gifts to all who tend a cradle. Many a day the good little old grandmother called the aid of gossips about her, trying various experiments of catnip and sweet fern and bayberry and other teas of rustic reputation for baby frailties. At the end of 3 years, the 2 graves in the lonely graveyard were sodded and cemented down by smooth velvet turf, and playing round the door of the brown house was a slender child, with ways and manners so still and singular as often to remind the neighbors that she was not like other children, a bud of hope and joy, but the outcome of a great sorrow, a pearl washed ashore by a mighty uprooting tempest. They that looked at her remembered that her father's eye had never beheld her, and her baptismal cup had rested on her mother's coffin. She was small of stature, beyond the wont of children of her age, and moulded with a fine waxen delicacy that won admiration from all eyes. Her hair was curly and golden, but her eyes were dark like her mother's, and the lids drooped over them in that manner which gives a peculiar expression of dreamy wistfulness. Every one of us must remember eyes that have a strange, peculiar expression of pathos and desire, as if the spirit that looked out of them were pressed with vague remembrances of a past, or but dimly comprehended the mystery of its present life. Even when the baby lay in its cradle, and its dark, inquiring eyes would follow now one object and now another, the gossips would say the child was longing for something, and Miss Roxy would still further venture to predict that that child always would long and never would know exactly what she was after. That dignitary sits at this minute enthroned in the kitchen corner, looking majestically over the press-board on her knee, where she is pressing the next year's Sunday vest of Zephaniah Pennel. As she makes her heavy tailor's goose squeak on the work, her eyes follow the little delicate fairy form which trips about the kitchen, busily and silently arranging a little grotto of gold and silver shells and seaweed. The child sings to herself as she works in a low chant, like the prattle of a brook. But ever and anon she rests her little arms on a chair and looks through the open kitchen door far, far off, where the horizon line of the blue sea dissolves in the blue sky. "See that child now, Roxy," said Miss Ruey, who sat stitching beside her. "Do look at her eyes. She's as handsome as a pictur', but 'tain't an ordinary look she has neither. She seems a contented little thing, but what makes her eyes always look so kind of wishful?" "Wa'n't her mother always a longin' and a lookin' to see and watchin' the ships afore she was born?" said Miss Roxy. "And didn't her heart break afore she was born? Babies like that is marked always. They don't know what ails 'em, nor nobody." It's her mother she's after," said Miss Ruey. "The Lord only knows," said Miss Roxy. "But them kind o' children always seem homesick to go back where they come from. They're mostly grave and old-fashioned, like this un. If they gets past 7 years, why they live, but it's always in 'em to long. They don't seem to be really unhappy neither. But if anything's ever the matter with 'em, it seems a great deal easier for 'em to die than to live. Some say it's the mothers longin' after 'em makes 'em feel so, and some say it's them longin' after their mothers. But dear knows, Ruey, what anything is or what makes anything. Children's mysterious, that's my mind." "Mara, dear," said Miss Ruey, interrupting the child's steady lookout, "what you thinking of?" "Me want somefin'," said the little one. "That's what she's always sayin'," said Miss Roxy. "Me want somebody to pay wiz," continued the little one. "Want somebody to play with," said old Dame Pennel, as she came in from the back room with her hands yet floury with kneading bread. "Sure enough she does. Our house stands in such a lonesome place, and there ain't any children. But I never saw such a quiet little thing, always still, and always busy." "I'll take her down with me to Cap'n Kittridges," said Miss Roxy, "and let her play with their little girl. She'll chirk her up, I'll warrant. She's a regular little witch, Sally is, but she'll chirk her up. It ain't good for children to be so still and old-fashioned. Children ought to be children. Sally takes to Mara just 'cause she's so different." "Well, now, you may," said Dame Pennel. "To be sure, he can't bear her out of his sight a minute after he comes in. But after all, old folks can't be company for children." Accordingly, that afternoon, the little Mara was arrayed in a little blue flounced dress, which stood out like a balloon, made by Miss Roxy in first-rate style, from a French fashion plate. Her golden hair was twined in manifold curls by Dame Pennel, who, restricted in her ideas of ornamentation, spared, nevertheless, neither time nor money to enhance the charms of this single ornament to her dwelling. Mara was her picture gallery, who gave her in the 24 hours as many Murillos or Gruezes as a lover of art could desire. And as she tied over the child's golden curls a little flat hat, and saw her go dancing off along the sea sands, holding to Miss Roxy's bony finger, she felt she had in her what galleries of pictures could not buy. It was a good mile to the one-story, gambrel-roofed cottage where lived Captain Kittridge, the long, lean, brown man, with his good wife of the great leghorn bonnet, round black bead eyes, and psalm book, whom we told you of at the funeral. The captain, too, had followed the sea in his early life, but being not, as he expressed it, very rugged, in time changed his ship for a tight little cottage on the seashore, and devoted himself to boat-building, which he found sufficiently lucrative to furnish his brown cottage with all that his wife's heart desired, besides extra money for knickknacks when she chose to go up to Brunswick or over to Portland to shop. The captain himself was a welcome guest at all firesides round, being a chatty body, and disposed to make the most of his foreign experiences, in which he took the usual advantages of a traveler. In fact, it was said, whether slanderously or not, that the captain's yarns were spun to order, and as, when pressed to relate his foreign adventures, he always responded with, "What would you like to hear?" it was thought that he fabricated his article to suit his market. In short, there was no species of experience, finny, fishy, or aquatic, no legend of strange and unaccountable incident of fire or flood, no romance of foreign scenery and productions, to which his tongue was not competent, when he had once seated himself in a double bowknot at a neighbor's evening fireside. His good wife, a sharp-eyed, literal body, and a vigorous church member, felt some concern of conscience on the score of these narrations, for being their constant auditor, she, better than anyone else, could perceive the variations and discrepancies of text which showed their mythical character, and oftentimes her black eyes would snap and her knitting needles rattle with an admonitory vigor as he went on. And sometimes she would unmercifully come in at the end of a narrative with, "Well, now, the cap'n's told them our stories till he begins to believe 'em himself, I think." But works of fiction, as we all know, if only well gotten up, have always their advantages in the hearts of listeners over plain, homely truth, and so Captain Kittridge's yarns were marketable fireside commodities still, despite the skepticisms which attended them. The afternoon sunbeams at this moment are painting the gambrel roof with a golden brown. It is September again, as it was 3 years ago when our story commenced, and the sea and sky are purple and amethystine with its Italian haziness of atmosphere. The brown house stands on a little knoll, about 100 yards from the open ocean. Behind it rises a ledge of rocks, where cedars and hemlocks make deep shadows, into which the sun shoots golden shafts of light, illuminating the scarlet feathers of the sumac, which throw themselves jauntily forth from the crevices, while down below, in deep, damp, mossy recesses, rise ferns which autumn has just begun to tinge with yellow and brown. The little knoll where the cottage stood had on its right hand a tiny bay, where the ocean water made up amid picturesque rocks, shaggy and solemn. Here trees of the primeval forest, grand and lordly, looked down silently into the waters which ebbed and flowed daily into this little pool. Every variety of those beautiful evergreens which feather the coast of Maine, and dip their wings in the very spray of its ocean foam, found here a representative. There were aspiring black spruces, crowned on the very top with heavy coronets of cones. There were balsamic firs, whose young buds breathed the scent of strawberries. There were cedars, black as midnight clouds, and white pines with their swaying plumage of needle-like leaves, strewing the ground beneath with a golden, fragrant matting. And there were the gigantic, wide-winged hemlocks, hundreds of years old, and with long, swaying, gray beards of moss, looking white and ghostly under the deep shadows of their boughs. And beneath, creeping round trunk and matting over stones, were many and many of those wild, beautiful things which embellish the shadows of these northern forests. Long, feathery wreaths of what are called ground pines ran here and there in little ruffles of green, and the prince's pine raised its oriental feather, with a mimic cone on the top, as if it conceived itself to be a grown-up tree. Whole patches of partridge-berry wove their evergreen matting, dotted plentifully with brilliant scarlet berries. Here and there, the rocks were covered with a curiously inwoven tapestry of moss, overshot with the exquisite vine of the Linnea borealis, which in early spring rings its 2 fairy bells on the end of every spray, while elsewhere the wrinkled leaves of the mayflower wove themselves through and through deep beds of moss, meditating silently thoughts of the 1,000 little cups of pink shell which they had it in hand to make when the time of miracles should come round next spring. Nothing, in short, could be more quaintly fresh, wild, and beautiful than the surroundings of this little cove which Captain Kittridge had thought fit to dedicate to his boat-building operations, where he had set up his tar-kettle between 2 great rocks above the highest tide mark, and where, at the present moment, he had a boat upon the stocks. Miss Kittridge, at this hour, was sitting in her clean kitchen, very busily engaged in ripping up a silk dress, which Miss Roxy had engaged to come and make into a new one. And as she ripped, she cast now and then an eye at the face of a tall black clock, whose solemn tick-tock was the only sound that could be heard in the kitchen. By her side, on a low stool, sat a vigorous, healthy girl of 6 years, whose employment evidently did not please her, for her well-marked black eyebrows were bent in a frown, and her large black eyes looked surly and wrathful, and one versed in children's grievances could easily see what the matter was. She was turning a sheet. Perhaps, happy young female reader, you don't know what that is. Most likely not, for in these degenerate days the straight and narrow ways of self-denial, formerly thought so wholesome for little feet, are quite grass-grown with neglect. Childhood nowadays is unceasingly feted and caressed, the principal difficulty of the grown people seeming to be to discover what the little dears want, a thing not always clear to the little dears themselves. But in old times, turning sheets was thought a most especial and wholesome discipline for young girls, In the first place, because it took off the hands of their betters a very uninteresting and monotonous labor, and in the second place, because it was such a long, straight, unending turnpike, that the youthful travelers, once started thereupon, could go on indefinitely, without requiring guidance and direction of their elders. For these reasons, also, the task was held in special detestation by children in direct proportion to their amount of life, and their ingenuity and love of variety. A dull child took it tolerably well, but to a lively, energetic one, it was a perfect torture. "I don't see the use of sewing up sheets one side and ripping up the other," at last said Sally, breaking the monotonous tick-tock of the clock by an observation which has probably occurred to every child in similar circumstances. "Sally Kittridge, if you say another word about that ar sheet, I'll whip you," was the very explicit rejoinder, and there was a snap of Mrs. Kittridge's black eyes that seemed to make it likely that she would keep her word. It was answered by another snap from the 6-year-old eyes, as Sally comforted herself with thinking that when she was a woman, she'd speak out her mind in pay for all this. At this moment a burst of silvery child laughter rang out, and there appeared in the doorway, illuminated by the afternoon sunbeams, the vision of Miss Roxy's tall, lank figure, with the little golden-haired, blue-robed fairy, hanging like a gay butterfly upon the tip of a thorn-bush. Sally dropped the sheet and clapped her hands, unnoticed by her mother, who rose to pay her respects to the cunning woman of the neighborhood. "Well, now, Miss Roxy, I was mazin' afraid you weren't a-comin'. I'd just been and got my silk ripped up, and didn't know how to get a step farther without you." "Well, I was finishin' up Cap'n Pennell's best pantaloons," said Miss Roxy, "and I've got 'em along so, Ruey can go on with 'em. And I told Mis' Pennel I must come to you, if 'twas only for a day, and I fetched the little girl down, 'cause the little thing's so kind o' lonesome like. I thought Sally could play with her, and chirk her up a little." "Well, Sally," said Mrs. Kittridge, "stick in your needle, fold up your sheet, put your thimble in your work pocket, and then you may take the little Mara down to the cove to play. But be sure you don't let her go near the tar, nor wet her shoes. Do ye hear?" "Yes, ma'am," said Sally, who had sprung up in light and radiance, like a translated creature, at this unexpected turn of fortune, and performed the welcome orders with a celerity which showed how agreeable they were, and then, stooping and catching the little one in her arms, disappeared through the door, with the golden curls fluttering over her own crow-black hair. The fact was, that Sally, at that moment, was as happy as human creature could be, with a keenness of happiness that children who have never been made to turn sheets of a bright afternoon can never realize. The sun was yet an hour high, as she saw, by the flash of her shrewd time-keeping eye, and she could bear her little prize down to the cove, and collect unknown quantities of gold and silver shells, and starfish, and salad-dish shells, and white pebbles for her, besides quantities of well-turned shavings, brown and white, from the pile which constantly was falling under her father's joiner's bench, and with which she would make long extemporaneous tresses, so that they might play at being mermaids, like those that she had heard her father tell about in some of his sea stories. "Now, railly, Sally, what you got there?" said Captain Kittridge, as he stood in his shirt-sleeves peering over his joiner's bench, to watch the little one whom Sally had dumped down into a nest of clean white shavings. "Wall, wall, I should think you'd a stolen the big doll I see in a shop window the last time I was to Portland. So this is Pennel's little girl. Poor child." "Yes, father, and we want some nice shavings." "Stay a bit, I'll make ye a few a purpose," said the old man, reaching his long, bony arm, with the greatest ease, to the farther part of his bench, and bringing up a board, from which he proceeded to roll off shavings in fine satin rings, which perfectly delighted the hearts of the children, and made them dance with glee. And, truth to say, reader, there are coarser and homelier things in the world than a well-turned shaving. "There, go now," he said, when both of them stood with both hands full. "Go now and play, and mind you don't let the baby wet her feet, Sally. Them shoes o' hern must have cost 5 and 6pence at the very least." That sunny hour before sundown seemed as long to Sally as the whole seam of the sheet, for childhood's joys are all pure gold, and as she ran up and down the white sands, shouting at every shell she found, or darted up into the overhanging forest for checkerberries and ground pine, all the sorrows of the morning came no more into her remembrance. The little Mara had one of those sensitive, excitable natures on which every external influence acts with immediate power. Stimulated by the society of her energetic, buoyant little neighbor, she no longer seemed wishful or pensive, but kindled into a perfect flame of wild delight, and gamboled about the shores like a blue and gold-winged fly, while her bursts of laughter made the squirrels and blue jays look out inquisitively from their fastnesses in the old evergreens. Gradually the sunbeams faded from the pines, and the waves of the tide in the little cove came in, solemnly tinted with purple, flaked with orange and crimson, borne in from a great rippling sea of fire, into which the sun has just sunk. "Mercy on us, them children," said Miss Roxy. "He's bringin' 'em along," said Mrs. Kittridge, as she looked out of the window and saw the tall, lank form of the captain, with one child seated on either shoulder, and holding on by his head. The two children were both in the highest state of excitement, but never was there a more marked contrast of nature. The one seemed a perfect type of well-developed childish health and vigor, good solid flesh and bones, with glowing skin, brilliant eyes, shining teeth, well-knit supple limbs, vigorously and healthily beautiful, while the other appeared one of those aerial mixtures of cloud and fire, whose radiance seems scarcely earthly. A physiologist, looking at the child, would shake his head, seeing one of those perilous organizations, all nerve and brain, which come to life under the clear, stimulating skies of America, and, burning with the intensity of lighted phosphorus, waste themselves too early. The little Mara seemed like a fairy sprite, possessed with a wild spirit of glee. She laughed and clapped her hands incessantly, and when set down on the kitchen floor spun round like a little elf, and that night it was late and long before her wide, wakeful eyes could be veiled in sleep. "Company jist sets this 'ere child crazy," said Miss Roxy. "It's jist her lonely way of livin'. A pity Mis' Pennel hadn't another child to keep company along with her." "Mis' Pennel oughter be trainin' of her up to work," said Mrs. Kittridge. "Sally could oversew and hem when she wa'n't more'n 3 years old. Nothin' straightens out children like work. Mis' Pennel, she just keeps that ar child to look at." "All children ain't alike, Mis' Kittridge," said Miss Roxy, sententiously. "This un ain't like your Sally. A hen and a bumblebee can't be fetched up alike, fix it how you will." Chapter 6. Grandparents. Zephaniah Pennel came back to his house in the evening, after Miss Roxy had taken the little Mara away. He looked for the flowery face and golden hair as he came towards the door, and put his hand in his vest pocket, where he had deposited a small store of very choice shells and sea curiosities, thinking of the widening of those dark, soft eyes when he should present them. "Where's Mara?" was the first inquiry after he had crossed the threshold. "Why, Roxy's been and taken her down to Cap'n Kittridge's to spend the night," said Miss Ruey. "Roxy's gone to help Mis' Kittridge to turn her spotted gray and black silk. We was talking this mornin' whether or no 'twould turn, 'cause I thought the spot was overshot, and wouldn't make up on the wrong side. But Roxy, she says it's one of them ar Calcutty silks that has 2 sides to 'em, like the one you bought Mis' Pennel, that we made up for her, you know." And Miss Ruey arose, and gave a finishing snap to the Sunday pantaloons, which she had been left to finish off, which snap said, as plainly as words could say, that there was a good job disposed of. Zephaniah stood looking as helpless as animals of the male kind generally do when appealed to with such prolixity on feminine details. In reply to it all, only he asked meekly, "Where's Mary?" "Mis' Pennel? Why, she's up chamber. She'll be down in a minute," she said. "She thought she'd have time afore supper to get to the bottom of the big chist, and see if that 'ere vest pattern ain't there, and them sticks a twist for the buttonholes, 'cause Roxy, she says she never seen nothin' so rotten as that 'ere twist we've been a-workin' with, that Miss Pennel got over to Portland. It's a clear cheat, and Miss Pennel, she gave more'n half a cent a stick more for it than what Roxy got for her up to Brunswick. So you see, these 'ere Portland stores charge up, and their things want lookin' after." Here Mrs. Pennel entered the room. The captain, addressing her eagerly, "How came you to let Aunt Roxy take Mara off so far, and be gone so long?" "Why, law me, Captain Pennel, the little thing seems kind o' lonesome. Chillen want chillen. Miss Roxy says she's altogether too sort o' still and old-fashioned, and must have child's company to chirk her up, and so she took her down to play with Sally Kittridge. There's no manner of danger or harm in it, and she'll be back to-morrow afternoon, and Mara will have a real good time." "Well, now, really," said the good man, "but it's 'mazing lonesome." "Cap'n Pennel, you're gettin' to make an idol of that 'ere child," said Miss Ruey. "We have to watch our hearts. It minds me of the hymn, 'The fondness of a creature's love, how strong it strikes the sense. Thither the warm affections move, nor can we call them hence.'" Miss Ruey's mode of getting off poetry in a sort of high-pitched canter, with a strong thump on every accented syllable, might have provoked a smile in more sophisticated society, but Zephaniah listened to her with deep gravity, and answered, "I'm 'fraid there's truth in what you say, Aunt Ruey. When her mother was called away, I thought that was a warning I never should forget. But now I seem to be like Jonah. I'm restin' in the shadow of my gourd, and my heart is glad because of it. I kind o' trembled at the prayer meetin' when we was a-singin', 'The dearest idol I have known, whate'er that idol be, help me to tear it from thy throne, and worship only thee.'" "Yes," said Miss Ruey. "Roxy says if the Lord should take us up short on our prayers, it would make sad work with us sometimes." "Somehow," said Mrs. Pennel, "it seems to me just her mother over again. She don't look like her. I think her hair and complexion comes from the Badger blood. My mother had that sort o' hair and skin. But then she has ways like Naomi. And it seems as if the Lord had kind of given Naomi back to us, so I hope she's goin' to be spared to us." Mrs. Pennel had one of those natures, gentle, trustful, and hopeful, because not very deep. She was one of the little children of the world whose faith rests on childlike ignorance, and who know not the deeper needs of deeper natures. Such see only the sunshine and forget the storm. This conversation had been going on to the accompaniment of a clatter of plates and spoons and dishes, and the fizzling of sausages, prefacing the evening meal, to which all now sat down after a lengthened grace from Zephaniah. "There's a tremendous gale a-brewin'," he said, as they sat at table. "I noticed the clouds to-night as I was comin' home, and somehow I felt kind o' as if I wanted all our folks snug indoors." "Why, law, husband, Cap'n Kittridge's house is as good as ours, if it does blow. You never can seem to remember that houses don't run aground or strike on rocks in storms." "The Cap'n puts me in mind of old Cap'n Jeduth Scranton," said Miss Ruey, "that built that queer house down by Middle Bay. The Cap'n, he would insist on havin' on it just like a ship, and the closet shelves had holes for the tumblers and dishes, and he had all his tables and chairs battened down, and so when it came a gale, they say the old Cap'n used to sit in his chair and hold on to hear the wind blow." "Well, I tell you," said Captain, "those that has followed the seas hears the wind with different ears from landspeople. When you lie with only a plank between you and eternity, and hear the voice of the Lord on the waters, it don't sound as it does on shore." And in truth, as they were speaking, a fitful gust swept by the house, wailing and screaming and rattling the windows, and after it came the heavy, hollow moan of the surf on the beach, like the wild, angry howl of some savage animal just beginning to be lashed into fury. "Sure enough, the wind is rising," said Miss Ruey, getting up from the table and flattening her snub nose against the window-pane. "Dear me, how dark it is! Mercy on us, how the waves come in, all of a sheet of foam! I pity the ships that's comin' on coast such a night." The storm seemed to have burst out with a sudden fury, as if myriads of howling demons had all at once been loosened in the air. Now they piped and whistled with eldritch screech round the corners of the house. Now they thundered down the chimney, and now they shook the door and rattled the casement, and anon, mustering their forces with wild ado, seemed to career over the house and sail high up into the murky air. The dash of the rising tide came with successive crash upon crash, like the discharge of heavy artillery, seeming to shake the very house, and the spray borne by the wind dashed whizzing against the window panes. Zephaniah, rising from supper, drew up the little stand that had the family Bible on it, and the three old time-worn people sat themselves as seriously down to evening worship as if they had been an extensive congregation. They raised the old psalm tune, which our fathers called complaint, and the cracked, wavering voices of the woman, with the deep, rough bass of the old sea captain, rose in the uproar of the storm with a ghostly, strange wildness, like the scream of the curlew or the wailing of the wind. Spare us, O Lord, aloud we pray, nor let our sun go down at noon. Thy years are an eternal day, and must thy children die so soon? Miss Ruey valued herself on singing a certain weird and exalted part, which in ancient days used to be called counter, and which wailed and gyrated in unimaginable heights of the scale, much as you may hear a shrill, fine-voiced wind over a chimney-top. But altogether, the deep and earnest gravity with which the three filled up the pauses in the storm with their quaint minor key had something singularly impressive. When the singing was over, Zephaniah read to the accompaniment of wind and sea the words of poetry made on old Hebrew shores in the dim gray dawn of the world. The voice of the Lord is upon the waters, the God of glory thundereth, the Lord is upon many waters. The voice of the Lord shaketh the wilderness, the Lord shaketh the wilderness of Kadesh. The Lord sitteth upon the floods, yea, the Lord sitteth king forever. The Lord will give strength to his people, yea, the Lord will bless his people with peace. How natural and home-born sounded this old piece of oriental poetry in the ears of the three. The wilderness of Kadesh, with its great cedars, was doubtless Orr's Island, where even now the goodly fellowship of black-winged trees were groaning and swaying, and creaking as the breath of the Lord passed over them. And the three old people kneeling by their smoldering fireside, amid the general uproar, Zephaniah began in the words of a prayer which Moses, the man of God, made long ago under the shadows of Egyptian pyramids. Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations, before the mountains were brought forth, or ever thou hadst formed the earth and the world, even from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. We hear sometimes in these days that the Bible is no more inspired of God than many other books of historic and poetic merit. It is a fact, however, that the Bible answers a strange and wholly exceptional purpose by thousands of firesides on all shores of the earth, and, till some other book can be found to do the same thing, it will not be surprising if a belief of its divine origin be one of the ineffaceable ideas of the popular mind. It will be a long while before a translation from Homer, or a chapter in the Koran, or any of the beauties of Shakespeare, will be read in a stormy night on Orr's Island with the same sense of a divine presence as the Psalms of David, or the prayer of Moses, the man of God. Boom, boom. What's that? Said Zephaniah, starting, as they rose up from prayer. Hark, again, that's a gun. There's a ship in distress. Poor souls, said Miss Ruey. It's an awful night. The captain began to put on his sea-coat. You ain't a-going out, said his wife. I must go out along the beach a spell, and see if I can hear any more of that ship. Mercy on us, the wind'll blow you over, said Aunt Ruey. I rayther think I've stood wind before in my day, said Zephaniah, a grim smile stealing over his weather-beaten cheeks. In fact, the man felt a sort of secret relationship to the storm, as if it were in some manner a family connection, a wild, roistering cousin who drew him out by a rough attraction of comradeship. Well, at any rate, said Mrs. Pennel, producing a large tin lantern perforated with many holes, in which she placed a tallow candle, take this with you, and don't stay out long. The kitchen door opened, and the first gust of wind took off the old man's hat and nearly blew him prostrate. He came back and shut the door. I ought to have known better, he said, nodding his pocket-handkerchief over his head, after which he waited for a momentary lull, and went out into the storm. Miss Ruey looked through the window-pane, and saw the light go twinkling far down into the gloom, and ever and anon came the mournful boom of distant guns. Certainly there is a ship in trouble somewhere, she said. He never can be easy when he hears these guns, said Mrs. Pennel. But what can he do, or anybody, in such a storm, the wind blowing right on to shore? I shouldn't wonder if Cap'n Kittridge should be out on the beach too, said Miss Ruey. But laws, he ain't much more than one of these 'ere old grasshoppers you see after frost comes. Well, anyway, there ain't much help in man if a ship comes ashore in such a gale as this, such a dark night too. It's kind o' lonesome to have poor little Mara away such a night as this is, said Mrs. Pennel. But who would 'a thought it this afternoon, when Aunt Roxy took her? I 'member my grandmother had a silver cream pitcher that come ashore in a storm on Mare P'int, said Miss Ruey, as she sat trotting her knitting needles. Grand'ther found it, half full of sand, under a knot of seaweed, way up on the beach. It had a coat of arms on it. Might have belonged to some grand family, that pitcher. And the Toothaker family yet. I remember when I was a girl, said Mrs. Pennel, seeing the hull of a ship that went on Eagle Island. It run way up in a sort of gully between two rocks, and lay there years. They split pieces off it sometimes to make fires, when they wanted to make a chowder down on the beach. My aunt, Lois Toothaker, that lives down by Middle Bay, said Miss Ruey, used to tell about a dreadful blow they had once in time of the equinoctial storm, and what was remarkable, she insisted that she heard a baby cryin' out in the storm. She heard it just as plain as could be. Laws a mercy, said Mrs. Pennel, nervously. It was nothing but the wind. It always screeches like a child crying. Or maybe it was the seals. Seals will cry just like babies. So they told her. But no, she insisted she knew the difference. It was a baby. Well, what do you think? When the storm cleared off, they found a baby's cradle washed ashore, sure enough. But they didn't find any baby, said Mrs. Pennel, nervously. No, they searched the beach far and near, and that cradle was all they found. Aunt Lois took it in. It was a very good cradle, and she took it to use. But every time there came up a gale, that our cradle would rock, just as if somebody was a-sittin' by it, and you could stand across the room and see there weren't nobody there. You make me all of a shiver, said Mrs. Pennel. This, of course, was just what Miss Ruey intended, and she went on. Well, you see, they kind o' got used to it. They found there weren't no harm come of its rockin', and so they didn't mind. But Aunt Lois had a sister Cerinthy that was a weakly girl and had the janders. Cerinthy was one of the sort that's born with veils over their faces and can see sperits, and one time Cerinthy was a-visiting Lois after her second baby was born, and there came up a blow, and Cerinthy comes out of the keepin' room, where the cradle was a-standin', and says, Sister, says she, who's that woman sittin' rockin' the cradle? And Aunt Lois, says she, Why, there ain't nobody. That ar cradle always will rock in a gale, but I've got used to it and don't mind it. Well, says Cerinthy, just as true as you live, I just saw a woman with a silk gown on and long black hair a-hangin' down, and her face was pale as a sheet, sittin' rockin' that ar cradle, and she looked round at me with her great black eyes, kind o' mournful and wishful, and then she stooped down over the cradle. Well, says Lois, I ain't goin' to have no such doin's in my house. And she went right in and took up the baby, and the very next day she just had the cradle split up for kindling. And that night, if you'll believe, when they was a-burnin' of it, they heard, just as plain as could be, a baby screamin' round the house. But after that they never heard it no more. I don't like such stories, said Dame Pennel, "'specially to-night when Mara's away. I shall get to hearing all sorts of noises in the wind. I wonder when Cap'n Pennel will be back." And the good woman put more wood on the fire, and as the tongues of flame streamed up high and clear, she approached her face to the window-pane, and started back with half a scream, as a pale, anxious visage with sad, dark eyes seemed to approach her. It took a moment or two for her to discover that she had seen only the reflection of her own anxious, excited face, the pitchy blackness without having converted the window into a sort of dark mirror. Miss Ruey, meanwhile, began solacing herself by singing, in her chimney corner, a very favorite sacred melody, which contrasted oddly enough with the driving storm and howling sea. "Haste, my beloved, haste away, cut short the hours of thy delay. Fly like the bounding hart or roe, over the hills where spices grow." The tune was called Invitation, one of those profusely florid in runs and trills and quavers, which delighted the ears of a former generation, and Miss Ruey, innocently unconscious of the effect of old age on her voice, ran them up and down and out and in a way that would have made a laugh, had there been anybody there to notice or to laugh. "I remember singin' that ar to Mary Jane Wilson the very night she died," said Aunt Ruey, stopping. "She wanted me to sing to her, and it was just between 2 and 3 in the morning. There was just the least red streak of daylight, and I opened the window and sat there and sung, and when I come to 'Over the hills where spices grow,' I looked round, and there was a change in Mary Jane, and I went to the bed, and says she very bright, 'Aunt Ruey, the beloved has come,' and she was gone afore I could raise her up on her pillow. I always think of Mary Jane at them words. If ever there was a broken-hearted critter took home, it was her." At this moment Mrs. Pennel caught sight through the window of the gleam of the returning lantern, and in a moment Captain Pennel entered, dripping with rain and spray. "Why, Cap'n, you're e'en almost drowned," said Aunt Ruey. "How long have you been gone? You must have been a great ways," said Mrs. Pennel. "Yes, I have been down to Cap'n Kittridges. I met Kittridge out on the beach. We heard the guns plain enough, but couldn't see anything. I went on down to Kittridges to get a look at little Mara." "Well, she's all well enough?" said Mrs. Pennel, anxiously. "Oh, yes, well enough. Miss Roxy showed her to me in the trundle bed, 'long with Sally. The little thing was smiling in her sleep, with her cheek right up against Sally's. I took comfort looking at her. I couldn't help thinking, 'So he giveth his beloved sleep.'" Chapter 7. From the Sea. During the night and storm, the little Mara had lain sleeping as quietly as if the cruel sea, that had made her an orphan from her birth, were her kind-tempered old grandfather singing her to sleep, as he often did, with a somewhat hoarse voice truly, but with ever an undertone of protecting love. But toward daybreak there came very clear and bright into her childish mind a dream, having that vivid distinctness which often characterizes the dreams of early childhood. She thought she saw before her the little cove where she and Sally had been playing the day before, with its broad sparkling white beach of sand curving round its blue sea mirror, and studded thickly with gold and silver shells. She saw the boat of Captain Kittridge upon the stocks, and his tar kettle with the smoldering fires flickering under it. But as often happens in dreams, a certain rainbow vividness and clearness invested everything, and she and Sally were jumping for joy at the beautiful things they found on the beach. Suddenly there stood before them a woman, dressed in a long white garment. She was very pale, with sweet, serious, dark eyes, and she led by the hand a black-eyed boy, who seemed to be crying and looking about as for something lost. She dreamed that she stood still, and the woman came toward her, looking at her with sweet, sad eyes, till the child seemed to feel them in every fiber of her frame. The woman laid her hand on her head as if in blessing, and then put the boy's hand in hers, and said, "Take him, Mara, he is a playmate for you." And with that the little boy's face flashed out into a merry laugh. The woman faded away, and the 3 children remained playing together, gathering shells and pebbles of a wonderful brightness. So vivid was this vision that the little one awoke laughing with pleasure, and searched under her pillows for the strange and beautiful things that she had been gathering in dreamland. "What's Mara looking after?" said Sally, sitting up in her trundle bed, and speaking in the patronizing, motherly tone she commonly used to her little playmate. "All gone, pitty boy, all gone," said the child, looking round regretfully, and shaking her golden head. "Pitty lady all gone." "How queer she talks," said Sally, who had awakened with the project of building a sheet house with her fairy neighbor, and was beginning to loosen the upper sheet and dispose the pillows with a view to this species of architecture. "Come, Mara, let's make a pretty house," she said. "Pitty boy out dere," said the little one, pointing to the window, with a deeper expression than ever of wishfulness in her eyes. "Come, Sally Kittridge, get up this minute," said the voice of her mother, entering the door at this moment. "And here, put these clothes on to Mara. The child mustn't run round in her best. It's strange now, Mary Pennel never thinks of such things." Sally, who was of an efficient temperament, was preparing energetically to second these commands of her mother, and endue her little neighbor with a coarse brown stuff dress, somewhat faded and patched, which she herself had outgrown when of Mara's age, with shoes which had been coarsely made to begin with, and very much battered by time. But, quite to her surprise, the child, generally so passive and tractable, opposed a most unexpected and desperate resistance to this operation. She began to cry and to sob and shake her curly head, throwing her tiny hands out in a wild species of freakish opposition, which had, notwithstanding, a quaint and singular grace about it, while she stated her objections in all the little English at her command. "Mara don't want. Mara want pitty blue dress and pitty shoes." "Why, was ever anything like it?" said Mrs. Kittridge to Miss Roxy, as they both were drawn to the door by the outcry. "Here's this child won't have decent everyday clothes put on her. She must be kept dressed up like a princess." "Now that ar's French calico," said Mrs. Kittridge, holding up the controverted blue dress, "and that ar never cost a cent under 5 and 6pence a yard. It takes a yard and a half to make it, and it must have been a good day's work to make it up. Call that 3 and 6pence more, and with them pearl buttons and thread and all, that ar dress never cost less than $1.75, and here she's goin' to run out every day in it." "Well, well," said Miss Roxy, who had taken the sobbing fair one in her lap. "You know, Mis' Kittridge, this air's a kind o' pet lamb, an old folks' darling, and things be with her as they be, and we can't make her over, and she's such a nervous little thing we mustn't cross her." Saying which, she proceeded to dress the child in her own clothes. "If you had a good large checked apron, I wouldn't mind putting that on her," added Miss Roxy, after she had arrayed the child. "Here's one," said Mrs. Kittridge. "That may save her clothes some." Miss Roxy began to put on the wholesome garment, but, rather to her mortification, the little fairy began to weep again in a most heartbroken manner. "Don't want chet apron." "Why don't Mara want nice checked apron?" said Miss Roxy, in that extra cheerful tone by which children are to be made to believe that they have mistaken their own mind. "Don't want it," with a decided wave of the little hand. "I's too pitty to wear chet apron." "Well, well," said Mrs. Kittridge, rolling up her eyes. "Did I ever? No, I never did. If there ain't depraved nature a comin' out early. Well, if she says she's pretty now, what'll it be when she's 15? "She'll learn to tell a lie about it by that time," said Miss Roxy, "and say she thinks she's horrid. The child is pretty, and the truth comes uppermost with her now." "Haw, haw, haw," burst with a great crash from Captain Kittridge, who had come in behind and stood silently listening during this conversation. "That's musical now. Come here, my little maid. You are too pretty for checked aprons, and no mistake." And seizing the child in his long arms, he tossed her up like a butterfly, while her sunny curls shone in the morning light. "There's one comfort about the child, Miss Kittridge," said Aunt Roxy. "She's one of them that dirt won't stick to. I never knew her to stain or tear her clothes. She always come in just so nice." "She ain't much like Sally, then," said Mrs. Kittridge. "That girl'll run through more clothes. Only last week she walked the crown out of my old black straw bonnet, and left it hanging on the top of a blackberry bush." "Wall, wall," said Captain Kittridge, "as to dressin' this 'ere child, why, ef Pennel's a mind to dress her in cloth of gold, it's none of our business. He's rich enough for all he wants to do, and so let's eat our breakfast and mind our own business." After breakfast, Captain Kittridge took the two children down to the cove to investigate the state of his boat and tar kettle, set high above the highest tide mark. The sun had risen gloriously, the sky was of an intense, vivid blue, and only great snowy islands of clouds, lying in silver banks on the horizon, showed vestiges of last night's storm. The whole wide sea was one glorious scene of forming and dissolving mountains of blue and purple, breaking at the crest into brilliant silver. All round the island, the waves were constantly leaping and springing into jets and columns of brilliant foam, throwing themselves high up in silvery cataracts into the very arms of the solemn evergreen forests which overhung the shore. The sands of the little cove seemed harder and whiter than ever, and were thickly bestrewn with the shells and seaweed which the upturnings of the night had brought in. There lay what might have been fringes and fragments of sea gods' vestures, blue, crimson, purple, and orange seaweeds, wreathed in tangled ropes of kelp and sea-grass, or lying separately scattered on the sands. The children ran wildly, shouting as they began gathering sea treasures, and Sally, with the air of an experienced hand in the business, untwisted the coils of rosy seaweed, from which every moment she disengaged some new treasure, in some rarer shell or smoother pebble. Suddenly the child shook out something from a knotted mass of sea-grass, which she held up with a perfect shriek of delight. It was a bracelet of hair, fastened by a brilliant clasp of green, sparkling stones, such as she had never seen before. She redoubled her cries of delight, as she saw it sparkle between her and the sun, calling upon her father. "Father, father, do come here and see what I've found." He came quickly, and took the bracelet from the child's hand. But at the same moment, looking over her head, he caught sight of an object partially concealed behind a projecting rock. He took a step forward, and uttered an exclamation. "Well, well, sure enough, poor things!" There lay, bedded in sand and seaweed, a woman with a little boy clasped in her arms. Both had been carefully lashed to a spar, but the child was held to the bosom of the woman, with a pressure closer than any knot that mortal hands could tie. Both were deep sunk in the sand, into which had streamed the woman's long, dark hair, which sparkled with glittering morsels of sand and pebbles, and with those tiny, brilliant yellow shells which are so numerous on that shore. The woman was both young and beautiful. The forehead, damp with ocean spray, was like sculptured marble, the eyebrows dark and decided in their outline, but the long, heavy black fringes had shut down, as a solemn curtain, over all the history of mortal joy or sorrow that those eyes had looked upon. A wedding ring gleamed on the marble hand, but the sea had divorced all human ties, and taken her as a bride to itself. And in truth, it seemed to have made her a worthy bed, for she was all folded and enwreathed in sand and shells and seaweeds, and a great weird-looking leaf of kelp, some yards in length, lay twined around her like a shroud. The child that lay in her bosom had hair and face and eyelashes like her own, and his little hands were holding tightly a portion of the black dress which she wore. "Cold, cold, stone dead," was the muttered exclamation of the old seaman, as he bent over the woman. "She must have struck her head there," he mused, as he laid his finger on a dark, bruised spot on her temple. He laid his hand on the child's heart, and put one finger under the arm to see if there was any lingering vital heat, and then hastily cut the lashings that bound the pair to the spar, and with difficulty disengaged the child from the cold clasp in which dying love had bound him to a heart which should beat no more with mortal joy or sorrow. Sally, after the first moment, had run screaming toward the house, with all a child's forward eagerness, to be the bearer of news. But the little Mara stood, looking anxiously, with a wishful earnestness of face. Pity boy, come, she said often, but the old man was so busy he scarcely regarded her. Now, Cap'n Kittridge, do tell, said Miss Roxy, meeting him in all haste, with a cap-border stiffen air, while Dame Kittridge exclaimed, Now, you don't! Well, well, didn't I say that was a ship last night? And what a solemnizing thought it was, that souls might be goin' into eternity. We must have blankets and hot bottles right away, said Miss Roxy, who always took the earthly view of matters, and who was, in her own person, a personified humane society. Miss Kittridge, you just dip out your dishwater into the smallest tub, and we'll put him in. Stand away, Mara. Sally, you take her out of the way. We'll fetch this child too, perhaps. I've fetched 'em too, when they seem to be dead as doornails. Cap'n Kittridge, you sure the woman's dead? Laws, yes. She had a blow right on her temple here. There's no bringing her to till the resurrection. Well, then, you just go and get Cap'n Pennel to come down and help you, and get the body into the house, and we'll attend to layin' it out by and by. Tell Ruey to come down. Aunt Roxy issued her orders with all the military vigor and precision of a general in case of a sudden attack. It was her habit. Sickness and death were her opportunities. Where they were, she felt herself at home, and she addressed herself to the task before her with undoubting faith. Before many hours, a pair of large, dark eyes slowly emerged from under the black-fringed lids of the little drowned boy. They rolled dreamily round for a moment, and dropped again in heavy languor. The little Mara had, with the quiet persistence which formed a trait in her baby character, dragged stools and chairs to the back of the bed, which she at last succeeded in scaling, and sat opposite to where the child lay, grave and still, watching with intense earnestness the process that was going on. At the moment when the eyes had opened, she stretched forth her little arms, and said eagerly, Pity boy, come. And then, as they closed again, she dropped her hands with a sigh of disappointment. Yet before night, the little stranger sat up in bed, and laughed with pleasure at the treasures of shells and pebbles which the children spread out on the bed before him. He was a vigorous, well-made, handsome child, with brilliant eyes and teeth, but the few words that he spoke were in a language unknown to most present. Captain Kittridge declared it to be Spanish, and that a call which he most passionately and often repeated was for his mother. But he was of that happy age when sorrow can be easily effaced, and the efforts of the children called forth joyous smiles. When his playthings did not go to his liking, he showed sparkles of a fiery, irascible spirit. The little Mara seemed to appropriate him in feminine fashion, as a chosen idol and graven image. She gave him at once all her slender stock of infantine treasures, and seemed to watch with an ecstatic devotion his every movement, often repeating, as she looked delightedly around, Pity boy, come. She had no words to explain the strange dream of the morning. It lay in her, struggling for expression, and giving her an interest in the newcomer as in something belonging to herself. Whence it came, whence come multitudes like it, which spring up as strange enchanted flowers, every now and then in the dull material pathway of life, who knows? It may be that our present faculties have among them a rudimentary one, like the germs of wings in the chrysalis, by which the spiritual world becomes sometimes an object of perception. There may be natures in which the walls of the material are so fine and translucent that the spiritual is seen through them as through a glass darkly. It may be, too, that the love which is stronger than death has a power sometimes to make itself heard and felt through the walls of our mortality, when it would plead for the defenseless ones it has left behind. All these things may be. Who knows? There, said Miss Roxy, coming out of the keeping-room at sunset. I wouldn't ask to see a better-lookin' corpse. That ar woman was a sight to behold this morning. I guess I shook a double handful of stones and them little shells out of her hair. Now she really looks beautiful. Captain Kittridge has made a coffin out of some cedar boards he happened to have, and I lined it with bleached cotton and stuffed the pillow nice and full, and when we come to get her in, she really will look lovely. I s'pose, Mis' Kittridge, you'll have the funeral tomorrow. It's Sunday. Why, yes, Aunt Roxy. I think everybody must want to improve such a dispensation. Have you took little Mara in to look at the corpse? Well, no, said Miss Roxy. Mis' Pennel's gettin' ready to take her home. I think it's an opportunity we ought to improve, said Mrs. Kittridge, to learn children what death is. I think we can't begin to solemnize their minds too young. At this moment, Sally and the little Mara entered the room. Come here, children, said Mrs. Kittridge, taking a hand of either one, and leading them to the closed door of the keeping room. I've got something to show you. The room looked ghostly and dim. The rays of light fell through the closed shutter on an object mysteriously muffled in a white sheet. Sally's bright face expressed only the vague curiosity of a child to see something new, but the little Mara resisted and hung back with all her force, so that Mrs. Kittridge was obliged to take her up and hold her. She folded back the sheet from the chill and wintry form, which lay so icily, lonely, and cold. Sally walked around it, and gratified her curiosity by seeing it from every point of view, and laying her warm, busy hand on the lifeless and cold one. But Mara clung to Mrs. Kittridge with eyes that expressed a distressed astonishment. The good woman stooped over and placed the child's little hand for a moment on the icy forehead. The little one gave a piercing scream and struggled to get away, and as soon as she was put down, she ran and hid her face in Aunt Roxy's dress, sobbing bitterly. That child'll grow up to follow vanity, said Mrs. Kittridge. Her little head is full of dress now, and she hates anything serious. It's easy to see that. The little Mara had no words to tell what a strange, distressful chill had passed up her arm and through her brain, as she felt that icy cold of death, that cold so different from all others. It was an impression of fear and pain that lasted weeks and months, so that she would start out of sleep and cry with a terror which she had not yet a sufficiency of language to describe. You seem to forget, Mis' Kittridge, that this 'ere child ain't rugged like our Sally, said Aunt Roxy, as she raised the little Mara in her arms. She was a 7 months' baby, and hard to raise at all, and a shivery, scary little creature. Well, then, she ought to be hardened, said Dame Kittridge. But Mary Pennel never had no sort of idea of bringin' up children. 'Twas just so with Naomi. The girl never had no sort of resolution, and she just died for want o' resolution. That's what came of it. I tell ye, children's got to learn to take the world as it is, and 'tain't no use bringin' on 'em up too tender. Teach 'em to begin as they've got to go out. That's my maxim. Mis' Kittridge, said Aunt Roxy, there's reason in all things, and there's difference in children. What's one's meat's another's pison. You couldn't fetch up Mis' Pennel's children, and she couldn't fetch up yourn, so let's say no more about it. I'm always a-tellin' my wife that are, said Captain Kittridge. She's always wantin' to make everybody over after her pattern. Cap'n Kittridge, I don't think you need to speak, resumed his wife. When such a loud Providence is a-knockin' at your door, I think you'd better be a-searchin' your own heart. Here it is the 11th hour, and you hain't come into the Lord's vineyard yet. Oh, come, Miss Kittridge, don't twit a feller afore folks, said the captain. I'm goin' over to Harpswell Neck this blessed minute after the minister to tend to the funeral, so we'll let him preach. Chapter 8. The Seen and the Unseen. Life on any shore is a dull affair, ever degenerating into commonplace, and this may account for the eagerness with which even a great calamity is sometimes accepted in a neighborhood, as affording wherewithal to stir the deeper feelings of our nature. Thus, though Mrs. Kittridge was by no means a hard-hearted woman, and would not for the world have had a ship wrecked on her particular account, yet, since a ship had been wrecked, and a body floated ashore at her very door, as it were, it afforded her no inconsiderable satisfaction to dwell on the details and to arrange for the funeral. It was something to talk about and to think of, and likely to furnish subject matter for talk for years to come, when she should go out to tea with any of her acquaintances who lived at Middle Bay, or Maquoit, or Harpswell Neck. For although in those days, the number of lighthouses being much smaller than it is now, it was no uncommon thing for ships to be driven on shore in storms. Yet this incident had undeniably more that was stirring and romantic in it than any within the memory of any tea-table gossip in the vicinity. Mrs. Kittridge, therefore, looked forward to the funeral services on Sunday afternoon as to a species of solemn fate, which impart a sort of consequence to her dwelling and herself. Notice of it was to be given out in meeting after service, and she might expect both keeping-room and kitchen to be full. Mrs. Pennel had offered to do her share of Christian and neighborly kindness in taking home to her own dwelling the little boy. In fact, it became necessary to do so in order to appease the feelings of the little Mara, who clung to the new acquisition with most devoted fondness, and wept bitterly when he was separated from her even for a few moments. Therefore, in the afternoon of the day when the body was found, Mrs. Pennel, who had come down to assist, went back in company with Aunt Ruey and the two children. The September evening set in brisk and chill, and the cheerful fire that snapped and roared up the ample chimney of Captain Kittridge's kitchen was a pleasing feature. The days of our story were before the advent of those sullen gnomes, the airtights, or even those more sociable and cheery domestic genii, the cooking stoves. They were the days of the genial open kitchen fire, with the crane, the pothooks, and trammels, where hissed and boiled the social tea kettle, where steamed the huge dinner pot, in whose ample depths beets, carrots, potatoes, and turnips boiled in jolly sociability with the pork or corned beef which they were destined to flank at the coming meal. On the present evening, Mrs. Roxy sat bolt upright, as was her wont, in one corner of the fireplace, with her spectacles on her nose, and an unwonted show of candles on a little stand beside her, having resumed the task of the silk dress which had been for a season interrupted. Mrs. Kittridge, with her spectacles also mounted, was carefully and warily running up breadths, stopping every few minutes to examine her work, and to inquire submissively of Miss Roxy if it will do. Captain Kittridge sat in the other corner, busily whittling on a little boat which he was shaping to please Sally, who sat on a low stool by his side with her knitting, evidently more intent on what her father was producing than on the evening task of 10 bouts, which her mother exacted before she could freely give her mind to anything on her own account. As Sally was rigorously sent to bed exactly at 8 o'clock, it became her to be diligent if she wished to do anything for her own amusement before that hour. And in the next room, cold and still, was lying that faded image of youth and beauty which the sea had so strangely given up. Without a name, without a history, without a single accompaniment from which her past could even be surmised, there she lay, sealed in eternal silence. "It's strange," said Captain Kittridge, as he whittled away. "It's very strange we don't find anything more of that ar ship. I've been all up and down the beach a-lookin'. There was a spar and some broken bits of boards and timbers come ashore down on the beach, but nothin' to speak of." "It won't be known till the sea gives up its dead," said Miss Roxy, shaking her head solemnly, "and there'll be a great givin' up then, I'm a-thinkin'." "Yes, indeed," said Mrs. Kittridge, with an emphatic nod. "Father," said Sally, "how many, many things there must be at the bottom of the sea, so many ships are sunk with all their fine things on board. Why don't people contrive some way to go down and get them?" "They do, child," said Captain Kittridge. "They have diving bells, and men go down in 'em with caps over their faces, and long tubes to get the air through, and they walk about on the bottom of the ocean." "Did you ever go down in one, father?" Why, yes, child, to be sure, and strange enough it was, to be sure. There you could see great big sea critters, with ever so many eyes and long arms, swimming right up to catch you, and all you could do would be to muddy the water on the bottom, so they couldn't see you. I never heard of that, Cap'n Kittridge, said his wife, drawing herself up with a reproving coolness. Well, Miss Kittridge, you hain't heard of everything that ever happened, said the captain, imperturbably, though you do know a sight. And how does the bottom of the ocean look, father? Said Sally. Laws, child, why, trees and bushes grow there, just as they do on land, and great plants. Blue and purple and green and yellow, and lots of great pearls lie round. I've seen 'em big as chippin' birds' eggs. Cap'n Kittridge, said his wife. I have, and big as robin's eggs too, but them was off the coast of Ceylon and Malabar, and way round the equator, said the captain, prudently resolved to throw his romance to a sufficient distance. It's a pity you didn't get a few of them pearls, said his wife, with an indignant appearance of scorn. I did get lots on 'em, and traded 'em off to the nabobs in the interior for cashmere shawls and India silks and sich, said the captain, composedly, and brought 'em home, and sold 'em at a good figure, too. Oh, father, said Sally, earnestly, I wish you had saved just one or two for us. Laws, child, I wish now I had, said the captain, good-naturedly. Why, when I was in India, I went up to Lucknow and Benares and round, and saw all the nabobs and bigums. Why, they don't make no more of gold and silver and precious stones than we do of the shells we find on the beach. Why, I've seen one of them fellers with a diamond in his turban as big as my fist. Cap'n Kittridge, what are you telling? Said his wife once more. Fact, as big as my fist, said the captain, obdurately, and all the clothes he wore was just a stiff crust of pearls and precious stones. I tell you, he looked like something in the Revelations. A real New Jerusalem look he had. I call that our talk wicked, Cap'n Kittridge, usin' Scripture that our way, said his wife. Why, don't it tell about all sorts of gold and precious stones in the Revelations? Said the captain. That's all I meant. Them our countries off in Asia ain't like ourn. Stands to reason they shouldn't be. Them Scripture countries, and everything is different there. Father, didn't you ever get any of those splendid things? Said Sally. Laws, yes, child. Why, I had a great green ring, an emerald, that one of the princes give me, and ever so many pearls and diamonds. I used to go with 'em rattlin' loose in my vest pocket. I was young and gay in them days, and thought of bringin' of 'em home for the gals. But somehow I always got opportunities for swappin' of 'em off for goods and sich. That ar shawl your mother keeps in her camphor chest was what I got for one on 'em. Well, well, said Mrs. Kittridge, there's never any catchin' you, 'cause you've been where we haven't. You've caught me once, and that oughter do, said the captain, with unruffled good nature. I tell you, Sally, your mother was a handsomest gal in Harpswell in them days. I should think you was too old for such nonsense, Cap'n, said Mrs. Kittridge, with a toss of her head, and a voice that sounded far less inexorable than her former admonition. In fact, though the old captain was as unmanageable under his wife's fireside regime as any brisk old cricket that skipped and sang around the hearth, and though he hopped over all moral boundaries with a cheerful alertness of conscience that was quite discouraging, still there was no resisting the spell of his inexhaustible good nature. By this time he had finished the little boat, and, to Sally's great delight, began sailing it for her in a pail of water. I wonder, said Mrs. Kittridge, what's to be done with that ar child. I suppose the selectmen will take care on it. It'll be brought up by the town. I shouldn't wonder, said Miss Roxy, if Cap'n Pennell should adopt it. You don't think so, said Mrs. Kittridge. 'Twould be taking a great care and expense on their hands at their time of life. I wouldn't want no better fun than to bring up that little shaver, said Captain Kittridge. He's a bright un, I promise you. You, Captain Kittridge, I wonder you can talk so, said his wife, It's an awful responsibility, and I wonder you don't think whether or no you're fit for it." "Why, down here on the shore, I'd as lives undertake a boy as a Newfoundland pup," said the captain. "Plenty in the sea to eat, drink, and wear. That our young un may be the staff of their old age yet." "You see," said Miss Roxy, "I think they'll adopt it to be company for little Mara. They're bound up in her, and the little thing pines being alone." "Well, they make a real graven image of that ar child," said Mrs. Kittridge, "and fairly bow down to her and worship her." "Well, it's natural," said Miss Roxy. "Besides, the little thing is cunnin'. She's about the cunnin'est little critter that I ever saw, and has such enticin' ways." The fact was, as the reader may perceive, that Miss Roxy had been thawed into an unusual attachment for the little Mara, and this affection was beginning to spread a warming element through her whole being. It was as if a rough granite rock had suddenly awakened to a passionate consciousness of the beauty of some fluttering white anemone that nestled in its cleft, and felt warm thrills running through all its veins at every tender motion and shadow. A word spoken against the little one seemed to rouse her combativeness. Nor did Dame Kittridge bear the child the slightest ill will, but she was one of those naturally caretaking people whom Providence seems to design to perform the picket duties for the rest of society, and who, therefore, challenge everybody and everything to stand and give an account of themselves. Miss Roxy herself belonged to this class, but sometimes found herself so stoutly overhauled by the guns of Mrs. Kittridge's battery that she could only stand modestly on the defensive. One of Mrs. Kittridge's favorite hobbies was education, or, as she phrased it, the fetchin' up of children, which she held should be performed to the letter of the old stiff rule. In this manner she had already trained up 6 sons, who were all following their fortunes upon the seas, and on this account she had no small conceit of her abilities, and when she thought she discerned a lamb being left to frisk heedlessly out of bounds, her zeal was stirred to bring it under proper sheepfold regulations. "Come, Sally, it's 8 o'clock," said the good woman. Sally's dark brows lowered over her large black eyes, and she gave an appealing look to her father. "Law, mother, let the child sit up a quarter of an hour later, just for once." "Cap'n Kittridge, if I was to hear you, there'd never be no rule in this house. Sally, you go 'long this minute, and be sure you put your knittin' away in its place." The captain gave a humorous nod of submissive good nature to his daughter as she went out. In fact, putting Sally to bed was taking away his plaything, and leaving him nothing to do but study faces in the coals, or watch the fleeting sparks which chased each other in flocks up the sooty back of the chimney. It was Saturday night, and the morrow was Sunday. Never a very pleasant prospect to the poor captain, who, having unfortunately no spiritual tastes, found it very difficult to get through the day in compliance with his wife's views of propriety, for he, alas, soared no higher in his aims. "I believe, on the whole, Polly, I'll go to bed too," said he, suddenly starting up. "Well, father, your clean shirt is in the right-hand corner of the upper drawer, and your Sunday clothes on the back of the chair by the bed." The fact was that the captain promised himself the pleasure of a long conversation with Sally, who nestled in the trundle bed under the paternal couch, to whom he could relate long, many-colored yarns, without the danger of interruption from her mother's sharp, truth-seeking voice. A moralist might, perhaps, be puzzled exactly what account to make of the captain's disposition to romancing and embroidery. In all real, matter-of-fact transactions, as between man and man, his word was as good as another's, and he was held to be honest and just in his dealings. It was only when he mounted the stilts of foreign travel that his paces became so enormous. Perhaps, after all, a rude poetic and artistic faculty possessed the man. He might have been a humbler phase of the mute, inglorious Milton. Perhaps his narrations required the privileges and allowances due to the inventive arts generally. Certain it was that, in common with other artists, he required an atmosphere of sympathy and confidence in which to develop himself fully, and when left alone with children, his mind ran such a riot that the bounds between the real and unreal became foggier than the banks of Newfoundland. The two women sat up, and the night wore on apace, while they kept together that customary vigil which it was thought necessary to hold over the lifeless casket from which an immortal jewel had recently been withdrawn. "I really did hope," said Mrs. Kittridge, mournfully, "that this 'ere solemn Providence would have been sent home to the Cap'n's mind, but he seems just as light and triflin' as ever." "There don't nobody see these 'ere things until they're effectually called," said Miss Roxy, "and the Cap'n's time ain't come." "It's gettin' to be toward the 11th hour," said Mrs. Kittridge, "as I was a tellin' him this afternoon." "Well," said Miss Roxy, "you know, while the lamp holds out to burn, the vilest sinner may return." "Yes, I know that," said Mrs. Kittridge, rising and taking up the candle. "Don't you think, Aunt Roxy, we may as well give a look in there at the corpse?" It was past midnight as they went together into the keeping room. All was so still that the clash of the rising tide and the ticking of the clock assumed that solemn and mournful distinctness which even tones less impressive take on in the night watches. Miss Roxy went mechanically through with certain arrangements of the white drapery around the cold sleeper, and uncovering the face and bust for a moment, looked critically at the still, unconscious countenance. "Not one thing to let us know who or what she is," she said. "That boy, if he lives, would give a good deal to know some day." "What is it one's duty to do about this bracelet?" said Mrs. Kittridge, taking from a drawer the article in question, which had been found on the beach in the morning. "Well, I s'pose it belongs to the child, whatever it's worth," said Miss Roxy. "Then if the Pennels conclude to take him, I may as well give it to them," said Mrs. Kittridge, laying it back in the drawer. Miss Roxy folded the cloth back over the face, and the two went out into the kitchen. The fire had sunk low. The crickets were chirruping gleefully. Mrs. Kittridge added more wood, and put on the tea kettle that their watching might be refreshed by the aid of its talkative and inspiring beverage. The two solemn, hard-visaged women drew up to each other by the fire, and insensibly their very voices assumed a tone of drowsy and confidential mystery. "If this 'ere poor woman was hopefully pious, and could see what was goin' on here," said Mrs. Kittridge, "it would seem to be a comfort to her that her child has fallen into such good hands. It seems almost a pity she couldn't know it." "How do you know she don't?" said Miss Roxy, brusquely. "Why, you know the hymn," said Mrs. Kittridge, quoting those somewhat Sadduceical lines from the popular psalm book. "The living know that they must die, but all the dead forgotten lie, their memory and their senses gone, alike unknowing and unknown." "Well, I don't know about that," said Miss Roxy, flavoring her cup of tea. "Hymn book ain't Scripture, and I'm pretty sure that are ain't true always." And she nodded her head as if she could say more if she chose. Now Miss Roxy's reputation of vast experience in all the facts relating to those last fateful hours, which are the only certain event in every human existence, caused her to be regarded as a sort of Delphic oracle in such matters, and therefore Mrs. Kittridge, not without a share of the latent superstition to which each human heart must confess at some hours, drew confidentially near to Miss Roxy, and asked if she had anything particular on her mind. "Well, Mis' Kittridge," said Miss Roxy, "I ain't one of the sort as likes to make a talk of what I've seen. But mebbe if I was, I've seen some things as remarkable as anybody. I tell you, Mis' Kittridge, folks don't tend the sick and dyin' bed year in and out, at all hours, day and night, and not see some remarkable things. That's my opinion." "Well, Miss Roxy, did you ever see a sperrit?" "I won't say as I have, and I won't say as I haven't," said Miss Roxy, "only as I have seen some remarkable things." There was a pause, in which Mrs. Kittridge stirred her tea, looking intensely curious, while the old kitchen clock seemed to tick with one of those fits of loud insistence which seem to take clocks at times when all is still, as if they had something that they were getting ready to say pretty soon, if nobody else spoke. But Miss Roxy evidently had something to say, and so she began. "Mis' Kittridge, this air's a very particular subject to be talking of. I've had opportunities to observe that most haven't, and I don't care if I just say to you that I'm pretty sure spirits that has left the body do come to their friends sometimes." The clock ticked with still more empressement, and Mrs. Kittridge glared through the horn bows of her glasses with eyes of eager curiosity. "Now, you remember Cap'n Titcomb's wife that died 15 years ago when her husband had gone to Archangel, and you remember that he took her son John out with him. And of all her boys, John was the one she was particular sot on." "Yes, and John died at Archangel. I remember that." "Jest so," said Miss Roxy, laying her hand on Mrs. Kittridge's. "He died at Archangel the very day his mother died, and just the hour, for the cap'n had it down in his logbook." "You don't say so." "Yes, I do." "Well, now," said Miss Roxy, sinking her voice, "this air was remarkable. Mis' Titcomb was one of the fearful sort, though one of the best women that ever lived. Our minister used to call her Mis' Much Afraid, you know, in the Pilgrim's Progress, but he was satisfied with her evidences and told her so. She used to say she was afraid of the dark valley, and she told our minister so when he went out, that our last day he called, and his last words, as he stood with his hand on the knob of the door, was, 'Mis' Titcomb, the Lord will find ways to bring you through the dark valley.' Well, she sunk away about 3 o'clock in the morning. I remember the time, 'cause the captain's chronometer watch that he left with her lay on the stand for her to take her drops by. I heard her kind o' restless, and I went up, and I saw she was struck with death, and she looked sort o' anxious and distressed. 'Oh, Aunt Roxy,' says she, 'it's so dark, who will go with me?' And in a minute her whole face brightened up, and says she, 'John is going with me.' And she just gave the least little sigh, and never breathed no more. She just died as easy as a bird. I told our minister of it next morning, and he asked if I'd made a note of the hour, and I told him I had, and says he, 'You did right, Aunt Roxy.'" "What did he seem to think of it?" "Well, he didn't seem inclined to speak freely. 'Miss Roxy,' says he, 'all nature's in the Lord's hand, and there's no saying why he uses this or that. Them that's strong enough to go by faith, he lets 'em, but there's no saying what he won't do for the weak ones.'" "Wa'n't the cap'n overcome when you told him?" said Mrs. Kittridge. "Indeed he was. He was just as white as a sheet." Miss Roxy now proceeded to pour out another cup of tea, and having mixed and flavored it, she looked in a weird and sibylline manner across it, and inquired, "Miss Kittridge, do you remember that ar Mr. Wadkins that come to Brunswick 20 years ago, in President Averil's day?" "Yes, I remember the pale, thin, long-nosed gentleman that used to sit in President Averil's pew at church. Nobody knew who he was, or where he came from. The college students used to call him Thaddeus of Warsaw. Nobody knew who he was but the president, 'cause he could speak all the foreign tongues, one about as well as another. But the president, he knew his story, and said he was a good man, and he used to stay at the sacrament regular, I remember." "Yes," said Miss Roxy, "he used to live in a room all alone, and keep himself. Folks said he was quite a gentleman, too, and fond of reading." "I heard Cap'n Atkins tell," said Mrs. Kittridge, "how they came to take him up on the shores of Holland. You see, when he was somewhere in a port in Denmark, some men come to him and offered him a pretty good sum of money if he'd be at such a place on the coast of Holland on such a day, and take whoever should come. So the cap'n, he went, and sure enough on that day there come a troop of men on horseback down to the beach with this man, and they all bid him good-bye, and seemed to make much of him. But he never told 'em nothin' on board ship, only he seemed kind o' sad and pinin'." "Well," said Miss Roxy, "Ruey and I, we took care o' that man in his last sickness, and we watched with him the night he died, and there was something quite remarkable." "Do tell now," said Mrs. Kittridge. "Well, you see," said Miss Roxy, "he'd been low and poorly all day, kind o' tossin' and restless, and a little light-headed, and the doctor said he thought he wouldn't last till morning. And so Ruey and we set up with him, and between 12 and 1 Ruey said she thought she'd jist lop down a few minutes on the old sofa at the foot of the bed, and I made me a cup of tea, like as I'm a-doin' now, and set with my back to him." "Well?" said Mrs. Kittridge, eagerly. "Well, you see, he kept a tossin' and throwin' off the clothes, and I kept a gettin' up to straighten 'em, and once he threw out his arms, and something bright fell out onto the pillow, and I went and looked, and it was a likeness that he wore by a ribbon round his neck. It was a woman, a real handsome one, and she had on a low-necked black dress, of the cut they used to call Marie Louise, and she had a string of pearls round her neck, and her hair curled with pearls in it, and very wide blue eyes. Well, you see, I didn't look but a minute before he seemed to wake up, and he caught at it and hid it in his clothes. Well, I went and sat down, and I grew kind o' sleepy over the fire. But pretty soon I heard him speak out very clear, and kind o' surprised, in a tongue I didn't understand, and I looked round." Miss Roxy here made a pause, and put another lump of sugar into her tea. "Well?" said Mrs. Kittridge, ready to burst with curiosity. "Well, now, I don't like to tell about these 'ere things, and you mustn't never speak about it. But as sure as you live, Polly Kittridge, I see that ar very woman standin' at the back of the bed, right in the partin' of the curtains, jist as she looked in the picture, blue eyes and curly hair and pearls on her neck and black dress." "What did you do?" said Mrs. Kittridge. "Do? Why, I just held my breath and looked, and in a minute it kind of faded away, and I got up and went to the bed. But the man was gone. He lay there with the pleasantest smile on his face that ever you see, and I woke up Ruey and told her about it." Mrs. Kittridge drew a long breath. "What do you think it was?" "Well," said Miss Roxy, "I know what I think, but I don't think best to tell. I told Dr. Merritts, and he said there were more things in heaven and earth than folks knew about, and so I think." Meanwhile, on this same evening, the little Mara frisked like a household fairy round the hearth of Zephaniah Pennel. The boy was a strong-limbed, merry-hearted little urchin, and did full justice to the abundant hospitalities of Mrs. Pennel's tea-table, and after a supper little Mara employed herself in bringing apronful after apronful of her choicest treasures and laying them down at his feet. His great black eyes flashed with pleasure, and he gamboled about the hearth with his new playmate in perfect forgetfulness, apparently, of all the past night of fear and anguish. When the great family Bible was brought out for prayers, and little Mara composed herself on a low stool by her grandmother's side, he, however, did not conduct himself as a babe of grace. He resisted all Miss Ruey's efforts to make him sit down beside her, and stood staring with his great, black, irreverent eyes during the Bible reading, and laughed out in the most inappropriate manner when the psalm-singing began, and seemed disposed to mingle incoherent remarks of his own even in the prayers. "This is a pretty self-willed youngster," said Miss Ruey, as they rose from the exercises, "and I shouldn't think he'd been used to religious privileges." "Perhaps not," said Zephaniah Pennel, "but who can say but what this providence is a message of the Lord to us, such as Pharaoh's daughter sent about Moses? Take this child and bring him up for me." "I'd like to take him, if I thought I was capable," said Mrs. Pennel, timidly. "It seems a real providence to give Mara some company. The poor child pines so for want of it." "Well, then, Mary, if you say so, we will bring him up with our little Mara," said Zephaniah, drawing the child toward him. "May the Lord bless him," he added, laying his great brown hands on the shining black curls of the child. Chapter 9. Moses. Sunday morning rose clear and bright on Harpswell Bay. The whole sea was a waveless blue looking-glass, streaked with bands of white, and flecked with sailing cloud shadows from the skies above. Orr's Island, with its blue-black spruces, its silver firs, its golden larches, its scarlet sumacs, lay on the bosom of the deep like a great many-colored gem on an enchanted mirror. A vague, dreamlike sense of rest and Sabbath stillness seemed to brood in the air. The very spruce trees seemed to know that it was Sunday, and to point solemnly upward with their dusky fingers. And the small tide waves that chased each other up on the shelly beach, or broke against projecting rocks, seemed to do it with a chastened decorum, as if each blue-haired wave whispered to his brother, "Be still, be still." Yes, Sunday, it was along all the beautiful shores of Maine, netted in green and azure by its thousand islands, all glorious with their majestic pines, all musical and silvery with the caresses of the sea waves that loved to wander and lose themselves in their numberless shelly coves and tiny beaches among their cedar shadows. Not merely as a burdensome restraint or a weary endurance came the shadow of that Puritan Sabbath. It brought with it all the sweetness that belongs to rest, all the sacredness that hallows home, all the memories of patient thrift, of sober order, of chastened yet intense family feeling, of calmness, purity, and self-respecting dignity which distinguish the Puritan household. It seemed a solemn pause in all the sights and sounds of earth, and he whose moral nature was not yet enough developed to fill the blank with visions of heaven, was yet wholesomely instructed by his weariness into the secret of his own spiritual poverty. Zephaniah Pennel, in his best Sunday clothes, with his hard visage glowing with a sort of interior tenderness, ministered this morning at his family altar, one of those 1,000 priests of God's ordaining that tend the sacred fire in as many families of New England. He had risen with the morning star and been forth to meditate, and came in with his mind softened and glowing. The trance-like calm of earth and sea found a solemn answer with him, as he read what a poet wrote by the seashores of the Mediterranean, ages ago. "Bless the Lord, O my soul. O Lord my God, thou art very great. Thou art clothed with honor and majesty, who coverest thyself with light as with a garment, who stretchest out the heavens like a curtain, who layeth the beams of his chambers in the waters, who maketh the clouds his chariot, who walketh upon the wings of the wind. The trees of the Lord are full of sap, the cedars of Lebanon which he hath planted, where the birds make their nests. As for the stork, the fir trees are her house. O Lord, how manifold are thy works! In wisdom hast thou made them all." Ages ago, the cedars that the poet saw have rotted into dust, and from their cones have risen generations of others, wide-winged and grand. But the words of that poet have been wafted like seed to our days, and sprung up in flowers of trust and faith in 1,000 households. "Well, now," said Miss Ruey, when the morning rite was over, "Mis' Pennel, I s'pose you and the cap'n will be wantin' to go to the meetin', so don't you gin yourselves a mite o' trouble about the children, for I'll stay home with 'em. The little feller was starty and fretful in his sleep last night, and didn't seem to be quite well." "No wonder, poor dear," said Mrs. Pennel. "It's a wonder children can forget as they do." "Yes," said Miss Ruey, "you know them lines in the English Reader. 'Gay hope is theirs by fancy led, least pleasing when possessed. The tear forgot as soon as shed, the sunshine of the breast.' Them lines always seemed to me affectin'." Miss Ruey's sentiment was here interrupted by a loud cry from the bedroom, and something between a sneeze and a howl. "Massy, what is that ar young'un up to?" she exclaimed, rushing into the adjoining bedroom. There stood the young Master Hopeful of our story, with streaming eyes and much bedaubed face, having just, after much labor, succeeded in making Miss Ruey's snuff-box fly open, which he did with such force as to send the contents into a perfect cloud into eyes, nose, and mouth. The scene of struggling and confusion that ensued cannot be described. The washings and wipings and sobbings and exhortings, and the sympathetic sobs of the little Mara formed a small tempest for the time being that was rather appalling. "Well, this air's a youngster that's a-goin' to make work," said Miss Ruey, when all things were tolerably restored. "Seems to make himself at home first thing." "Poor little dear," said Mrs. Pennel, in the excess of loving kindness. "I hope he will. He's welcome, I'm sure." "Not to my snuff-box," said Miss Ruey, who had felt herself attacked in a very tender point. "He's got the notion of lookin' into things pretty early," said Captain Pennel, with an indulgent smile. "Well, Aunt Ruey," said Mrs. Pennel, when this disturbance was somewhat abated, "I feel kind o' sorry to deprive you of your privileges to-day." "Oh, never mind me," said Miss Ruey, briskly. "I've got the big Bible, and I can sing a hymn or two by myself. My voice ain't quite what it used to be, but then I get a good deal of pleasure out of it." Aunt Ruey, it must be known, had in her youth been one of the foremost leaders in the singer seats, and now was in the habit of speaking of herself much as a retired prima donna might, whose past successes were yet in the minds of her generation. After giving a look out of the window to see that the children were within sight, she opened the big Bible at the story of the 10 plagues of Egypt, and adjusting her horn spectacles with a sort of sideway twist on her little pug nose, she seemed intent on her Sunday duties. A moment after, she looked up and said, "I don't know but I must send a message by you over to Mis' Deacon Badger, about a worldly matter, if 'tis Sunday. But I've been thinkin', Mis' Pennel, that there'll have to be clothes made up for this 'ere child next week, and so perhaps Roxy and I had better stop here a day or two longer, and you tell Mis' Badger that we'll come to her a Wednesday, and so she'll have time to have that new press-board done. The old one used to pester me so." "Well, I'll remember," said Mrs. Pennel. "It seems almost impossible to prevent one's thoughts wanderin' Sundays," said Aunt Ruey. "But I couldn't help a thinkin' I could get such a nice pair o' trousers out of them old Sunday ones of the Cap'n's in the garret. I was a-lookin' at 'em last Thursday, and thinkin' what a pity 'twas you hadn't nobody to cut down for. But this 'ere young un's going to be such a terror, he'll want somethin' real stout. But I'll try and put it out of my mind till Monday. Mis' Pennel, you'll be sure to ask Mis' Titcomb how Harriet's toothache is, and whether them drops cured her that I gin her last Sunday. And ef you'll just look in a minute at Major Broad's, and tell him to use bayberry wax for his blister, it's so healin'. And do just ask if Sally's baby's eye tooth has come through yet." "Well, Aunt Ruey, I'll try to remember all," said Mrs. Pennel, as she stood at the glass in her bedroom, carefully adjusting the respectable black silk shawl over her shoulders, and tying her neat bonnet strings. "I s'pose," said Aunt Ruey, "that the notice of the funeral be gin out after sermon." "Yes, I think so," said Mrs. Pennel. "It's another loud call," said Miss Ruey, "and I hope it will turn the young people from their thoughts of dress and vanity. There's Mary Jane Sanborn was all took up with gettin' feathers and velvet for her fall bonnet. I don't think I shall get no bonnet this year till snow comes. My bonnet's respectable enough, don't you think so?" "Certainly, Aunt Ruey, it looks very well." "Well, I'll have the pork and beans and brown bread all hot on the table agin you come back," said Miss Ruey, "and then after dinner we'll all go down to the funeral together. Mis' Pennel, there's one thing on my mind. What you goin' to call this 'ere boy?" "Father and I've been thinkin' that over," said Mrs. Pennel. "Wouldn't think of givin' him the Cap'n's name," said Aunt Ruey. "He must have a name of his own," said Captain Pennel. "Come here, sonny," he called to the child, who was playing just beside the door. The child lowered his head, shook down his long black curls, and looked through them as elfishly as a Skye terrier, but showed no inclination to come. "One thing he hasn't learned, evidently," said Captain Pennel, "and that is to mind. Here," he said, turning to the boy with a little of the tone he had used of old on the quarter-deck, and taking his small hand firmly. The child surrendered, and let the good man lift him on his knee, and stroke aside the clustering curls. The boy then looked fixedly at him with his great gloomy black eyes, his little firm-set mouth, and bridled chin, a perfect little miniature of proud manliness. "What's your name, little boy?" The great eyes continued looking in the same solemn quiet. "Law, he don't understand a word," said Zephaniah, putting his hand kindly on the child's head. "Our tongue is all strange to him. Kittridge says he's a Spanish child, maybe from the West Indies, but nobody knows. We never shall know his name." "Well, I dare say it was some popish nonsense or other," said Aunt Ruey. "And now he's come to a land of Christian privileges, we ought to give him a good Scripture name, and start him well in the world." "Let's call him Moses," said Zephaniah, "because we drew him out of the water." "Now, did I ever!" said Miss Ruey. "There's something in the Bible to fit everything, ain't there?" "I like Moses, because I had a brother of that name," said Mrs. Pennel. The child had slid down from his protector's knee, and stood looking from one to the other gravely while this discussion was going on. What change of destiny was then going on for him in this simple formula of adoption, none could tell. But surely never orphan stranded on a foreign shore found home with hearts more true and loving. "Well, wife, I s'pose we must be goin'," said Zephaniah. About a stone's throw from the open door, the little fishing craft lay curtsying daintily on the small tide waves that came licking up the white pebbly shore. Mrs. Pennel seated herself in the end of the boat, and a pretty placid picture she was, with her smooth parted hair, her modest, cool, drab bonnet, and her bright hazel eyes, in which was the Sabbath calm of a loving and tender heart. Zephaniah loosed the sail, and the two children stood on the beach and saw them go off. A pleasant little wind carried them away, and back on the breeze came the sound of Zephaniah's Sunday morning psalm. "Lord, in the morning thou shalt hear my voice ascending high. To thee will I direct my prayer, to thee lift up mine eye. Unto thy house will I resort, to taste thy mercies there. I will frequent thy holy court, and worship in thy fear." The surface of the glassy bay was dotted here and there with the white sails of other little craft bound for the same point, and for the same purpose. It was as pleasant a sight as one might wish to see. Left in charge of the house, Miss Ruey drew a long breath, took a consoling pinch of snuff, sang Bridgewater in an uncommonly high key, and then began reading in the prophecies. With her good head full of the daughter of Zion and the house of Israel and Judah, she was recalled to terrestrial things by loud screams from the barn, accompanied by a general flutter and cackling among the hens. Away plodded the good soul, and opening the barn door saw the little boy perched on the top of the haymow, screaming and shrieking, his face the picture of dismay, while poor little Mara's cries came in a more muffled manner from some unexplored lower region. In fact, she was found to have slipped through a hole in the haymow into the nest of a very domestic sitting hen, whose clamors at the invasion of her family privacy added no little to the general confusion. The little princess, whose nicety as to her dress and sensitiveness as to anything unpleasant about her pretty person we have seen, was lifted up streaming with tears and broken eggs, but otherwise not seriously injured, having fallen on the very substantial substratum of hay which Dame Pullet had selected as the foundation of her domestic hopes. "Well, now, did I ever?" said Miss Ruey, when she had ascertained that no bones were broken. "If that ar young un isn't a limb! I declare for't I pity Mis' Pennel. She don't know what she's undertook. How upon arth the critter managed to get Mara onto the hay, I'm sure I can't tell. That ar little thing never got into no such scrapes before." Far from seeming impressed with any wholesome remorse of conscience, the little culprit frowned fierce defiance at Miss Ruey, when, after having repaired the damages of little Mara's toilet, she essayed the good old plan of shutting him into the closet. He fought and struggled so fiercely that Aunt Ruey's carroty frisette came off in the skirmish, and her headgear, always rather original, assumed an aspect verging on the supernatural. Miss Ruey thought of Philistines and Moabites, and all the other terrible people she had been reading about that morning, and came as near getting into a passion with the little elf as so good-humored and Christian an old body could possibly do. Human virtue is frail, and every one has some vulnerable point. The old Roman senator could not control himself when his beard was invaded, and the like sensitiveness resides in an old woman's cap, and when young master irreverently clawed off her Sunday best, Aunt Ruey, in her confusion of mind, administered a sound cuff on either ear. Little Mara, who had screamed loudly through the whole scene, now conceiving that her precious new-found treasure was endangered, flew at poor Miss Ruey with both little hands, and throwing her arms round her boy, as she constantly called him, she drew him backward, and looked defiance at the common enemy. Miss Ruey was dumbstruck. "I declare for't, I believe he's bewitched her," she said, stupefied, having never seen anything like the martial expression which now gleamed from those soft brown eyes. "Why, Mara, dear, putty little Mara." But Mara was busy wiping away the angry tears that stood on the hot, glowing cheeks of the boy, and offering her little rosebud of a mouth to kiss him as she stood on tiptoe. "Poor boy! No Kai! Mara's boy," she said. "Mara, love boy." And then giving an angry glance at Aunt Ruey, who sat much disheartened and confused, she struck out her little prilly hand and cried, "Go way, naughty." The child jabbered unintelligibly and earnestly to Mara, and she seemed to have the air of being perfectly satisfied with his view of the case, and both regarded Miss Ruey with frowning looks. Under these peculiar circumstances, the good soul began to bethink her of some mode of compromise, and going to the closet, took out a couple of slices of cake, which she offered to the little rebels, with pacificatory words. Mara was appeased at once, and ran to Aunt Ruey, but the little boy struck the cake out of her hand, and looked at her with steady defiance. The little one picked it up, and with much chippering and many little feminine maneuvers, at last succeeded in making him taste it, after which appetite got the better of his valorous resolutions. He ate and was comforted, and after a little time the three were on the best possible footing. And Miss Ruey, having smoothed her hair and arranged her frisette and cap, began to reflect upon herself as the cause of the whole disturbance. If she had not let them run while she indulged in reading and singing, this would not have happened. So the toilful good soul kept them at her knee for the next hour or two, while they looked through all the pictures in the old family Bible. The evening of that day witnessed a crowded funeral in the small rooms of Captain Kittridge. Mrs. Kittridge was in her glory. Solemn and lugubrious to the last degree, she supplied in her own proper person the want of the whole corps of mourners, who generally attract sympathy on such occasions. But what drew artless pity from all was the unconscious orphan, who came in, led by Mrs. Pennel by the one hand, and with the little Mara by the other. The simple rite of baptism administered to the wondering little creature so strongly recalled that other scene 3 years before, that Mrs. Pennel hid her face in her handkerchief, and Zephaniah's firm hand shook a little as he took the boy to offer him to the rite. The child received the ceremony with a look of grave surprise, put up his hand quickly, and wiped the holy drops from his brow, as if they annoyed him, and shrinking back, seized hold of the gown of Mrs. Pennel. His great beauty, and still more, the air of haughty, defiant firmness with which he regarded the company, drew all eyes, and many were the whispered comments. "Pennel'll have his hands full with that ar chap," said Captain Kittridge to Miss Roxy. Mrs. Kittridge darted an admonitory glance at her husband, to remind him that she was looking at him, and immediately he collapsed into solemnity. The evening sunbeams slanted over the blackberry bushes and mullein stalks of the graveyard, when the lonely voyager was lowered to the rest from which she should not rise till the heavens be no more. As the purple sea at that hour retained no trace of the ships that had furrowed its waves, so of this mortal traveler no trace remained, not even in that infant soul that was to her so passionately dear. Chapter 10. The Minister. Mrs. Kittridge's advantages and immunities resulting from the shipwreck were not yet at an end. Not only had one of the most solemn providences known within the memory of the neighborhood fallen out at her door, not only had the most interesting funeral that had occurred for 3 or 4 years taken place in her parlor, but she was still further to be distinguished in having the minister to tea after the performances were all over. To this end she had risen early, and taken down her best china teacups, which had been marked with her and her husband's joint initials in Canton, and which only came forth on high and solemn occasions. In view of this probable distinction, on Saturday, immediately after the discovery of the calamity, Mrs. Kittridge had found time to rush to her kitchen and make up a loaf of pound cake and some doughnuts, that the great occasion which she foresaw might not find her below her reputation as a four-handed housewife. It was a fine golden hour when the minister and funeral train turned away from the grave. Unlike other funerals, there was no draw on sympathy in favor of mourners. No wife, or husband, or parent left a heart in that grave, and so, when the rites were all over, they turned with the more cheerfulness back into life, from the contrast of its freshness with those shadows into which, for the hour, they had been gazing. The Reverend Theophilus Sewell was one of the few ministers who preserved the costume of a former generation, with something of that imposing dignity with which, in earlier times, the habits of the clergy were invested. He was tall and majestic in stature, and carried to advantage the powdered wig and three-cornered hat, the broad-skirted coat, knee breeches, high shoes, and plated buckles of the ancient costume. There was just a sufficient degree of the formality of olden times to give a certain quaintness to all he said and did. He was a man of considerable degree of talent, force, and originality, and in fact had been held in his day to be one of the most promising graduates of Harvard University. But being a good man, he had proposed to himself no higher ambition than to succeed to the pulpit of his father in Harpswell. His parish included not only a somewhat scattered seafaring population on the mainland, but also the care of several islands. Like many other of the New England clergy of those times, he united in himself numerous different offices for the benefit of the people whom he served. As there was neither lawyer nor physician in the town, he had acquired by his reading, and still more by his experience, enough knowledge in both these departments to enable him to administer to the ordinary wants of a very healthy and peaceable people. It was said that most of the deeds and legal conveyances in his parish were in his handwriting, and in the medical line his authority was only rivaled by that of Miss Roxy, who claimed a very obvious advantage over him in a certain class of cases, from the fact of her being a woman, which was still further increased by the circumstance that the good man had retained steadfastly his bachelor estate. So, of course, Miss Roxy used to say, "Poor man, what could he know about a woman, you know?" This state of bachelorhood gave occasion to much surmising, but when spoken to about it, he was accustomed to remark with gallantry that he should have too much regard for any lady whom he could think of as wife, to ask her to share his straitened circumstances. His income, indeed, consisted of only about $200 a year, but upon this he and a very brisk, cheerful maiden sister contrived to keep up a thrifty and comfortable establishment, in which everything appeared to be pervaded by a spirit of quaint cheerfulness. In fact, the man might be seen to be an original in his way, and all the springs of his life were kept oiled by a quiet humor, which sometimes broke out in playful sparkles, despite the gravity of the pulpit and the awfulness of the cocked hat. He had a placid way of amusing himself with the quaint and picturesque side of life, as it appeared in all his visitings among a very primitive, yet very shrewd-minded people. There are those people who possess a peculiar faculty of mingling in the affairs of this life as spectators as well as actors. It does not, of course, suppose any coldness of nature, or want of human interest or sympathy. Nay, it often exists most completely with people of the tenderest human feeling. It rather seems to be a kind of distinct faculty, working harmoniously with all the others. But he who possesses it need never to be at a loss for interest or amusement. He is always a spectator at a tragedy or comedy, and sees in real life a humor and a pathos beyond anything he can find shadowed in books. Mr. Sewell sometimes, in his pastoral visitations, took a quiet pleasure in playing upon these simple minds, and amusing himself with the odd harmonies and singular resolutions of chords which started out under his fingers. Surely he had a right to something in addition to his limited salary, and this innocent, unsuspected entertainment helped to make up the balance for his many labors. His sister was one of the best-hearted and most unsuspicious of the class of female idolaters, and worshipped her brother with the most undoubting faith and devotion, wholly ignorant of the constant amusement she gave him by 1,000 little feminine peculiarities, which struck him with a continual sense of oddity. It was infinitely diverting to him to see the solemnity of her interest in his shirts and stockings and Sunday clothes, and to listen to the subtle distinctions which she would draw between best and second best, and every day, to receive her somewhat prolix admonition how he was to demean himself in respect of the wearing of each one. For Miss Emily Sewell was a gentlewoman, and held rigidly to various traditions of gentility which had been handed down in the Sewell family, and which afforded her brother too much quiet amusement to be disturbed. He would not have overthrown one of her quiddities for the world. It would be taking away a part of his capital and existence. Miss Emily was a trim, genteel little person, with dancing black eyes, and cheeks which had the roses of youth well dried into them. It was easy to see that she had been quite pretty in her days, and her neat figure, her brisk little vivacious ways, her unceasing good nature and kindness of heart, still made her an object both of admiration and interest in the parish. She was great in drying herbs and preparing recipes, in knitting and sewing, and cutting and contriving, in saving every possible snip and chip either of food or clothing. And no less liberal was she in bestowing advice and aid in the parish, where she moved about with all the sense of consequence which her brother's position warranted. The fact of his bachelorhood caused his relations to the female part of his flock to be even more shrouded in sacredness and mystery than is commonly the case with the great man of the parish. But Miss Emily delighted to act as interpreter. She was charmed to serve out to the willing ears of his parish, from time to time, such scraps of information as regarded his life, habits, and opinions as might gratify their ever-new curiosity. Instructed by her, all the good wives knew the difference between his very best long silk stocking and his second best, and how carefully the first had to be kept under lock and key where he could not get at them, for he was understood, good as he was, to have concealed in him all the thriftless and pernicious inconsiderateness of the male nature, ready at any moment to break out into unheard-of improprieties. But the good man submitted himself to Miss Emily's rule, and suffered himself to be led about by her with an air of half-whimsical consciousness. Mrs. Kittridge that day had felt the full delicacy of the compliment when she ascertained, by a hasty glance, before the first prayer, that the good man had been brought out to her funeral in all his very best things, not excepting the long silk stockings, for she knew the second best pair by means of a certain skilful darn which Miss Emily had once shown her, which commemorated the spot where a hole had been. The absence of this darn struck to Mrs. Kittridge's heart at once as a delicate attention. "Mis' Simpkins," said Mrs. Kittridge to her pastor, as they were seated at the tea-table, "told me that she wished when you were going home that you would call in to see Mary Jane. She couldn't come out to the funeral on account of a drefful sore throat. I was tellin' on her to gargle it with blackberry root tea. Don't you think that is a good gargle, Mr. Sewell?" "Yes, I think it a very good gargle," replied the minister gravely. "Ma'sh rosemary is the gargle that I always use," said Miss Roxy. "It cleans out your throat so." "Marsh rosemary is a very excellent gargle," said Mr. Sewell. "Why, brother, don't you think that rose leaves and vitriol is a good gargle?" said little Miss Emily. "I always thought that you liked rose leaves and vitriol for a gargle." "So I do," said the imperturbable Mr. Sewell, drinking his tea with the air of a sphinx. "Well, now, you'll have to tell which on 'em will be most likely to cure Mary Jane," said Captain Kittridge, "or there'll be a pullin' of caps, I'm thinkin', or else the poor girl will have to drink them all, which is generally the way." "There won't any of them cure Mary Jane's throat," said the minister, quietly. "Why, brother! Why, Mr. Sewell! "Why you don't?" burst in different tones from each of the women. "I thought you said that blackberry root tea was good," said Mrs. Kittridge. "I understood that you approved of mâche rosemary," said Miss Roxy, touched in her professional pride. "And I am sure, brother, that I have heard you say, often and often, that there wasn't a better gargle than rose leaves and vitriol," said Miss Emily. "You are quite right, ladies, all of you. I think these are all good gargles, excellent ones." "But I thought you said that they didn't do any good," said all the ladies in a breath. "No, they don't, not the least in the world," said Mr. Sewell. "But they are all excellent gargles, and as long as people must have gargles, I think one is about as good as another." "Now you have got it," said Captain Kittridge. "Brother, you do say the strangest things," said Miss Emily. "Well, I must say," said Miss Roxy, "it is a new idea to me, long as I've been nussin', and I was nussed through one season of scarlet fever when sometimes there was 5 died in one house, and if mâche rosemary didn't do good then, I should like to know what did." "So would a good many others," said the minister. "Law, now, Miss Roxy, you mustn't mind him. Do you know that I believe he says these sort of things just to hear us talk? Of course he wouldn't think of puttin' his experience against yours." "But, Miss Kittridge," said Miss Emily, with a view of summoning a less controverted subject, "what a beautiful little boy that was, and what a striking providence that brought him into such a good family." "Yes," said Mrs. Kittridge, "but I'm sure I don't see what Mary Pennel is goin' to do with that boy, for she ain't got no more government than a twisted tow-string." "Oh, the Cap'n, he'll lend a hand," said Miss Roxy. "It won't be easy gettin' round him. Cap'n bears a pretty steady hand when he sets out to drive." "Well," said Miss Emily, "I do think that bringin' up children is the most awful responsibility, and I always wonder when I hear that any one dares to undertake it." "It requires a great deal of resolution, certainly," said Mrs. Kittridge. "I'm sure I used to get almost discouraged when my boys was young. They was a reg'lar set of wild asses colts," she added, not perceiving the reflection on their paternity. But the countenance of Mr. Sewell was all aglow with merriment, which did not break into a smile. "Wall, Mis' Kittridge," said the Captain, "strikes me that you're gettin' pussonal." "No, I ain't neither," said the literal Mrs. Kittridge, ignorant of the cause of the amusement which she saw around her. "But you won't no help to me, you know. You was always off to sea, and the whole wear and tear on it came on me." "Well, well, Polly, all's well that ends well. Don't you think so, Mr. Sewell?" "I haven't much experience in these matters," said Mr. Sewell, politely. "No, indeed, that's what he hasn't, for he never will have a child round the house that he don't turn everything topsy-turvy for them," said Miss Emily. "But I was going to remark," said Mr. Sewell, "that a friend of mine said once, that the woman that had brought up 6 boys deserved a seat among the martyrs, and that is rather my opinion." "Well, Polly, if you get up there, I hope you'll keep a seat for me." "Cap'n Kittridge, what levity!" said his wife. "I didn't begin it, anyhow," said the Captain. Miss Emily interposed, and led the conversation back to the subject. "What a pity it is," she said, "that this poor child's family can never know anything about him. There may be those who would give all the world to know what has become of him, and when he comes to grow up, how sad he will feel to have no father and mother." "Sister," said Mr. Sewell, "you cannot think that a child brought up by Captain Pennel and his wife would ever feel as without father and mother." "Why, no, brother, to be sure not. There's no doubt he will have everything done for him that a child could. But then it's a loss to lose one's real home." "It may be a gracious deliverance," said Mr. Sewell. "Who knows? We may as well take a cheerful view, and think that some kind wave has drifted the child away from an unfortunate destiny to a family where we are quite sure he will be brought up industriously and soberly, and in the fear of God." "Well, I never thought of that," said Miss Roxy. Miss Emily, looking at her brother, saw that he was speaking with a suppressed vehemence, as if some inner fountain of recollection at the moment were disturbed. But Miss Emily knew no more of the deeper parts of her brother's nature than a little bird that dips its beak into the sunny waters of some spring knows of its depths of coldness and shadow. "Mis' Pennel was sayin' to me," said Miss Kittridge, "that I should ask you what was to be done about the bracelet they found. We don't know whether 'tis real gold and precious stones, or only glass and pinchbeck. Cap'n Kittridge, he thinks it's real. And if 'tis, why then the question is whether or not to try to sell it, or keep it for the boy agin he grows up. It may help find out who and what he is." "And why should he want to find out?" said Mr. Sewell. "Why should he not grow up and think himself the son of Captain and Mrs. Pennel? What better lot could a boy be born to?" "That may be, brother, but it can't be kept from him. Everybody knows how he was found, and you may be sure every bird of the air will tell him, and he'll grow up restless and wanting to know. Miss Kittridge, have you got the bracelet handy?" The fact was, little Miss Emily was just dying with curiosity to set her dancing black eyes upon it. "Here it is," said Mrs. Kittridge, taking it from a drawer. It was a bracelet of hair, of some curious foreign workmanship. A green enameled serpent, studded thickly with emeralds and with eyes of ruby, was curled around the clasp. A crystal plate covered a wide flat braid of hair, on which the letters D.M. were curiously embroidered in a cipher of seed pearls. The whole was in style and workmanship quite different from any jewelry which ordinarily meets one's eye. But what was remarkable was the expression in Mr. Sewell's face when this bracelet was put into his hand. Miss Emily had risen from table and brought it to him, leaning over him as she did so, and he turned his head a little to hold it in the light from the window, so that only she remarked the sudden expression of blank surprise and startled recognition which fell upon it. He seemed like a man who chokes down an exclamation, and rising hastily, he took the bracelet to the window, and standing with his back to the company, seemed to examine it with the minutest interest. After a few moments he turned and said, in a very composed tone, as if the subject were of no particular interest, "It is a singular article, so far as workmanship is concerned. The value of the gems in themselves is not great enough to make it worth while to sell it. It will be worth more as a curiosity than anything else. It will doubtless be an interesting relic to keep for the boy when he grows up." "Well, Mr. Sewell, you keep it," said Mrs. Kittridge. "The Pennels told me to give it into your care." "I shall commit it to Emily here. Women have a native sympathy with anything in the jewelry line. She'll be sure to lay it up so securely that she won't even know where it is herself." "Brother." "Come, Emily," said Mr. Sewell, "your hens will all go to roost on the wrong perch if you are not at home to see to them. So, if the captain will set us across to Harpswell, I think we may as well be going." "Why, what's your hurry?" said Mrs. Kittridge. "Well," said Mr. Sewell, "firstly, there's the hens, secondly, the pigs, and lastly, the cow. Besides, I shouldn't wonder if some of Emily's admirers should call on her this evening. Never any saying when Captain Broad may come in." "Now, brother, you are too bad," said Miss Emily, as she bustled about her bonnet and shawl. "Now that's all made up out of whole cloth. Captain Broad called last week a Monday to talk to you about the pews, and hardly spoke a word to me. You oughtn't to say such things, 'cause it raises reports." "Ah, well, then, I won't again," said her brother. "I believe, after all, it was Captain Badger that called twice." "Brother." "And left you a basket of apples the second time." "Brother, you know he only called to get some of my horehound for Mehitable's cough." "Oh, yes, I remember." "If you don't take care," said Miss Emily, "I'll tell where you call." "Come, Miss Emily, you must not mind him," said Miss Roxy. "We all know his ways." And now took place the grand leave-taking, which consisted first of the three womans standing in a knot and all talking at once, as if their very lives depended upon saying everything they could possibly think of before they separated, while Mr. Sewell and Captain Kittridge stood patiently waiting with the resigned air which the male sex commonly assume on such occasions, and when, after two or three "Come, Emily's," the group broke up only to form again on the doorstep, where they were at it harder than ever, and a third occasion of the same sort took place at the bottom of the steps. Mr. Sewell was at last obliged by main force to drag his sister away in the middle of a sentence. Miss Emily watched her brother shrewdly all the way home, but all traces of any uncommon feeling had passed away. And yet, with the restlessness of female curiosity, she felt quite sure that she had laid hold of the end of some skein of mystery, could she only find skill enough to unwind it. She took up the bracelet and held it in the fading evening light, and broke into various observations with regard to the singularity of the workmanship. Her brother seemed entirely absorbed in talking with Captain Kittridge about the brig Anna Maria, which was going to be launched from Pennell's Wharf next Wednesday. But she, therefore, internally resolved to lie in wait for the secret in that confidential hour which usually preceded going to bed. Therefore, as soon as she had arrived at their quiet dwelling, she put in operation the most seducing little fire that ever crackled and snapped in a chimney, well knowing that nothing was more calculated to throw light into any hidden or concealed chamber of the soul than that enlivening blaze, which danced so merrily on her well-polished andirons, and made the old chintz sofa and the time-worn furniture so rich in remembrances of family comfort. She then proceeded to divest her brother of his wig and his dress coat, and to induct him into the flowing ease of a study gown, crowning his well-shaven head with a black cap, and placing his slippers before the corner of a sofa nearest the fire. She observed him with a satisfaction sliding into his seat, and then she trotted to a closet with a glass door in the corner of the room, and took down an old, quaintly shaped silver cup, which had been an heirloom in their family, and was the only piece of plate which their modern domestic establishment could boast. And with this, down cellar she tripped, her little heels tapping lightly on each stair, and the hum of a song coming back after her as she sought the cider barrel. Up again she came, and set the silver cup, with its clear amber contents, down by the fire, and then busied herself in making just the crispest, nicest square of toast to be eaten with it. For Miss Emily had conceived the idea that some little ceremony of this sort was absolutely necessary to do away all possible ill effects from a day's labor, and secure an uninterrupted night's repose. Having done all this, she took her knitting work, and stationed herself just opposite to her brother. It was fortunate for Miss Emily that the era of daily journals had not yet arisen upon the earth, because if it had, after all her care and pains, her brother would probably have taken up the evening paper, and holding it between his face and her, have read an hour or so in silence. But Mr. Sewell had not this resort. He knew perfectly well that he had excited his sister's curiosity on a subject where he could not gratify it, and therefore he took refuge in a kind of mild, abstracted air of quietude which bid defiance to all her little suggestions. After in vain trying every indirect form, Miss Emily approached the subject more pointedly. "I thought that you looked very much interested in that poor woman to-day." "She had an interesting face," said her brother, dryly. "Was it like anybody that you ever saw?" said Miss Emily. Her brother did not seem to hear her, but, taking the tongs, picked up the two ends of a stick that had just fallen apart, and arranged them so as to make a new blaze. Miss Emily was obliged to repeat her question, whereat he started as one awakened out of a dream, and said, "Why, yes, he didn't know but she did. There were a great many women with black eyes and black hair. Mrs. Kittridge, for instance." "Why, I don't think that she looked like Mrs. Kittridge in the least," said Miss Emily, warmly. "Oh, well, I didn't say she did," said her brother, looking drowsily at his watch. "Why, Emily, it's getting rather late." "What made you look so when I showed you that bracelet?" said Miss Emily, determined now to push the war to the heart of the enemy's country. "Look how?" said her brother, leisurely moistening a bit of toast in his cider. "Why, I never saw anybody look more wild and astonished than you did for a minute or two." "I did I?" said her brother, in the same indifferent tone. "My dear child, what an active imagination you have! Did you ever look through a prism, Emily?" "Why, no, Theophilus. What do you mean?" "Well, if you should, you would see everybody and everything with a nice little bordering of rainbow around them. Now the rainbow isn't on the things, but in the prism." "Well, what's that to the purpose?" said Miss Emily, rather bewildered. "Why, just this. You women are so nervous and excitable that you are very apt to see your friends and the world in general with some coloring just as unreal. I am sorry for you, childie, but really I can't help you to get up a romance out of this bracelet. Well, good night, Emily. Take good care of yourself and go to bed." And Mr. Sewell went to his room, leaving poor Miss Emily almost persuaded out of the sight of her own eyes. Chapter 11. Little Adventurers. The little boy who had been added to the family of Zephaniah Pennel and his wife soon became a source of grave solicitude to that mild and long-suffering woman. For, as the reader may have seen, he was a resolute, self-willed little elf, and whatever his former life may have been, it was quite evident that these traits had been developed without any restraint. Mrs. Pennel, whose whole domestic experience had consisted in rearing one very sensitive and timid daughter, who needed for her development only an extreme of tenderness, and whose conscientiousness was a law unto herself, stood utterly confounded before the turbulent little spirit to which her loving kindness had opened so ready an asylum, and she soon discovered that it is one thing to take a human being to bring up, and another to know what to do with it after it is taken. The child had the instinctive awe of Zephaniah which his manly nature and habits of command were fitted to inspire, so that morning and evening, when he was at home, he was demure enough. But while the good man was away all day, and sometimes on fishing excursions which often lasted a week, there was a chronic state of domestic warfare, a succession of skirmishes, pitched battles, long treaties, with divers articles of capitulation, ending, as treaties are apt to do, in open rupture on the first convenient opportunity. Mrs. Pennel sometimes reflected with herself mournfully, and with many self-disparaging sighs, what was the reason that young master somehow contrived to keep her far more in awe of him than he was of her? Was she not evidently, as yet at least, bigger and stronger than he, able to hold his rebellious little hands, to lift and carry him, and to shut him up, if she so willed, in a dark closet, and even to administer to him that discipline of the birch, which Mrs. Kittridge often and forcibly recommended as the great secret of her family prosperity? Was it not her duty, as everybody told her, to break his will while he was young? A duty which hung like a millstone round the peaceable creature's neck, and weighted her down with a distressing sense of responsibility. Now Mrs. Pennel was one of the people to whom self-sacrifice is constitutionally so much a nature, that self-denial for her must have consisted in standing up for her own rights, or having her own way when it crossed the will and pleasure of any one around her. All she wanted of a child, or in fact of any human creature, was something to love and serve. We leave it entirely to theologians to reconcile such facts with a theory of total depravity, but it is a fact that there are a considerable number of women of this class. Their life would flow on very naturally if it might consist only in giving, never in withholding, only in praise, never in blame, only in acquiescence, never in conflict. And the chief comfort of such women in religion is that it gives them at last an object for love without criticism, and for whom the utmost degree of self-abandonment is not idolatry, but worship. Mrs. Pennel would gladly have placed herself and all she possessed at the disposition of the children. They might have broken her china, dug in the garden with her silver spoons, made turf alleys in her best room, drummed on her mahogany tea-table, filled her muslin drawer with their choicest shells and seaweed. Only Mrs. Pennel knew that such kindness was no kindness, and that in the dreadful word responsibility, familiar to every New England mother's ear, there lay an awful summons to deny and to conflict where she could so much easier have conceded. She saw that the tyrant little will would reign without mercy, if it reigned at all, and ever present with her was the uneasy sense that it was her duty to bring this erratic little comet within the laws of a well-ordered solar system, a task to which she felt about as competent as to make a new ring for Saturn. Then, too, there was a secret feeling, if the truth must be told, of what Mrs. Kittridge would think about it. For duty is never more formidable than when she gets on the cap and gown of a neighbor. And Mrs. Kittridge, with her resolute voice and declamatory family government, had always been a secret source of uneasiness to poor Mrs. Pennel, who was one of those sensitive souls who can feel for a mile or more the sphere of a stronger neighbor. During all the years that they had lived side by side, there had been this shadowy, unconfessed feeling on the part of poor Mrs. Pennel, that Mrs. Kittridge thought her deficient in her favorite virtue of resolution, as, in fact, in her inmost soul she knew she was. But who wants to have one's weak places looked into by the sharp eyes of a neighbor, who is strong precisely where we are weak? The trouble that one neighbor may give to another, simply by living within a mile of one, is incredible. But until this new accession to her family, Mrs. Pennel had always been able to comfort herself with the idea that the child under her particular training was as well behaved as any of those of her more demonstrative friend. But now all this consolation had been put to flight. She could not meet Mrs. Kittridge without most humiliating recollections. On Sundays, when those sharp black eyes gleamed upon her through the rails of the neighboring pew, her very soul shrank within her, as she recollected all the compromises and defeats of the week before. It seemed to her that Mrs. Kittridge saw it all, how she had ingloriously bought peace with gingerbread, instead of maintaining it by rightful authority, how young master had sat up till 9 o'clock on divers occasions, and even kept little Mara up for his lordly pleasure. How she trembled at every movement of the child in the pew, dreading some patent and open impropriety which should bring scandal on her government. This was the more to be feared, as the first effort to initiate the youthful neophyte in the decorums of the sanctuary had proved anything but a success, insomuch that Zephaniah Pennel had been obliged to carry him out from the church. Therefore poor Mrs. Pennel was thankful every Sunday when she got her little charge home without any distinct scandal and breach of the peace. But after all, he was such a handsome and engaging little wretch, attracting all eyes wherever he went, and so full of saucy drolleries, that it seemed to Mrs. Pennel that everything and everybody conspired to help her spoil him. There are two classes of human beings in this world. One class seem made to give love, and the other to take it. Now Mrs. Pennel and Mara belonged to the first class, and little Master Moses to the latter. It was perhaps of service to the little girl to give to her delicate, shrinking, highly nervous organization the constant support of a companion so courageous, so richly blooded, and highly vitalized as the boy seemed to be. There was a fervid tropical richness in his air that gave one a sense of warmth in looking at him, and made his oriental name seem in good keeping. He seemed an exotic that might have waked up under fervid Egyptian suns, and been found cradled among the lotus blossoms of old Nile, and the fair golden-haired girl seemed to be gladdened by his companionship, as if he supplied an element of vital warmth to her being. She seemed to incline toward him as naturally as a needle to a magnet. The child's quickness of ear and the facility with which he picked up English were marvelous to observe. Evidently, he had been somewhat accustomed to the sound of it before, for there dropped out of his vocabulary, after he began to speak, phrases which would seem to betoken a long familiarity with its idioms than could be equally accounted for by his present experience. Though the English evidently was not his native language, there had yet apparently been some effort to teach it to him, although the terror and confusion of the shipwreck seemed at first to have washed every former impression from his mind. But whenever any attempt was made to draw him to speak of the past, of his mother, or of where he came from, his brow lowered gloomily, and he assumed that kind of moody, impenetrable gravity which children at times will so strangely put on, and which baffle all attempts to look within them. Zephaniah Pennel used to call it putting up his deadlights. Perhaps it was the dreadful association of agony and terror connected with the shipwreck that thus confused and darkened the mirror of his mind the moment it was turned backward. but it was thought wisest by his new friends to avoid that class of subjects altogether. Indeed, it was their wish that he might forget the past entirely, and remember them as his only parents. Miss Roxy and Miss Ruey came duly, as appointed, to initiate the young pilgrim into the habiliments of a Yankee boy, endeavoring at the same time to drop into his mind such seeds of moral wisdom as might make the internal economy and time correspond to the exterior. But Miss Roxy declared that of all the children that ever she see, he be all for finding out new mischief. The moment you'd make him understand he mustn't do one thing, he was right at another. One of his exploits, however, had very nearly been the means of cutting short the materials of our story in the outset. It was a warm, sunny afternoon, and the three women, being busy together with their stitching, had tied a sunbonnet on little Mara and turned the two loose upon the beach to pick up shells. All was serene and quiet and retired, and no possible danger could be apprehended. So up and down they trotted, till the spirit of adventure which ever burned in the breast of little Moses caught sight of a small canoe which had been moored just under the shadow of a cedar-covered rock. Forthwith he persuaded his little neighbor to go into it, and for a while they made themselves very gay, rocking it from side to side. The tide was going out, and each retreating wave washed the boat up and down, till it came into the boy's curly head how beautiful it would be to sail out as he had seen men do. And so, with much puffing and earnest tugging of his little brown hands, the boat at last was loosed from her moorings and pushed out on the tide, when both children laughed gaily to find themselves swinging and balancing on the amber surface, and watching the rings and sparkles of sunshine and the white pebbles below. Little Moses was glorious. His adventures had begun, and with a fairy princess in his boat he was going to stretch away to some of the islands of dreamland. He persuaded Mara to give him her pink sunbonnet, which he placed for a pennon on a stick at the end of the boat, while he made a vehement dashing with another, first on one side of the boat and then on the other, spattering the water in diamond showers, to the infinite amusement of the little maiden. Meanwhile the tide waves danced them out and still outward, and as they went farther and farther from shore, the more glorious felt the boy. He had got Mara all to himself, and was going away with her from all grown people, who wouldn't let children do as they pleased, who made them sit still in prayer time, and took them to meeting, and kept so many things which they must not touch or open or play with. 2 white seagulls came flying toward the children, and they stretched their little arms in welcome, nothing doubting but these fair creatures were coming at once to take passage with them for fairyland. But the birds only dived and shifted and veered, turning their silvery sides toward the sun, and careering in circles round the children. A brisk little breeze that came hurrying down from the land seemed disposed to favor their unsubstantial enterprise, for your winds, being a fanciful, uncertain tribe of people, are always for falling in with anything that is contrary to common sense. So the wind trolled them merrily along, nothing doubting that there might be time, if they hurried, to land their boat on the shore of some of the low-banked red clouds that lay in the sunset, where they could pick up shells, blue and pink and purple, enough to make them rich for life. The children were all excitement at the rapidity with which their little bark danced and rocked, as it floated outward to the broad open ocean, at the blue freshening waves, at the silver glancing gulls, at the floating white-winged ships, and at vague expectations of going rapidly somewhere, to something more beautiful still. And what is the happiness of the brightest hours of grown people more than this? "Roxy," said Aunt Ruey, innocently, "seems to me I haven't heard nothin' of them children lately. They're so still. I'm 'fraid there's some mischief." "Well, Ruey, you just go and give a look at 'em," said Miss Roxy. "I declare, that boy! I never know what he will do next, but there didn't seem to be nothin' to get into out there but the sea, and the beach is so shelving, a body can't well fall into that." Alas, good Miss Roxy, the children are at this moment tilting up and down on the waves, half a mile out to sea, as airily happy as the seagulls, and little Moses now thinks, with glorious scorn, of you and your press-board, as of grim shadows of restraint and bondage that shall never darken his free life more. Both Miss Roxy and Mrs. Pennel were, however, startled into a paroxysm of alarm when poor Miss Ruey came screaming as she entered the door. "As sure as you're alive, them chillen are off in the boat. They're out to sea, sure as I'm alive. What shall we do? The boat'll upset, and the sharks'll get 'em." Miss Roxy ran to the window, and saw dancing and curtsying on the blue waves the little pinnace, with its fanciful pink pennon fluttered gaily by the indiscreet and flattering wind. Poor Mrs. Pennel ran to the shore, and stretched her arms wildly, as if she would have followed them across the treacherous blue floor that heaved and sparkled between them. "Oh, Mara, Mara! Oh, my poor little girl! Oh, poor children!" "Well, if ever I see such a young un as that," soliloquized Miss Roxy from the chamber window. "There they be, dancin' and giggettin' about. They'll have the boat upset in a minute, and the sharks are waitin' for 'em, no doubt. I believe that our young un's helped by the evil one. Not a boat round, else I'd push off after 'em. Well, I don't see but we must trust in the Lord. There don't seem to be much else to trust to," said the spinster, as she drew her head in grimly. To say the truth, there was some reason for the terror of these most fearful suggestions, for not far from the place where the children embarked was Zephaniah's fish-drawing ground, and multitudes of sharks came up with every rising tide, allured by the offal that was here constantly thrown into the sea. Two of these prowlers, outward bound from their quest, were even now assiduously attending the little boat, and the children derived no small amusement from watching their motions in the pellucid water, the boy occasionally almost upsetting the boat by valorous plunges at them with his stick. It was the most exhilarating and piquant entertainment he had found for many a day, and little Mara laughed in chorus at every lunge that he made. What would have been the end of it all, it is difficult to say, had not some mortal power interfered before they had sailed finally away into the sunset. But it so happened, on this very afternoon, Reverend Mr. Sewell was out in a boat, busy in the very apostolic employment of catching fish, and looking up from one of the contemplative pauses which his occupation induced, he rubbed his eyes at the apparition which presented itself. A tiny little shell of a boat came drifting toward him, in which was a black-eyed boy, with cheeks like a pomegranate, and lustrous tendrils of silky dark hair, and a little golden-haired girl, white as a water-lily, and looking ethereal enough to have risen out of the sea-foam. Both were in the very sparkle and effervescence of that fanciful glee which bubbles up from the golden, untried fountains of early childhood. Mr. Sewell, at a glance, comprehended the whole, and at once overhauling the tiny craft, he broke the spell of fairyland, and constrained the little people to return to the confines, dull and dreary, of real and actual life. Neither of them had known a doubt or a fear in that joyous trance of forbidden pleasure, which shadowed with so many fears the wiser and more far-seeing heads and hearts of the grown people. Nor was there enough language yet in common between the two classes to make the little ones comprehend the risk they had run. Perhaps so do our elder brothers, in our Father's house, look anxiously out when we are sailing gaily over life's sea, over unknown depths, amid threatening monsters, but want words to tell us why what seems so bright is so dangerous. Duty herself could not have worn a more rigid aspect than Miss Roxy, as she stood on the beach, press-board in hand, for she had forgotten to lay it down in the eagerness of her anxiety. She essayed to lay hold of the little hand of Moses to pull him from the boat, but he drew back, and looking at her with a world of defiance in his great eyes, jumped magnanimously upon the beach. The spirit of Sir Francis Drake and of Christopher Columbus was swelling in his little body, and was he to be brought under by a dry-visaged woman with a press-board? In fact, nothing is more ludicrous about the escapades of children than the utter insensibility they feel to the dangers they have run, and the light esteem in which they hold the deep tragedy they create. That night, when Zephaniah, in his evening exercise, poured forth most fervent thanksgivings for the deliverance, while Mrs. Pennel was sobbing in her handkerchief, Miss Roxy was much scandalized by seeing the young cause of all the disturbance sitting upon his heels, regarding the emotion of the kneeling party with his wide, bright eyes, without a wink of compunction. Well, for her part, she said, she hoped Cap'n Pennel would be blessed in takin' that ar boy, but she was sure she didn't see much that looked like it now. The Reverend Mr. Sewell fished no more that day, for the draught from fairyland with which he had filled his boat brought up many thoughts into his mind, which he pondered anxiously. Strange ways of God, he thought, that should send to my door this child, and should wash upon the beach the only sign by which he could be identified. To what end or purpose? Hath the Lord a will in this matter, and what is it? So he thought as he slowly rowed homeward, and so did his thoughts work upon him that halfway across the bay to Harpswell he slackened his oar without knowing it, and the boat lay drifting on the purple and gold-tinted mirror, like a speck between two eternities. Under such circumstances, even heads that have worn the clerical wig for years at times get a little dizzy and dreamy. Perhaps it was because of the impression made upon him by the sudden apparition of those great dark eyes and sable curls, that he now thought of the boy that he had found floating that afternoon, looking as if some tropical flower had been washed landward by a monsoon. And as the boat rocked and tilted, and the minister gazed dreamily downward into the wavering rings of purple, orange, and gold which spread out and out from it, gradually it seemed to him that a face much like the child's formed itself in the waters. But it was the face of a girl, young and radiantly beautiful, yet with those same eyes and curls. He saw her distinctly, with her 1,000 rings of silky hair, bound with strings of pearls and clasped with strange gems, and she raised one arm imploringly to him, and on the wrist he saw the bracelet embroidered with seed pearls, and the letters D.M. "Ah, Dolores," he said, "well wert thou called so. Poor Dolores, I cannot help thee." "What am I dreaming of?" said the Reverend Mr. Sewell. "It is my Thursday evening lecture on justification, and Emily has got tea ready, and here I am catching cold out on the bay." Chapter 12. Sea Tales. Mr. Sewell, as the reader may perhaps have inferred, was of a nature profoundly secretive. It was in most things quite as pleasant for him to keep matters to himself as it was to Miss Emily to tell them to somebody else. She resembled more than anything one of those trotting, chattering little brooks that enliven the back lot of many a New England home, while he was like one of those wells you shall sometimes see by a deserted homestead, so long unused that ferns and lichens feather every stone, down to the dark, cool water. Dear to him was the stillness and coolness of inner thoughts, with which no stranger intermeddles. Dear to him every pendant fern leaf of memory, every dripping moss of old recollection. And though the waters of his soul came up healthy and refreshing enough when one really must have them, yet one had to go armed with bucket and line and draw them up. They never flowed. One of his favorite maxims was, that the only way to keep a secret was never to let any one suspect that you have one. And as he had one now, he had, as you have seen, done his best to baffle and put to sleep the feminine curiosity of his sister. He rather wanted to tell her, too, for he was a good-natured brother, and would have liked to have given her the amount of pleasure the confidence would have produced. But then he reflected with dismay on the number of women in his parish with whom Miss Emily was on tea-drinking terms. He thought of the wondrous solvent powers of that beverage in whose amber depths so many resolutions, yea, and solemn vows, of utter silence have been dissolved like Cleopatra's pearls. He knew that an infusion of his secret would steam up from every cup of tea Emily should drink for 6 months to come, till gradually every particle would be dissolved and float in the air of common fame. No, it would not do. You would have thought, however, that something was the matter with Mr. Sewell, had you seen him after he retired for the night, after he had so very indifferently dismissed the subject of Miss Emily's inquiries. For instead of retiring quietly to his bed, as had been his habit for years at that hour, he locked his door, and then unlocked a desk of private papers, and emptied certain pigeonholes of their contents, and for an hour or two sat unfolding and looking over old letters and papers. And when all this was done, he pushed them from him, and sat for a long time buried in thoughts which went down very, very deep into that dark and mossy well of which we have spoken. Then he took a pen and wrote a letter, and addressed it to a direction for which he had searched through many piles of paper, and having done so, seemed to ponder, uncertainly, whether to send it or not. The Harpswell post office was kept in Mr. Silas Parrott's store, and the letters were every one of them carefully and curiously investigated by all the gossips of the village, and as this was addressed to St. Augustine in Florida, he foresaw that before Sunday the news would be in every mouth in the parish that the minister had written to so-and-so in Florida. And what do you suppose it's about? No, no, he said to himself, that will never do. But at all events there is no hurry. And he put back the papers in order, put the letter with them, and locking his desk, looked at his watch and found it to be 2:00, and so he went to bed to think the matter over. Now there may be some reader so simple as to feel a portion of Miss Emily's curiosity. But, my friend, restrain it, for Mr. Sewell will certainly, as we foresee, become less rather than more communicative on this subject as he thinks upon it. Nevertheless, whatever it be that he knows or suspects, it is something which leads him to contemplate with more than usual interest this little mortal waif that has so strangely come ashore in his parish. He mentally resolves to study the child as minutely as possible, without betraying that he has any particular reason for being interested in him. Therefore, in the latter part of this mild November afternoon, which he has devoted to pastoral visiting, about 2 months after the funeral, he steps into his little sailboat, and stretches away for the shores of Orr's Island. He knows the sun will be down before he reaches there, but he sees, in the opposite horizon, the spectral shadowy moon, only waiting for daylight to be gone to come out, calm and radiant, like a saintly friend neglected in the flush of prosperity, who waits patiently to enliven our hours of darkness. As his boat keel grazed the sands on the other side, a shout of laughter came upon his oar from behind a cedar-covered rock, and soon emerged Captain Kittridge, as long and lean and brown as the Ancient Mariner, carrying little Mara on one shoulder, while Sally and little Moses Pennel trotted on before. It was difficult to say who in this whole group was in the highest spirits. The fact was that Mrs. Kittridge had gone to a tea-drinking over at Maquoit, and left the captain as housekeeper and general overseer, and little Mara and Moses and Sally had been gloriously keeping holiday with him down by the boat cove, where, to say the truth, few shavings were made, except those necessary to adorn the children's head with flowing suits of curls of a most extraordinary effect. The aprons of all of them were full of these most unsubstantial specimens of woody treasure, which hung out in long festoons, looking of a yellow transparency in the evening light. But the delight of the children in their acquisitions was only equaled by that of the grown-up people in possessions equally fanciful in value. The mirth of the little party, however, came to a sudden pause as they met the minister. Mara clung tight to the captain's neck, and looked out slyly under her curls. But the little Moses made a step forward, and fixed his bold, dark, inquisitive eyes upon him. The fact was, that the minister had been impressed upon the boy, in his few visits to the meeting, as such a grand and mysterious reason for good behavior, that he seemed resolved to embrace the first opportunity to study him close at hand. "Well, my little man," said Mr. Sewell, with an affability which he could readily assume with children, "you seem to like to look at me." "I do like to look at you," said the boy gravely, continuing to fix his great black eyes upon him. "I see you do, my little fellow." "Are you the Lord?" said the child solemnly. "Am I what?" "The Lord," said the boy. "No, indeed, my lad," said Mr. Sewell, smiling. "Why, what put that into your little head?" "I thought you were," said the boy, still continuing to study the pastor with attention. "Miss Roxy said so." "It's curious what notions chillen will get in their heads," said Captain Kittridge. "They put this and that together and think it over, and come out with such queer things." "But," said the minister, "I have brought something for you all," saying which he drew from his pocket 3 little bright-cheeked apples, and gave one to each child, and then taking the hand of the little Moses in his own, he walked with him toward the house door. Mrs. Pennel was sitting in her clean kitchen, busily spinning at the little wheel, and Rose flushed with pleasure at the honor that was done her. "Pray walk in, Mr. Sewell," she said, rising, and leading the way toward the penetralia of the best room. "Now, Mrs. Pennel, I am come here for a good sit-down by your kitchen fire this evening," said Mr. Sewell. "Emily has gone out to sit with old Mrs. Broad, who is laid up with the rheumatism, and so I am turned loose to pick up my living on the parish, and you must give me a seat for a while in your kitchen corner. Best rooms are always cold." "The minister's right," said Captain Kittridge. "When rooms ain't much set in, folks never feel so kind o' natural in 'em. So you just let me put on a good backlog and forestick, and build up a fire to tell stories by this evening. My wife's gone out to tea too," he said, with an elastic skip. And in a few moments the captain had produced, in the great cavernous chimney, a foundation for a fire that promised breadth, solidity, and continuance. A great backlog, embroidered here and there with tufts of green or grayish moss, was first flung into the capacious arms of the fireplace, and a smaller log placed above it. "Now, all you young uns go out and bring in chips," said the captain. "There's capital ones out to the woodpile." Mr. Sewell was pleased to see the flash that came from the eyes of little Moses at this order. How energetically he ran before the others, and came with glowing cheeks and distended arms, throwing down great white chips with their green mossy bark, scattering tufts on the floor. "Good," said he softly to himself, as he leaned on the top of his gold-headed cane. "There's energy, ambition, muscle." And he nodded his head once or twice to some internal decision. "There," said the captain, rising out of a perfect whirlwind of chips and pine kindlings with which in his zeal he had bestrown the wide black stone hearth, and pointing to the tongues of flame that were leaping and blazing up through the crevices of the dry pine wood, which he had intermingled plentifully with the more substantial fuel. "There, Mis' Pennel, ain't I a master hand at fire? But I'm really sorry I've dirtied your floor," he said, as he brushed down his pantaloons, which were covered with bits of grizzly moss, and looked on the surrounding desolations. "Give me a broom. I can sweep up now as well as any woman." "Oh, never mind," said Mrs. Pennel, laughing. "I'll sweep up." "Well, now, Mis' Pennel, you're one of the women that don't get put out easy, ain't ye?" said the captain, still contemplating his fire with a proud and watchful eye. "Law me!" he exclaimed, glancing through the window. "There's the cap'n a comin'. I'm just goin' to give a look at what he's brought in. Come, chillen," and the captain disappeared with all 3 of the children at his heels, to go down to examine the treasures of the fishing smack. Mr. Sewell seated himself cozily in the chimney corner, and sank into a state of half-dreamy reverie, his eyes fixed on the fairest sight one can see of a frosty autumn twilight, a crackling wood fire. Mrs. Pennel moved soft-footed to and fro, arranging her tea-table in her own finest and pure damask, bringing from hidden stores her best china and newest silver, her choicest sweetmeats and cake, whatever was fairest and nicest in her house, to honor her unexpected guest. Mr. Sewell's eyes followed her occasionally about the room, with an expression of pleased and curious satisfaction. He was taking it all in as an artistic picture, that simple, kindly hearth, with its mossy logs, yet steaming with the moisture of the wild woods, the table so neat, so cheery with its many little delicacies and refinements of appointment, and its ample varieties to tempt the appetite, and then the captain coming in, yet fresh and hungry from his afternoon's toil, with the children trotting before him. "And this is the inheritance he comes into," he murmured. "Healthy, wholesome, cheerful, secure, how much better than hot, stifling luxury." Here the minister's meditations were interrupted by the entrance of all the children, joyful and loquacious. Little Moses held up a string of mackerel, with their graceful bodies and elegantly cut fins. "Just a specimen of the best, Mary," said Captain Pennell. "I thought I'd bring 'em for Miss Emily." "Miss Emily will be 1,000 times obliged to you," said Mr. Sewell, rising up. As to Mara and Sally, they were reveling in apronfuls of shells and seaweed, which they bustled into the other room to bestow in their spacious baby house. And now, after due time for Zephaniah to assume a land toilet, all sat down to the evening meal. After supper was over, the captain was besieged by the children. Little Mara mounted first into his lap, and nestled herself quietly under his coat. Moses and Sally stood at each knee. "Come now," said Moses, "you said you would tell us about the mermen to-night." "Yes, and the mermaids," said Sally. "Tell them all you told me the other night in the trundle bed." Sally valued herself no little on the score of the captain's talents as a romancer. "You see, Moses," she said volubly, "father saw mermen and mermaids a plenty of them in the West Indies." "Oh, never mind about 'em now," said Captain Kittridge, looking at Mr. Sewell's corner. "Why not, father? Mother isn't here," said Sally, innocently. A smile passed round the faces of the company, and Mr. Sewell said, "Come, Captain, no modesty. We all know you have as good a faculty for telling a story as for making a fire." "Do tell me what mermen are," said Moses. "Well," said the captain, sinking his voice confidentially, and hitching his chair a little around, "mermen and maids is a kind o' people that have their world just like our'n, only it's down in the bottom of the sea, 'cause the bottom of the sea has its mountains and its valleys, and its trees and its bushes, and it stands to reason there should be people there too." Moses opened his broad black eyes wider than usual, and looked absorbed attention. "Tell 'em about how you saw 'em," said Sally. "Wal, yes," said Captain Kittridge. "Once when I was to the Bahamas, it was one Sunday morning in June, the first Sunday in the month, we cast anchor pretty nigh a reef of coral, and I was just a sittin' down to read my Bible, when up comes a merman over the side of the ship, all dressed as fine as any old beau that ever ye see, with cocked hat and silk stockings, and shoe buckles, and his clothes were sea green, and his shoe buckles shone like diamonds." "Do you suppose they were diamonds, really?" said Sally. "Wal, child, I didn't ask him, but I shouldn't be surprised, from all I know of their ways, if they was," said the captain, who had now got so wholly into the spirit of his fiction that he no longer felt embarrassed by the minister's presence, nor saw the look of amusement with which he was listening to him in his chimney corner. "But as I was sayin', he came up to me and made the politest bow that ever ye see, and says he, 'Captain Kittridge, I presume?' And says I, 'Yes, sir.' 'I'm sorry to interrupt your reading,' says he. And says I, 'Oh, no matter, sir.' 'But,' says he, 'if you would only be so good as to move your anchor, you've cast anchor right before my front door, and my wife and family can't get out to go to meetin'." "Why, do they go to meeting in the bottom of the sea?" said Moses. "Law bless you, sonny, yes. Why, Sunday morning, when the sea was all still, I used to hear the bass viol a soundin' down under the waters, just as plain as could be, and psalms and preachin'. I've reason to think there's as many hopefully pious mermaids as there be folks," said the captain. "But," said Moses, "you said the anchor was before the front door, so the family couldn't get out. How did the merman get out?" "Oh, he got out of the scuttle on the roof," said the captain, promptly. "And did you move your anchor?" said Moses. "Why, child, yes, to be sure I did. He was such a gentleman, I wanted to oblige him. It shows you how important it always is to be polite," said the captain, by way of giving a moral turn to his narrative. Mr. Sewell, during the progress of this story, examined the captain with eyes of amused curiosity. His countenance was as fixed and steady, and his whole manner of reciting as matter-of-fact and collected as if he were relating some of the everyday affairs of his boat-building. "Well, Sally," said the captain, rising, after his yarn had proceeded for an indefinite length in this manner, "you and I must be goin'. I promised your ma you shouldn't be up late, and we have a long walk home. Besides, it's time these little folks was in bed." The children all clung round the captain, and could hardly be persuaded to let him go. When he was gone, Mrs. Pennel took the little ones to their nest in an adjoining room. Mr. Sewell approached his chair to that of Captain Pennel, and began talking to him in a tone of voice so low that we have never been able to make out exactly what he was saying. Whatever it might be, however, it seemed to give rise to an anxious consultation. "I did not think it advisable to tell any one this but yourself, Captain Pennel. It is for you to decide, in view of the probabilities I have told you, what you will do." "Well," said Zephaniah, "since you leave it to me, I say let us keep him. It certainly seems a marked providence that he has been thrown upon us as he has, and the Lord seemed to prepare a way for him in our hearts. I am well able to afford it, and Miss Pennel, she agrees to it, and on the whole, I don't think we'd best go back on our steps. Besides, our little Mara has thrived since he came under our roof. He is, to be sure, kind o' masterful, and I shall have to take him off Miss Pennel's hands before long, and put him into the sloop. But after all, there seems to be the makin' of a man in him, and when we are called away, why he'll be as a brother to poor little Mara. Yes, I think it's best as 'tis." The minister, as he flitted across the bay by moonlight, felt relieved of a burden. His secret was locked up as safe in the breast of Zephaniah Pennel as it could be in his own. Chapter 13. Boy and Girl. Zephaniah Pennel was what might be called a Hebrew of the Hebrews. New England, in her earlier days, founding her institutions on the Hebrew Scriptures, bred better Jews than Moses could, because she read Moses with the amendments of Christ. The state of society in some of the districts in Maine, in these days, much resembled in its spirit that which Moses labored to produce in ruder ages. It was entirely democratic, simple, grave, hearty, and sincere, solemn and religious in its daily tone, and yet, as to all material good, full of wholesome thrift and prosperity. Perhaps, taking the average mass of the people, a more healthful and desirable state of society never existed. Its better specimens had a simple Doric grandeur unsurpassed in any age. The bringing up a child in this state of society was a far more simple enterprise than in our modern times, when the factious wants and aspirations are so much more developed. Zephaniah Pennel was as high as anybody in the land. He owned not only the neat little schooner, Brilliant, with divers small fishing boats, but also a snug farm, adjoining the brown house, together with some fresh, juicy pasture lots on neighboring islands, where he raised mutton, unsurpassed even by the English Southdown, and wool, which furnished homespun to clothe his family on all everyday occasions. Mrs. Pennel, to be sure, had silks and satins, and flowered India chintz, and even a cashmere shawl, the fruits of some of her husband's earlier voyages, which were, however, carefully stowed away for occasions so high and mighty that they seldom saw the light. Not to wear best things every day was a maxim of New England thrift as little disputed as any verse of the catechism. And so Mrs. Pennel found the stuff gown of her own dyeing and spinning so respectable for most purposes, that it figured even in the meeting-house itself, except on the very finest of Sundays, when heaven and earth seemed alike propitious. A person can well afford to wear homespun stuff to meeting, who is buoyed up by a secret consciousness of an abundance of fine things that could be worn, if one were so disposed. And everybody respected Mrs. Pennel's homespun the more, because they thought of the things she didn't wear. As to advantages of education, the island, like all other New England districts, had its common school, where one got the key of knowledge, for having learned to read, write, and cipher, the young fellow of those regions commonly regarded himself as in possession of all that a man needs, to help himself to any further acquisitions he might desire. The boys then made fishing voyages to the banks, and those who were so disposed took their books with them. If a boy did not wish to be bored with study, there was nobody to force him. But if a bright one saw visions of future success in life lying through the avenues of knowledge, he found many a leisure hour to pore over his books, and work out the problems of navigation directly over the element they were meant to control. 4 years having glided by since the commencement of our story, we find in the brown house of Zephaniah Pennel a tall, well-knit, handsome boy of 10 years, who knows no fear of wind or sea, who can set you over from Orr's Island to Harpswell, either in sail or rowboat, he thinks, as well as any man living, who knows every rope of the schooner Brilliant, and fancies he could command it as well as father himself, and is supporting himself this spring, during the tamer drudgeries of driving plough and dropping potatoes, with the glorious vision of being taken this year on the annual trip to the Banks, which comes on after planting. He reads fluently, witness the Robinson Crusoe, which never departs from under his pillow, and Goldsmith's History of Greece and Rome, which good Mr. Sewell has lent him, and he often brings shrewd criticisms on the character and course of Romulus or Alexander into the common current of everyday life, in a way that brings a smile over the grave face of Zephaniah, and makes Mrs. Pennel think the boy certainly ought to be sent to college. As for Mara, she is now a child of 7, still adorned with long golden curls, still looking dreamily out of soft hazel eyes into some unknown future not her own. She has no dreams for herself. They are all for Moses. For his sake she has learned all the womanly little accomplishments which Mrs. Kittridge has dragooned into Sally. She knits his mittens and his stockings, and hems his pocket-handkerchiefs, and aspires to make his shirts all herself. Whatever book Moses reads, forthwith she aspires to read too, and though 3 years younger, reads with a far more precocious insight. Her little form is slight and frail, and her cheek has a clear, transparent brilliancy, quite different from the rounded one of the boy. She looks not exactly in ill health, but has that sort of transparent appearance which one fancies might be an attribute of fairies and sylphs. All her outward senses are finer and more acute than his, and finer and more delicate all the attributes of her mind. Those who contend against giving woman the same education as man do it on the ground that it would make the woman unfeminine, as if nature had done her work so slightly that it could be so easily raveled and knit over. In fact, there is a masculine and a feminine element in all knowledge, and a man and a woman put to the same study extract only what their nature fits them to see, so that knowledge can be fully orbed only when the two unite in the search and share the spoils. When Moses was full of Romulus and Numa, Mara pondered the story of the nymph Egeria, sweet parable in which lies all we have been saying. Her trust in him was boundless. He was a constant hero in her eyes, and in her he found a steadfast believer to all possible feats and exploits to which he felt himself competent, for the boy often had privately assured her that he could command the Brilliant as well as father himself. Spring had already come, loosing the chains of ice in all the bays and coves round Harpswell, Orr's Island, Maquoit, and Middle Bay. The magnificent spruces stood forth in their gala dresses, tipped on every point with vivid emerald. The silver firs exuded from their tender shoots the fragrance of ripe pineapple. The white pines shot forth long, weird fingers at the end of their fringy boughs, and even every little mimic evergreen in the shadows at their feet was made beautiful by the addition of a vivid border of green on the somber coloring of its last year's leaves. Arbutus, fragrant with its clean, wholesome odors, gave forth its 1,000 dewy pink blossoms, and the trailing Linnea borealis hung its pendant twin bells round every mossy stump and old rock damp with green forest mold. The green and vermilion matting of the partridge-berry was empearled with white velvet blossoms. The checkerberry hung forth a translucent bell under its varnished green leaf, and 1,000 more fairy bells, white or red, hung on blueberry and huckleberry bushes. The little pearl of Orr's Island had wandered many an hour gathering bouquets of all these, to fill the brown house with sweetness when her grandfather and Moses should come in from work. The love of flowers seemed to be one of her earliest characteristics, and the young spring flowers of New England, in their airy delicacy and fragility, were much like herself, and so strong seemed the affinity between them that not only Mrs. Pennel's best India china vases on the keeping-room mantel were filled, but here stood a tumbler of scarlet rock columbine, and there a bowl of blue and white violets, and in another place a saucer of shell-tinted crowfoot, blue liverwort, and white anemone, so that Zephaniah Pennel was wont to say there wasn't a drink of water to be got for Mara's flowers, but he always said it with a smile that made his weather-beaten, hard features look like a rock lit up by a sunbeam. Little Mara was the pearl of the old seaman's life. Every finer particle of his nature came out in her concentrated and polished, and he often wondered at a creature so ethereal belonging to him, as if down on some shaggy sea-green rock an old pearl oyster should muse and marvel on the strange silvery mystery of beauty that was growing in the silence of his heart. But May has passed, the arbutus and the linea are gone from the woods, and the pine tips have grown into young shoots, which wilt at noon under a direct reflection from sun and sea, and the blue sky has that metallic clearness and brilliancy which distinguishes those regions. And the planting is at last over, and this very morning Moses is to set off in the Brilliant for his first voyage to the Banks. Glorious knight he, the world all before him, and the blood of 10 years racing and throbbing in his veins as he talks knowingly of hooks and sinkers and bait and lines, and wears proudly the red flannel shirt which Mara had just finished for him. "How I do wish I were going with you," she says. "I could do something, couldn't I? Take care of your hooks or something?" "Pooh," said Moses, sublimely regarding her while he settled the collar of his shirt. "You are a girl, and what can girls do at sea? You never like to catch fish. It always makes you cry to see 'em flop." "Oh, yes, poor fish," said Mara, perplexed between her sympathy for the fish and her desire for the glory of her hero, which must be founded on their pain. "I can't help feeling sorry when they gasp so." "Well, and what do you suppose you would do when the men are pulling up 20 and 40-pounder?" said Moses, striding sublimely. "Why, they flop so, they'd knock you over in a minute." "Do they? Oh, Moses, do be careful. What if they should hurt you?" "Hurt me?" said Moses, laughing. "That's a good one. I'd like to see a fish that could hurt me." "Do hear that boy talk," said Mrs. Pennel to her husband, as they stood within their chamber door. "Yes, yes," said Captain Pennel, smiling. "He's full of the matter. I believe he'd take the command of the schooner this morning, if I'd let him." The Brilliant lay all this while curtsying on the waves, which kissed and whispered to the little coquettish craft. A fairer June morning had not risen on the shores that week. The blue mirror of the ocean was all dotted over with the tiny white sails of fishing craft bound on the same errand, and the breeze that was just crisping the waters had the very spirit of energy and adventure in it. Everything and everybody was now on board, and she began to spread her fair wings, and slowly and gracefully to retreat from the shore. Little Moses stood on the deck, his black curls blowing in the wind, and his large eyes dancing with excitement, his clear olive complexion and glowing cheeks well set off by his red shirt. Mrs. Pennel stood with Mara on the shore to see them go. The fair little golden-haired Ariadne shaded her eyes with one arm and stretched the other after her Theseus, till the vessel grew smaller and finally seemed to melt away into the eternal blue. Many be the wives and lovers that have watched those little fishing craft as they went gaily out like this, but have waited long, too long, and seen them again no more. In night and fog they have gone down under the keel of some ocean packet or Indiaman, and sunk with brave hearts and hands, like a bubble in the mighty waters. Yet Mrs. Pennel did not turn back to her house in apprehension of this. Her husband had made so many voyages, and always returned safely, that she confidently expected before long to see them home again. The next Sunday, the seat of Zephaniah Pennel was vacant in church. According to custom, a note was put up asking prayers for his safe return, and then everybody knew that he was gone to the Banks, and as the roguish, handsome face of Moses was also missing, Miss Roxy whispered to Miss Ruey, "There, Captain Pennels took Moses on his first voyage. We must contrive to call round on Miss Pennel afore long. She'll be lonesome." Sunday evening, Mrs. Pennel was sitting pensively with little Mara by the kitchen hearth, where they had been boiling the tea-kettle for their solitary meal. They heard a brisk step without, and soon Captain and Mrs. Kittridge made their appearance. "Good evening, Mis' Pennel," said the captain. "I's a tellin' my good woman we must come down and see how you's a gettin' along. It's railly a work of necessity and mercy proper for the Lord's day. Rather lonesome, now the captain's gone, ain't ye? Took little Moses, too, I see. Wasn't at meetin' to-day, so I says, Mis' Kittridge, we'll just step down and chirk 'em up a little." "I didn't really know how to come," said Mrs. Kittridge, as she allowed Mrs. Pennel to take her bonnet. "But Aunt Roxy's to our house now, and she said she'd see to Sally. So you've let the boy go to the Banks. He's young, ain't he, for that?" "Not a bit of it," said Captain Kittridge. "Why, I was off to the Banks long afore I was his age, and a capital time we had of it, too. Golly, how them fish did bite! We stood up to our knees in fish before we'd fished half an hour." Mara, who had always a shy affinity for the captain, now drew towards him and climbed on his knee. "Did the wind blow very hard?" she said. "What, my little maid?" "Does the wind blow at the Banks?" "Why, yes, my little girl, that it does, sometimes, but then there ain't the least danger. Our craft ride out storms like live creatures. I've stood it out in gales that was tight enough, I'm sure. 'Member once I turned in 'tween 12 and 1, and hadn't more'n got asleep, afore I came clump out of my berth, and found everything upside down. Instead of going upstairs to get on deck, I had to go right down. Fact was, that 'ere vessel just turned cleaned over in the water, and come right side up like a duck." "Well, now, Cap'n, I wouldn't be tellin' such a story as that," said his helpmeet. "Why, Polly, what do you know about it? You never was to sea. We did turn clear over, for I 'member I saw a bunch of seaweed big as a peck measure stickin' top of the mast next day. Just shows how safe them our little fishin' craft is, for all they look like an eggshell on the mighty deep, as Parson Sewell calls it." "I was very much pleased with Mr. Sewell's exercise in prayer this morning," said Mrs. Kittridge. "It must have been a comfort to you, Mis' Pennel." "It was, to be sure," said Mrs. Pennel. "Puts me in mind of poor Mary Jane Simpson. Her husband went out, you know, last June, and hain't been heard of since. Mary Jane don't really know whether to put on mourning or not." "Law, I don't think Mary Jane need give up yet," said the captain. "'Member one year I was out, we got blowed clear up to Baffin's Bay, and got shut up on the ice, and had to go ashore and live just as we could among them Esquimaux. Didn't get home for a year. Old folks had clean give us up. Don't need never despair of folks gone to sea, for they's sure to turn up, first or last." "But I hope," said Mara, apprehensively, "that grandpapa won't get blown up to Baffin's Bay. I've seen that on his chart. It's a good ways." "And then there's them 'ere icebergs," said Mrs. Kittridge. "I'm always 'fraid of running into them in the fog." "Law," said Captain Kittridge, "I've met 'em bigger than all the colleges up to Brunswick. Great white bears on 'em, hungry as time in the primer. Once we came kermash onto one of 'em, and if the Flying Betsy hadn't been made of whalebone and injur rubber, she'd a been stove all to pieces. Them white bears, they was so hungry that they stood there with the water just runnin' out of their chops in a perfect stream." "Oh, dear, dear," said Mara, with wide round eyes. "What will Moses do if they get on the icebergs?" "Yes," said Mrs. Kittridge, looking solemnly at the child through the black bows of her spectacles, "we can truly say, 'Dangers stand thick through all the ground, to push us to the tomb,' as the hymn book says." The kind-hearted captain, feeling the fluttering heart of little Mara, and seeing the tears start in her eyes, addressed himself forthwith to consolation. "Oh, never you mind, Mara," he said. "There won't nothing hurt 'em. Look at me. Why, I've been everywhere on the face of the earth. I've been on icebergs, and among white bears and Indians, and seen storms that would blow the very hair off your head, and here I am, dry and tight as ever. You'll see 'em back before long." The cheerful laugh with which the captain was wont to chorus his sentences sounded like the crackling of dry pine wood on the social hearth. One would hardly hear it without being lightened in heart, and little Mara gazed at his long, dry, ropey figure and wrinkled thin face as a sort of monument of hope, and his uproarious laugh, which Mrs. Kittridge sometimes ungraciously compared to the crackling of thorns under a pot, seemed to her the most delightful thing in the world. "Mary Jane was a tellin' me," resumed Mrs. Kittridge, "that when her husband had been out a month, she dreamed she see him, and 3 other men, a floatin' on an iceberg." "Laws," said Captain Kittridge, "that's just what my old mother dreamed about me, and 'twas true enough, too, till we got off the ice onto the shore up in the Esquimau territory, as I was a tellin'. So you tell Mary Jane she needn't look out for a second husband yet, for that our dream's a sartin sign he'll be back." "Cap'n Kittridge," said his helpmeet, drawing herself up, and giving him an austere glance over her spectacles, "how often must I tell you that there is subjects which shouldn't be treated with levity?" "Who's been a treatin' of 'em with levity?" said the Captain. "I'm sure I ain't. Mary Jane's good lookin', and there's plenty of young fellows as sees it as well as me. I declare, she looked as pretty as any young gal when she riz up in the singer seats to-day. Put me in mind of you, Polly, when I first come home from the Injies." "Oh, come now, Cap'n Kittridge, we're gettin' too old for that sort o' talk." "We ain't too old, be we, Mara?" said the Captain, trotting the little girl gaily on his knee. "And we ain't afraid of icebergs and no such, be we? I tell you they's a fine sight of a bright day. They has millions of steeples, all white and glistering, like the New Jerusalem, and the white bears have capital times trampin' round on 'em. Wouldn't little Mara like a great, nice white bear to ride on, with his white fur, so soft and warm, and a saddle made of pearls, and a gold bridle?" "You haven't seen any little girls ride so," said Mara, doubtfully. "I shouldn't wonder if I had, but you see, Mis' Kittridge there, she won't let me tell you all I know," said the Captain, sinking his voice to a confidential tone. "You just wait till we get alone." "But you are sure," said Mara, confidingly, in return, "that white bears will be kind to Moses?" "Lord bless you, yes, child, the kindest critters in the world they be, if you only get the right side of 'em," said the Captain. "Oh, yes, because," said Mara, "I know how good a wolf was to Romulus and Remus once, and nursed them when they were cast out to die. I read that in the Roman history." "Just so," said the Captain, enchanted at this historic confirmation of his apocrypha. "And so," said Mara, "if Moses should happen to get on an iceberg, a bear might take care of him, you know." Just so," said the Captain. "So don't you worry your little curly head one bit. Sometime, when you come down to see Sally, we'll go down to the cove, and I'll tell you lots of stories about chillen that have been fetched up by white bears, just like Romulus and what's his name there. Come, Miss Kittridge," added the cheery Captain, "you and I mustn't be keepin' the folks up till 9 o'clock." "Well, now," said Mrs. Kittridge, in a doleful tone, as she began to put on her bonnet, "Mis' Pennel, you must keep up your spirits. It's one's duty to take cheerful views of things. I'm sure many's the night, when the Captain's been gone to sea, I've laid and shook in my bed, hearin' the wind blow, and thinkin' what if I should be left a lone widow." "There'd a been a dozen fellows a wantin' to get you in 6 months, Polly," interposed the Captain. "Well, good night, Mis' Pennel. There'll be a splendid haul of fish at the Banks this year, or there's no truth in signs. Come, my little Mara, got a kiss for the dry old daddy? That's my good girl. Well, good night, and the Lord bless you." And so the cheery Captain took up his line of march homeward, leaving little Mara's head full of dazzling visions of the land of romance to which Moses had gone. She was yet on that shadowy boundary between the dreamland of childhood and the real land of life, so all things looked to her quite possible, and gentle white bears, with warm, soft fur, and pearl and gold saddles, walked through her dreams, and the victorious curls of Moses appeared, with his bright eyes and cheeks, over glittering pinnacles of frost in the ice land. Chapter 14. The Enchanted Island. June and July passed, and the lonely two lived a quiet life in the brown house. Everything was so still and fair, no sound but the coming and going tide, and the swaying wind among the pine trees, and the tick of the clock, and the whir of the little wheel as Mrs. Pennel sat spinning in her door in the mild weather. Mara read the Roman history through again, and began it a third time, and read over and over again the stories and prophecies that pleased her in the Bible, and pondered the woodcuts and texts in a very old edition of Aesop's Fables. And as she wandered in the woods, picking fragrant bayberries and gathering hemlock, checkerberry, and sassafras to put in the beer which her grandmother brewed, she mused on the things that she read, till her little mind became a tabernacle of solemn, quaint, dreamy forms, where old Judean kings and prophets, and Roman senators and warriors, marched in and out in shadowy rounds. She invented long dramas and conversations in which they performed imaginary parts, and it would not have appeared to the child in the least degree surprising either to have met an angel in the woods, or to have formed an intimacy with some talking wolf or bear, such as she read of in Aesop's fables. One day, as she was exploring the garret, she found in an old barrel of cast-off rubbish a bit of reading which she begged of her grandmother for her own. It was the play of The Tempest, torn from an old edition of Shakespeare, and was in that delightfully fragmentary condition which most particularly pleases children, because they conceive a mutilated treasure thus found to be more especially their own property, something like a rare wildflower or seashell. The pleasure which thoughtful and imaginative children sometimes take in reading that which they do not and cannot fully comprehend is one of the most common and curious phenomena of childhood. And so little Mara would lie for hours stretched out on the pebbly beach, with the broad open ocean before her, and the whispering pines and hemlocks behind her, and pore over this poem, from which she collected dim, delightful images of a lonely island, an old enchanter, a beautiful girl, and a spirit not quite like those in the Bible, but a very probable one to her mode of thinking. As for old Caliban, she fancied him with a face much like that of a huge skatefish she had seen once drawn ashore in one of her grandfather's nets. And then there was the beautiful young Prince Ferdinand, much like what Moses would be when he was grown up, and how glad she would be to pile up his wood for him, if any old enchanter should set him to work. One attribute of the child was a peculiar shamefacedness and shyness about her inner thoughts, and therefore the wonder that this new treasure excited, the host of surmises and dreams to which it gave rise, were never mentioned to anybody. That it was all of it as much authentic fact as the Roman history she did not doubt. But whether it had happened on Orr's Island, or some of the neighboring ones, she had not exactly made up her mind. She resolved at her earliest leisure to consult Captain Kittridge on the subject, wisely considering that it much resembled some of his fishy and aquatic experiences. Some of the little songs fixed themselves in her memory, and she would hum them as she wandered up and down the beach. Come unto these yellow sands, and then take hands, curtsied when you have, and kissed, the wild waves whist. Foot it featly here and there, and sweetly sprites the burthen bear. And another which pleased her still more. Full fathom 5 thy father lies, of his bones are coral made, those are pearls that were his eyes, nothing of him that can fade, but doth suffer a sea change into something rich and strange. Sea nymphs hourly ring his knell, hark now, I hear them, ding, dong, bell. These words she pondered very long, gravely revolving in her little head whether they described the usual course of things in the mysterious underworld that lay beneath the blue-spangled floor of the sea, whether everybody's eyes changed to pearl and their bones to coral, if they sunk down there, and whether the sea nymphs spoken of were the same as the mermaids that Captain Kittridge had told of. Had he not said that a bell rung for church of a Sunday morning down under the waters? Mara vividly remembered the scene on the sea-beach, the finding of little Moses and his mother, the dream of the pale lady that seemed to bring him to her, and not one of the conversations that had transpired before her among different gossips had been lost on her quiet, listening little ears. These pale, still children that play without making any noise are deep wells into which drop many things which lie long and quietly on the bottom, and come up in after years whole and new, when everybody else has forgotten them. So she had heard surmises as to the remaining crew of that unfortunate ship, where, perhaps, Moses had a father. And sometimes she wondered if he were lying fathoms deep, with sea nymphs ringing his knell, and whether Moses ever thought about him. And yet she could no more have asked him a question about it than if she had been born dumb. She decided that she should never show him this poetry. It might make him feel unhappy. One bright afternoon, when the sea lay all dead asleep, and the long, steady respiration of its tides scarcely disturbed the glassy tranquillity of its bosom, Mrs. Pennel sat at her kitchen door spinning, when Captain Kittridge appeared. "Good afternoon, Miss Pennel. How ye gettin' along?" "Oh, pretty well, Captain. Won't you walk in and have a glass of beer?" "Well, thank you," said the Captain, raising his hat and wiping his forehead. "I be pretty dry, it's a fact." Mrs. Pennel hastened to a cask which was kept standing in a corner of the kitchen, and drew from thence a mug of her own home brewed, fragrant with the smell of juniper, hemlock, and wintergreen, which she presented to the Captain, who sat down in the doorway and discussed it in leisurely sips. "Wall, s'pose it's most time to be lookin' for 'em home, ain't it?" he said. "I am looking every day," said Mrs. Pennel, involuntarily glancing upward at the sea. At the word appeared the vision of little Mara, who rose up like a spirit from a dusky corner, where she had been stooping over her reading. "Why, little Mara," said the Captain, "you riz up like a ghost all of a sudden. I thought you's out to play. I come down a purpose arter you. Mis' Kittridge has gone shoppin' up to Brunswick, and left Sally a stunt to do, and I promised her if she'd clap to it and do it quick, I'd go up and fetch you down, and we'd have a play in the cove." Mara's eyes brightened, as they always did at this prospect, and Mrs. Pennel said, "Well, I'm glad to have the child go. She seems so kind o' still and lonesome since Moses went away. Really, one feels as if that boy took all the noise there was with him. I get tired myself sometimes hearing the clock tick. Mara, when she's alone, takes to her book more than's good for a child." "She does she? Well, we'll see about that. Come, little Mara, get on your sunbonnet. Sally's sewin' it fast as ever she can, and we're goin' to dig some clams, and make a fire, and have a chowder. That'll be nice, won't it? Don't you want to come too, Miss Pennel?" "Oh, thank you, Captain, but I've got so many things on hand to do afore they come home, I don't really think I can. I'll trust Mara to you any day." Mara had run into her own little room and secured her precious fragment of treasure, which she wrapped up carefully in her handkerchief, resolving to enlighten Sally with a story, and to consult the Captain on any nice points of criticism. Arriving at the cove, they found Sally already there in advance of them, clapping her hands and dancing in a manner which made her black elf locks fly like those of a distracted creature. "Now, Sally," said the Captain, imitating, in a humble way, his wife's manner, "are you sure you've finished your work well?" "Yes, father, every stitch on it." "And stuck in your needle, and folded it up, and put it in the drawer, and put away your thimble, and shut the drawer, and all the rest on it?" said the Captain. "Yes, father," said Sally gleefully, "I've done everything I could think of." "'Cause you know your ma'll be arter ye, if you don't leave everything straight." "Oh, never you fear, father. I've done it all half an hour ago, and I've found the most capital bed of clams just round the point here, and you take care of Mara there, and make up a fire while I dig 'em. If she comes, she'll be sure to wet her shoes, or spoil her frock, or something." "Wall, she likes no better fun now," said the Captain, watching Sally as she disappeared round the rock with a bright tin pan. He then proceeded to construct an extemporary fireplace of loose stones, and to put together chips and shavings for the fire, in which work little Mara eagerly assisted. But the fire was crackling and burning cheerily long before Sally appeared with her clams, and so the Captain, with a pile of hemlock boughs by his side, sat on a stone feeding the fire leisurely from time to time with crackling boughs. Now was the time for Mara to make her inquiries. Her heart beat, she knew not why, for she was full of those little timidities and shames that so often embarrass children in their attempts to get at the meaning of things in this great world, where they are such ignorant spectators. "Captain Kittridge," she said at last, "do the mermaids toll any bells for people when they are drowned?" Now the Captain had never been known to indicate the least ignorance on any subject in heaven or earth, which any one wished his opinion on. He therefore leisurely poked another great crackling bough of green hemlock into the fire, and, Yankee-like, answered one question by asking another. "What put that into your curly pate?" he said. "A book I've been reading says they do. That is, sea-nymphs do. Ain't sea-nymphs and mermaids the same thing?" "Well, I guess they be, pretty much," said the Captain, rubbing down his pantaloons. "Yes, they be," he added, after reflection. "And when people are drowned, how long does it take for their bones to turn into coral, and their eyes into pearl?" said little Mara. "Well, that depends upon circumstances," said the Captain, who wasn't going to be posed, But let me just see your book you've been reading these things out of." "I found it in a barrel up garret, and Grandma gave it to me," said Mara, unrolling her handkerchief. "It's a beautiful book. It tells about an island, and there was an old enchanter lived on it, and he had one daughter, and there was a spirit they called Ariel, whom a wicked old witch fastened in a split of a pine tree till the enchanter got him out. He was a beautiful spirit, and rode in the curled clouds and hung in flowers, because he could make himself big or little, you see." "Ah, yes, I see, to be sure," said the captain, nodding his head. "Well, that about sea nymphs ringing his knell is here," Mara added, beginning to read the passage with wide, dilated eyes and great emphasis. "You see," she went on, speaking very fast, "this enchanter had been a prince, and a wicked brother had contrived to send him to sea with his poor little daughter, in a ship so leaky that the very rats had left it." "Bad business, that," said the captain, attentively. "Well," said Mara, "they got cast ashore on this desolate island, where they lived together. But once, when a ship was going by on the sea that had his wicked brother and his son, a real good, handsome young prince in it, why then he made a storm by magic arts." "Just so," said the captain. "That's been often done, to my sartain knowledge." "And he made the ship be wrecked, and all the people thrown ashore, but there wasn't any of 'em drowned. And this handsome prince heard Ariel singing the song about his father, and it made him think he was dead." "Well, what became of 'em?" interposed Sally, who had come up with her pan of clams in time to hear this story, to which she had listened with breathless interest. "Oh, the beautiful young prince married the beautiful young lady," said Mara. "Wall," said the captain, who by this time had found his soundings, "that you've been a tellin' is what they call a play, and I've seen 'em acted at a theatre when I was to Liverpool once. I know all about it. Shakespeare wrote it, and he's a great English poet." "But did it ever happen?" said Mara, trembling between hope and fear. "Is it like the Bible and Roman history?" "Why, no," said Captain Kittridge, "not exactly, but things just like it, you know. Mermaids and sich is common in foreign parts, and they has funerals for drowned sailors. 'Member once when we was sailing near the Bermudas by a reef where the Lively Fanny went down, and I heard a kind o' ding-dongin', and the waters there is clear as the sky, and I looked down, and see the coral all growin', and the sea plants a wavin', as handsome as a picture, and the mermaids they was a singin'. It was beautiful. They sung kind o' mournful, and Jack Hubbard, he would have it they was a singin' for the poor fellows that was a lyin' there round under the seaweed." "But," said Mara, "did you ever see an enchanter that could make storms?" "Wall, there be witches and conjurers that make storms. 'Member once when we was crossin' the line, about 12 o'clock at night, there was an old man with a long white beard that shone like silver, came and stood at the masthead, and he had a pitchfork in one hand and a lantern in the other, and there was great balls of fire as big as my fist came out all round in the rigging. And I'll tell you if we didn't get a blow that our night, I thought to my soul we should all go to the bottom." "Why," said Mara, her eyes staring with excitement, "that was just like this shipwreck, and 'twas Ariel made those balls of fire. He says so. He said he flamed amazement all over the ship." "I've heard Miss Roxy tell about witches that made storms," said Sally. The captain leisurely proceeded to open the clams, separating from the shells the contents, which he threw into a pan, meanwhile placing a black pot over the fire, in which he had previously arranged certain slices of salt pork, which soon began frizzling in the heat. "Now, Sally, you peel them potatoes, and mind you slice 'em thin," he said, and Sally soon was busy with her work. "Yes," said the captain, going on with his part of the arrangement, "there was old Polly Twitchell, that lived in that ar old tumble-down house on Muir P'int. People used to say she brewed storms, and went to sea in a sieve." "Went in a sieve?" said both children. "Why, a sieve wouldn't swim." "No more it wouldn't, in any Christian way," said the captain, "but that was to show what a great witch she was." "But this was a good enchanter," said Mara, "and he did it all by a book and a rod." Yes," said the captain, "that ar's the general way magicians do, ever since Moses's time in Egypt. 'Member once I was to Alexandria, in Egypt, and I saw a magician there that could just see everything you ever did in your life in a drop of ink that he held in his hand." "He could, father?" To be sure he could. Told me all about the old folks at home, and described our house as natural as if he'd a been there. He used to carry snakes round with him, a kind so pison that it was certain death to have 'em bite you, but he played with 'em as if they was kittens. Well, said Mara, my enchanter was a king, and when he got through all he wanted, and got his daughter married to the beautiful young prince, he said he would break his staff, and deeper than plumb it sounded he would bury his book. It was pretty much the best thing he could do, said the captain, because the Bible is agin such things. Is it? Said Mara. Why, he was a real good man. Oh, well, you know, we all on us does what ain't quite right sometimes, when we gets pushed up, said the captain, who now began arranging the clams and sliced potatoes in alternate layers with sea biscuit, strewing in salt and pepper as he went, and in a few moments a smell, fragrant to hungry senses, began to steam upward, and Sally began washing and preparing some mammoth clamshells to serve as ladles and plates for the future chowder. Mara, who sat with her morsel of a book in her lap, seemed deeply pondering the past conversation. At last she said, "What did you mean by saying you'd seen 'em act that at a theatre?" "Why, they make it all seem real, and they have a shipwreck, and you see it all just right afore your eyes." "And the enchanter, and Ariel, and Caliban, and all?" said Mara. "Yes, all on it, plain as printing." "Why, that is by magic, ain't it?" said Mara. "No, they has ways to just make it up. But," added the captain, "Sally, you needn't say nothin' to your ma about the theatre, 'cause she wouldn't think I's fit to go to meetin' for 6 months arter if she heard on't." "Why, ain't theatres good?" said Sally. "Wall, there's a middlin' sight of bad things in 'em," said the captain, "that I must say. But as long as folks is folks, why, they will be folksy. But there's never any makin' women folk understand about them are things." "I'm sorry they are bad," said Mara. "I want to see them." "Well, well," said the captain, "on the whole, I've seen real things a good deal more wonderful than all their shows, and they hain't no make-believe to 'em. But theatres is taken, arter all. But, Sally, mind you don't say nothin' to Mis' Kittridge." A few moments more, and all discussion was lost in preparations for the meal, and each one, receiving a portion of the savory stew in a large shell, made a spoon of a small cockle, and with some slices of bread and butter, the evening meal went off merrily. The sun was sloping toward the ocean. The wide blue floor was bedropped here and there with rosy shadows of sailing clouds. Suddenly the captain sprang up, calling out, "Sure as I'm alive, there they be!" "Who?" exclaimed the children. "Why, Captain Pennel and Moses, don't you see?" And in fact, on the outer circle of the horizon came drifting a line of small white-breasted vessels, looking like so many doves. "Them's 'em," said the captain, while Mara danced for joy. "How soon will they be here?" "Afore long," said the captain. "So, Mara, I guess you'll want to be gettin' hum." Chapter 15. The Homecoming. Mrs. Pennel, too, had seen the white, dove-like cloud on the horizon, and had hurried to make biscuits, and conduct other culinary preparations which should welcome the wanderers home. The sun was just dipping into the great blue sea, a round ball of fire, and sending long, slanting tracks of light across the top of each wave, when a boat was moored at the beach, and the minister sprang out, not in his suit of ceremony, but attired in fisherman's garb. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Pennel," he said. "I was out fishing, and I thought I saw your husband's schooner in the distance. I thought I'd come and tell you." "Thank you, Mr. Sewell. I thought I saw it, but I was not certain. Do come in. The captain would be delighted to see you here." "We miss your husband in our meetings," said Mr. Sewell. "It will be good news for us all when he comes home. He is one of those I depend on to help me preach." "I'm sure you don't preach to anybody who enjoys it more," said Mrs. Pennel. "He often tells me that the greatest trouble about his voyages to the Banks is that he loses so many sanctuary privileges, though he always keeps Sunday on his ship, and reads and sings his psalms. But he says, after all, there's nothing like going to Mount Zion." "And little Moses has gone on his first voyage?" said the minister. "Yes, indeed. The child has been teasing to go for more than a year. Finally, the cap'n told him if he'd be faithful in the plowing and planting, he should go. You see, he's rather unsteady, and apt to be off after other things. Very different from Mara. Whatever you give her to do, she always keeps at it till it's done." "And pray, where is the little lady?" said the minister. "Is she gone?" "Well, Cap'n Kittridge came in this afternoon to take her down to see Sally. The Cap'n's always so fond of Mara, and she has always taken to him ever since she was a baby." "The Captain is a curious creature," said the minister, smiling. Mrs. Pennel smiled also, and it is to be remarked that nobody ever mentioned the poor Captain's name without the same curious smile. "The Cap'n is a good-hearted, obliging creature," said Mrs. Pennel, "and a master hand for telling stories to the children." "Yes, a perfect Arabian Nights entertainment," said Mr. Sewell. "Well, I really believe the Cap'n believes his own stories," said Mrs. Pennel. "He always seems to, and certainly a more obliging man and a kinder neighbor couldn't be. He has been in and out almost every day since I've been alone, to see if I wanted anything. He would insist on chopping wood and splitting kindlings for me, though I told him the Cap'n and Moses had left a plenty to last till they came home." At this moment the subject of their conversation appeared striding along the beach, with a large red lobster in one hand, while with the other he held little Mara upon his shoulder, she the while clapping her hands and singing merrily, as she saw the Brilliant out on the open blue sea, its white sails looking of a rosy purple in the evening light, careering gaily homeward. "There is Captain Kittridge this very minute," said Mrs. Pennel, setting down a teacup she had been wiping, and going to the door. "Good evening, Mis' Pennel," said the Captain. "I s'pose you see your folks are comin'. I brought down one of these 'ere ready biled, 'cause I thought it might make out your supper." "Thank you, Captain. You must stay and take some with us." "Well, me and the children have pooty much done our supper," said the Captain. "We made a real fust-rate chowder down there to the cove, but I'll jist stay and see what the Cap'n's luck is. Massy," he added, as he looked in at the door, "if you hain't got the minister there. Well, now, I jist come as I be," he added, with a glance down at his clothes. "Never mind, Captain," said Mr. Sewell. "I'm in my fishing clothes, so we're even." As to little Mara, she had run down to the beach, and stood so near the sea that every dash of the tide wave forced her little feet to tread an inch backward, stretching out her hands eagerly toward the schooner, which was standing straight toward the small wharf, not far from their door. Already she could see on deck figures moving about, and her sharp little eyes made out a small personage in a red shirt that was among the most active. Soon all the figures grew distinct, and she could see her grandfather's gray head and alert active form, and could see, by the signs he made, that he had perceived the little blowy figure that stood, with hair streaming in the wind, like some flower bent seaward. And now they are come nearer, and Moses shouts and dances on the deck, and the Captain and Mrs. Pennel come running from the house down to the shore. And a few minutes more, and all are landed safe and sound, and little Mara is carried up to the house in her grandfather's arms, while Captain Kittridge stops to have a few moments' gossip with Ben Halliday and Tom Scranton before they go to their own resting places. Meanwhile, Moses loses not a moment in boasting of his heroic exploits to Mara. "Oh, Mara, you've no idea what times we've had. I can fish equal to any of 'em, and I can take in sail and tend the helm like anything, and I know all the names of everything, and you ought to have seen us catch fish. Why, they bit just as fast as we could throw, and it was just throw and bite, throw and bite, throw and bite, and my hands got blistered pulling in, but I didn't mind it. I was determined no one should beat me." "Oh, did you blister your hands?" said Mara, pitifully. "Oh, to be sure. Now, you girls think that's a dreadful thing, but we men don't mind it. My hands are getting so hard you've no idea. And, Mara, we caught a great shark." "A shark? Oh, how dreadful! Isn't he dangerous?" "Dangerous? I guess not. We served him out, I tell you. He'll never eat any more people, I tell you, the old wretch." "But, poor shark, it isn't his fault that he eats people. He was made so," said Mara, unconsciously touching a deep theological mystery. "Well, I don't know but he was," said Moses. but sharks that we catch never eat any more, I bet you. Oh, Moses, did you see any icebergs? Icebergs, yes, we passed right by one, a real grand one. Were there any bears on it? Bears? No, we didn't see any. Captain Kittridge says there are white bears live on 'em. Oh, Captain Kittridge, said Moses, with a toss of superb contempt. If you're going to believe all he says, you've got your hands full. Why, Moses, you don't think he tells lies, said Mara, the tears actually starting in her eyes. I think he is real good, and tells nothing but the truth. Well, well, you are young yet, said Moses, turning away with an air of easy grandeur. And only a girl besides, he added. Mara was nettled at this speech. First, it pained her to have her child's faith shaken in anything, and particularly in her good old friend, the captain. And next, she felt, with more force than ever she did before, the continual disparaging tone in which Moses spoke of her girlhood. I'm sure, she said to herself, he oughtn't to feel so about girls and women. There was Deborah was a prophetess, and judged Israel, and there was Egeria. She taught Numa Popilius all his wisdom. But it was not the little maiden's way to speak when anything thwarted or hurt her, but rather to fold all her feelings and thoughts inward, as some insects, with fine gauzy wings, draw them under a coat of horny concealment. Somehow there was a shivering sense of disappointment in all this meeting with Moses. She had dwelt upon it, and fancied so much, and had so many things to say to him, and he had come home so self-absorbed and glorious, and seemed to have had so little need of or thought for her, that she felt a cold, sad sinking at her heart, and walking away very still and white, sat down demurely by her grandfather's knee. Well, so my little girl is glad grandfather's come, he said, lifting her fondly in his arms, and putting her golden head under his coat, as he had been wont to do from infancy. Grandpa thought a great deal about his little Mara. The small heart swelled against his. Kind, faithful old grandpa, how much more he thought about her than Moses! And yet she had thought so much of Moses. And there he sat, the same ungrateful Moses, bright-eyed and rosy-cheeked, full of talk and gaiety, full of energy and vigor, as ignorant as possible of the wound he had given to the little loving heart that was silently brooding under her grandfather's butternut-colored sea-coat. Not only was he ignorant, but he had not even those conditions within himself which made knowledge possible. All that there was developed of him, at present, was a fund of energy, self-esteem, hope, courage, and daring, the love of action, life, and adventure. His life was in the outward and present, not in the inward and reflective. He was a true 10-year-old boy, in its healthiest and most animal perfection. What she was, the small pearl with the golden hair, with her frail and high-strung organization, her sensitive nerves, her half-spiritual fibers, her ponderings and marvels and dreams, her power of love and yearning for self-devotion, our readers may perhaps have seen. But if ever two children or two grown people thus organized are thrown into intimate relations, it follows from the very laws of their being that one must hurt the other, simply by being itself. One must always hunger for what the other has not to give. It was a merry meal, however, when they all sat down to the tea-table once more, and Mara by her grandfather's side, who often stopped what he was saying to stroke her head fondly. Moses bore a more prominent part in the conversation than he had been wont to do before this voyage, and all seemed to listen to him with a kind of indulgence elders often accord to a handsome manly boy, in the first flush of some successful enterprise. That ignorant confidence in one's self and one's future, which comes in life's first dawn, has a sort of mournful charm in experienced eyes, who know how much it all amounts to. Gradually, little Mara quieted herself with listening to and admiring him. It is not comfortable to have any heart quarrel with one's cherished idol, and everything of the feminine nature, therefore, can speedily find 50 good reasons for seeing one's self in the wrong and one's graven image in the right. And little Mara soon had said to herself, without words, that of course Moses couldn't be expected to think as much of her as she of him. He was handsomer, cleverer, and had 1,000 other things to do and to think of. He was a boy, in short, and going to be a glorious man and sail all over the world, while she could only hem handkerchiefs and knit stockings, and sit at home and wait for him to come back. This was about the resume of life as it appeared to the little one, who went on from the moment worshipping her image with more undivided idolatry than ever, hoping that by and by he would think more of her. Mr. Sewell appeared to study Moses carefully and thoughtfully, and encouraged the wild, gleeful frankness which he had brought home from his first voyage, as a knowing jockey tries the paces of a high-mettled colt. "Did you get any time to read?" he interposed once, when the boy stopped in his account of their adventures. "No, sir," said Moses. "At least," he added, blushing very deeply, "I didn't feel like reading. I had so much to do, and there was so much to see." "It's all new to him now," said Captain Pennell, "but when he comes to being, as I've been, day after day, with nothing but sea and sky, he'll be glad of a book, just to break the sameness." "Laws, yes," said Captain Kittridge. "Sailor's life ain't all apple pie, as it seems when a boy first goes on a summer trip with his daddy, not by no manner of means." "But," said Mara, blushing, and looking very eagerly at Mr. Sewell, "Moses has read a great deal. He read the Roman and the Grecian history through before he went away, and knows all about them." "Indeed," said Mr. Sewell, turning with an amused look towards the tiny little champion. "Do you read them too, my little maid?" "Yes, indeed," said Mara, her eyes kindling. "I have read them a great deal since Moses went away. Them and the Bible." Mara did not dare to name her new-found treasure. There was something so mysterious about that she could not venture to produce it, except on the score of extreme intimacy. "Come, sit by me, little Mara," said the minister, putting out his hand. "You and I must be friends, I see." Mr. Sewell had a certain something of mesmeric power in his eyes, which children seldom resisted, and with a shrinking movement, as if both attracted and repelled, the little girl got upon his knee. "So you like the Bible and Roman history?" he said to her, making a little aside for her, while a brisk conversation was going on between Captain Kittridge and Captain Pennell on the fishing bounty for the year. "Yes, sir," said Mara, blushing in a very guilty way. "And which do you like the best?" "I don't know, sir. Sometimes I think it is the one, and sometimes the other." "Well, what pleases you in the Roman history?" "Oh, I like that about Quintus Curtius." "Quintus Curtius?" said Mr. Sewell, pretending not to remember. "Oh, don't you remember him? Why, there was a great gulf opened in the Forum, and the augurs said that the country would not be saved unless some one would offer himself up for it, and so he jumped right in, all on horseback. I think that was grand. I should like to have done that," said little Mara, her eyes blazing out with a kind of starry light which they had when she was excited. "And how would you have liked it if you had been a Roman girl, and Moses were Quintus Curtius? Would you like to have him give himself up for the good of the country?" "Oh, no, no," said Mara, instinctively shuddering. "Don't you think it would be very grand of him?" "Oh, yes, sir." "And shouldn't we wish our friends to do what is brave and grand?" "Yes, sir, but then," she added, "it would be so dreadful never to see him any more." And a large tear rolled from the great soft eyes, and fell on the minister's hand. "Come, come," thought Mr. Sewell, "this sort of experimenting is too bad. Too much nerve here, too much solitude, too much pine whispering and sea dashing are going to the making up of this little piece of workmanship." "Tell me," he said, motioning Moses to sit by him, "how you like the Roman history." "I like it first rate," said Moses. "The Romans were such smashers, and beat everybody. Nobody could stand against them. And I like Alexander, too. I think he was splendid." "True boy," said Mr. Sewell to himself. "Unreflecting brother of the wind and the sea, and all that is vigorous and active. No precocious development of the moral here." "Now you have come," said Mr. Sewell, I will lend you another book." "Thank you, sir. I love to read them when I'm at home. It's so still here. I should be dull if I didn't." Mara's eyes looked eagerly attentive. Mr. Sewell noticed their hungry look when a book was spoken of. "And you must read it too, my little girl," he said. "Thank you, sir," said Mara. "I always want to read everything Moses does." "What book is it?" said Moses. "It is called Plutarch's Lives," said the minister. "It has more particular accounts of the men you read about in history." "Are there any lives of women?" said Mara. "No, my dear," said Mr. Sewell. "In the old times women did not get their lives written, though I don't doubt many of them were much better worth writing than the men's." "I should like to be a great general," said Moses, with a toss of his head. "The way to be great lies through books now, and not through battles," said the minister. "There is more to be done with pens than swords. So if you want to do anything, you must read and study." "Do you think of giving this boy a liberal education?" said Mr. Sewell some time later in the evening, after Moses and Mara were gone to bed. "Depends on the boy," said Zephaniah. "I've been up to Brunswick, and seen the fellows there in the college. With a good many of 'em, going to college seems to be just nothing but a sort of ceremony. They go because they're sent, and don't learn anything more'n they can help. That's what I call waste of time and money." "But don't you think Moses shows some taste for reading and study?" Pretty well," said Zephaniah. "Just keep him a little hungry, not let him get all he wants, you see, and he'll bite the sharper. If I want to catch cod, I don't begin with flingin' over a barrel o' bait. So with the boys. Just bait 'em with a book here and a book there, and kind o' let 'em feel their own way. And then, if nothin' will do but a fellow must go to college, give in to him. That'd be my way." "And a very good one, too," said Mr. Sewell. "I'll see if I can't bait my hook, so as to make Moses take after Latin this winter. I shall have plenty of time to teach him." "Now there's Mara," said the captain, his face becoming phosphorescent with a sort of mild radiance of pleasure, as it usually was when he spoke of her. "She's real sharp set after books. She's ready to fly out of her little skin at the sight of one." "That child thinks too much, and feels too much, and knows too much for her years," said Mr. Sewell. "If she were a boy, and you would take her away cod fishing, as you have Moses, the sea winds would blow away some of the thinking, and her little body would grow stout, and her mind less delicate and sensitive. But she's a woman," he said, with a sigh, "and they are all alike. We can't do much for them, but let them come up as they will, and make the best of it." Chapter 16. The Natural and the Spiritual. "Emily," said Mr. Sewell, "did you ever take much notice of that little Mara Lincoln?" "No, brother, why?" "Because I think her a very uncommon child." "She is a pretty little creature," said Miss Emily, "but that is all I know. Modest, blushing to her eyes when a stranger speaks to her." "She has wonderful eyes," said Mr. Sewell. "When she gets excited, they grow so large and so bright, it seems almost unnatural." "Dear me, has she?" said Miss Emily, in a tone of one who had been called upon to do something about it. "Well?" she added inquiringly. "That little thing is only 7 years old," said Mr. Sewell, "and she is thinking and feeling herself all into mere spirit, brain and nerves all active, and her little body so frail. She reads incessantly, and thinks over and over what she reads." "Well?" said Miss Emily, winding very swiftly on a skein of black silk, and giving a little twitch, every now and then, to a knot to make it subservient. It was commonly the way when Mr. Sewell began to talk with Miss Emily, that she constantly answered him with the manner of one who expects some immediate, practical proposition to flow from every train of thought. Now Mr. Sewell was one of the reflecting kind of men, whose thoughts have 1,000 meandering paths, that lead nowhere in particular. His sister's brisk little wells, and ahs, and indeeds, were sometimes the least bit in the world annoying. "What is to be done?" said Miss Emily. "Shall we speak to Mrs. Pennel?" Mrs. Pennel would know nothing about her. How strangely you talk. Who should if she doesn't? I mean, she wouldn't understand the dangers of her case. Dangers? Do you think she has any disease? She seems to be a healthy child enough, I'm sure. She has a lovely color in her cheeks. Mr. Sewell seemed suddenly to become immersed in a book he was reading. There now, said Miss Emily, with a little tone of pique. That's the way you always do. You begin to talk with me, and just as I get interested in the conversation, you take up a book. It's too bad. Emily, said Mr. Sewell, laying down his book, I think I shall begin to give Moses Pennel Latin lessons this winter. Why, what do you undertake that for? Said Miss Emily. You have enough to do without that, I'm sure. He is an uncommonly bright boy, and he interests me. Now, brother, you needn't tell me. There is some mystery about the interest you take in that child. You know there is. I am fond of children, said Mr. Sewell, dryly. Well, but you don't take as much interest in other boys. I never heard of your teaching any of them Latin before. Well, Emily, he is an uncommonly interesting child, and the providential circumstances under which he came into our neighborhood. Providential fiddlesticks, said Miss Emily, with heightened color. I believe you knew that boy's mother. This sudden thrust brought a vivid color into Mr. Sewell's cheeks. To be interrupted so unceremoniously, in the midst of so very proper and ministerial a remark, was rather provoking, and he answered, with some asperity, And suppose I had, Emily, and supposing there were any painful subject connected with this past event, you might have sufficient forbearance not to try to make me speak on what I do not wish to talk of. Mr. Sewell was one of your gentle, dignified men, from whom heaven deliver an inquisitive female friend. If such people would only get angry, and blow some unbecoming blast, one might make something of them. But speaking, as they always do, from the serene heights of immaculate propriety, one gets in the wrong before one knows it, and has nothing for it but to beg pardon. Miss Emily had, however, a feminine resource. She began to cry, wisely confining herself to the simple eloquence of tears and sobs. Mr. Sewell sat as awkwardly as if he had trodden on a kitten's toe, or brushed down a china cup, feeling as if he were a great, horrid, clumsy bore, and his poor little sister a martyr. Come, Emily, he said, in a softer tone, when the sobs subsided a little. But Emily didn't come, but went at it with a fresh burst. Mr. Sewell had a vision like that which drowning men are said to have, in which all Miss Emily's sisterly devotions, stocking darnings, account-keepings, nursings and tendings, and infinite self-sacrifices, rose up before him, and there she was, crying. I'm sorry I spoke harshly, Emily. Come, that's a good girl. I'm a silly fool, said Miss Emily, lifting her head, and wiping the tears from her merry little eyes as she went on winding her silk. Perhaps he will tell me now, she thought, as she wound. But he didn't. What I was going to say, Emily, said her brother, was that I thought it would be a good plan for little Mara to come sometimes with Moses, and then, by observing her more particularly, you might be of use to her. Her little active mind needs good practical guidance like yours. Mr. Sewell spoke in a gentle, flattering tone, and Miss Emily was flattered. But she soon saw that she had gained nothing by the whole breeze, except a little kind of dread, which made her inwardly resolve never to touch the knocker of his fortress again. But she entered into her brother's scheme with the facile alacrity with which she usually seconded any schemes of his proposing. I might teach her painting and embroidery, said Miss Emily, glancing, with a satisfied air, at a framed piece of her own work which hung over the mantelpiece, revealing the state of the fine arts in this country, as exhibited in the performances of well-instructed young ladies of that period. Miss Emily had performed it under the tuition of a celebrated teacher of female accomplishments. It represented a white marble obelisk, which an inscription, in legible India ink letters, stated to be sacred to the memory of Theophilus Sewell, etc. This obelisk stood in the midst of a ground made very green by an embroidery of different shades of chenille and silk, and was overshadowed by an embroidered weeping willow. Leaning on it, with her face concealed in a plentiful flow of white handkerchief, was a female figure in deep mourning, designed to represent a desolate widow. A young girl in a very black dress knelt in front of it, and a very lugubrious-looking young man, standing bolt upright on the other side, seemed to be holding in his hand one end of a wreath of roses, which the girl was presenting as an appropriate decoration for the tomb. The girl and gentleman were, of course, the young Theophilus and Miss Emily, and the appalling grief conveyed by the expression of their faces was a triumph of the pictorial art. Miss Emily had in her bedroom a similar funeral trophy, sacred to the memory of her deceased mother, besides which there were, framed and glazed in the little sitting-room, 2 embroidered shepherdesses standing with rueful faces, in charge of certain animals of an uncertain breed between sheep and pigs. The poor little soul had mentally resolved to make Mara the heiress of all the skill and knowledge of the arts by which she had been enabled to consummate these marvels. "She is naturally a ladylike little thing," she said to herself, "and if I know anything of accomplishments, she shall have them." Just about the time that Miss Emily came to this resolution, had she been clairvoyant, she might have seen Mara sitting very quietly, busy in the solitude of her own room, with a little sprig of partridge-berry before her, whose round green leaves and brilliant scarlet berries she had been for hours trying to imitate, as appeared from the scattered sketches and fragments around her. In fact, before Zephaniah started on his spring fishing, he had caught her one day very busy at a work of the same kind, with bits of charcoal and some colors compounded out of wild berries. And so, out of his capacious pocket after his return, he drew a little box of water-colors and a lead pencil and square of India rubber, which he had bought for her in Portland on his way home. Hour after hour the child works, so still, so fervent, so earnest, going over and over, time after time, her simple, ignorant methods to make it look like, and stopping at times to give the true artist's sigh, as the little green and scarlet fragment lies there hopelessly, unapproachably perfect. Ignorantly to herself, the hands of the little pilgrim are knocking at the very door where Giotto and Cimabue knocked in the innocent child life of Italian art. "Why won't it look round?" she said to Moses, who had come in behind her. "Why, Mara, did you do these?" said Moses, astonished. "Why, how well they are done! I should know in a minute what they were meant for." Mara flushed up at being praised by Moses, but heaved a deep sigh as she looked back. "It is so pretty, that sprig," she said. "If I only could make it just like—" "Why, nobody expects that," said Moses. "It's like enough, if people only know what you mean it for. But come now, get your bonnet, and come with me in the boat. Captain Kittridge has just brought down our new one, and I'm going to take you over to Eagle Island, and we'll take our dinner and stay all day. Mother says so." "Oh, how nice!" said the little girl, running cheerfully for her sunbonnet. At the house door they met Mrs. Pennel, with a little closely covered tin pail. "Here's your dinner, children, and Moses, mind and take good care of her." "Never fear me, mother. I've been to the Banks. There wasn't a man there could manage a boat better than I could." "Yes, grandmother," said Mara. "You ought to see how strong his arms are. I believe he will be like Samson one of these days if he keeps on." So away they went. It was a glorious August forenoon, and the somber spruces and shaggy hemlocks that dipped and rippled in the waters were penetrated to their deepest recesses with the clear brilliancy of the sky, a true northern sky, without a cloud, without even a softening haze, defining every outline, revealing every minute point, cutting with sharp decision the form of every promontory and rock and distant island. The blue of the sea and the blue of the sky were so much the same that when the children had rowed far out, the little boat seemed to float midway, poised in the center of an azure sphere, with a firmament above and a firmament below. Mara leaned dreamily over the side of the boat and drew her little hands through the waters as they rippled along to the swift oars' strokes, and she saw, as the waves broke and divided and shivered around the boat, 100 little faces, with brown eyes and golden hair, gleaming up through the water and dancing away over rippling waves, and thought that so the sea nymphs might look who came up from the coral caves when they ring the knell of drowned people. Moses sat opposite to her, with his coat off and his heavy black curls more waxy and glossy than ever, as the exercise made them damp with perspiration. Eagle Island lay on the blue sea, a tangled thicket of evergreens, white pine, spruce, arbor vitae, and fragrant silver firs. A little strip of white beach bound it, like a silver setting to a gem. And there Moses at length moored his boat, and the children landed. The island was wholly solitary, and there is something to children quite delightful in feeling that they have a little lonely world all to themselves. Childhood is itself such an enchanted island, separated by mysterious depths from the mainland of nature, life, and reality. Moses had subsided a little from the glorious heights on which he seemed to be in the first flush of his return, and he and Mara, in consequence, were the friends of old time. It is true he thought himself quite a man, but the manhood of a boy is only a tiny masquerade, a fantastic, dreamy prevision of real manhood. It was curious that Mara, who was by all odds the most precautiously developed of the two, never thought of asserting herself as a woman. In fact, she seldom thought of herself at all, but dreamed and pondered of almost everything else. "I declare," said Moses, looking up into a thick-branched, rugged old hemlock, which stood all shaggy, with heavy beards of gray moss drooping from its branches, "there's an eagle's nest up there. I mean to go and see." And up he went into the gloomy embrace of the old tree, crackling the dead branches, wrenching off handfuls of gray moss, rising higher and higher, every once in a while turning and showing to Mara his glowing face and curly hair through a dusky green frame of boughs, and then mounting again. "I'm coming to it," he kept exclaiming. Meanwhile, his proceedings seemed to create a sensation among the feathered housekeepers, one of whom rose and sailed screaming away into the air. In a moment after there was a swoop of wings, and 2 eagles returned and began flapping and screaming about the head of the boy. Mara, who stood at the foot of the tree, could not see clearly what was going on, for the thickness of the boughs. She only heard a great commotion and rattling of the branches, the scream of the birds and the swooping of their wings, and Moses's valorous exclamations, as he seemed to be laying about him with a branch which he had broken off. At last he descended victorious, with the eggs in his pocket. Mara stood at the foot of the tree, with her sunbonnet blown back, her hair streaming, and her little arms upstretched, as if to catch him if he fell. "Oh, I was so afraid," she said, as he set foot on the ground. "Afraid? Pooh, who's afraid? Why, you might know the old eagles couldn't beat me." "Ah, well, I know how strong you are, but you know, I couldn't help it. But the poor birds, do hear 'em scream. Moses, don't you s'pose they feel bad?" "No, they're only mad, to think they couldn't beat me. I beat them just as the Romans used to beat folks. I played their nest was a city, and I spoiled it." "I shouldn't want to spoil cities," said Mara. "That's 'cause you are a girl. I'm a man, and men always like war. I've taken 1 city this afternoon, and mean to take a great many more." "But, Moses, do you think war is right?" "Right? Why, yes, to be sure. If it ain't, it's a pity, for it's all that has ever been done in this world, in the Bible or out. Certainly it's right. I wish I had a gun now. I'd stop those old eagles screeching." "But, Moses, we shouldn't want any one to come and steal all our things and then shoot us." "How long you do think about things," said Moses, impatient at her pertinacity. "I am older than you, and when I tell you a thing's right, you ought to believe it. Besides, don't you take hens' eggs every day in the barn? How do you suppose the hens like that?" This was a home thrust, and for the moment threw the little casuist off the track. She carefully folded up the idea, and laid it away on the inner shelves of her mind till she could think more about it. Pliable as she was to all outward appearances, the child had her own still interior world, where all her little notions and opinions stood up crisp and fresh, like flowers that grow in cool, shady places. If anybody too rudely assailed a thought or suggestion she put forth, she drew it back again into this quiet inner chamber, and went on. Reader, there are some women of this habit, and there is no independence and pertinacity of opinion like that of these seemingly soft, quiet creatures, whom it is so easy to silence, and so difficult to convince. Mara, little and unformed as she yet was, belonged to the race of those spirits to whom is deputed the office of the angel of the Apocalypse, to whom was given the golden rod which measured the New Jerusalem. Infant though she was, she had ever in her hands that invisible measuring rod, which she was laying to the foundations of all actions and thoughts. There may perhaps come a time when the saucy boy, who now steps so superbly, and predominates so proudly in virtue of his physical strength and daring, will learn to tremble at the golden measuring rod, held in the hand of a woman. Howbeit, that is not the first which is spiritual, but that which is natural. Moses is the type of the first unreflecting stage of development, in which are only the outreachings of active faculties, the aspirations that tend toward manly accomplishments. Seldom do we meet sensitiveness of conscience or discriminating reflection as the indigenous growth of a very vigorous physical development. Your true healthy boy has the breezy, hardy virtues of a Newfoundland dog, the wild fullness of life of the young race colt. Sentiment, sensibility, delicate perceptions, spiritual aspirations, are plants of later growth. But there are, both of men and women, beings born into this world in whom from childhood the spiritual and the reflective predominate over the physical. In relation to other human beings, they seem to be organized much as birds are in relation to other animals. They are the artists, the poets, the unconscious seers, to whom the purer truths of spiritual instruction are open. Surveying man merely as an animal, these sensitively organized beings, with their feebler physical powers, are imperfect specimens of life. Looking from the spiritual side, they seem to have a noble strength, a divine force. The types of this latter class are more commonly among women than among men. Multitudes of them pass away in earlier years and leave behind in many hearts the anxious wonder, why they came so fair only to mock the love they kindled. They who live to maturity are the priests and priestesses of the spiritual life, ordained of God to keep the balance between the rude but absolute necessities of physical life and the higher sphere to which that must at length give place. Chapter 17. Lessons. Moses felt elevated some inches in the world by the gift of a new Latin grammar, which had been bought for him in Brunswick. It was a step upward in life. No graduate from a college ever felt more ennobled. "Well, now, I tell ye, Moses Pennel," said Miss Roxy, who with her press-board and big flat iron was making her autumn sojourn in the brown house, "I tell ye, Latin ain't just what you think 'tis, steppin' round so crank. You must remember what the king of Israel said to Ben-Hadad, king of Syria." "I don't remember. What did he say?" "I remember," said the soft voice of Mara. "He said, 'Let not him that putteth on the harness boast as him that putteth it off.'" "Good for you, Mara," said Miss Roxy. "If some other folks read their Bibles as much as you do, they'd know more." Between Moses and Miss Roxy there had always been a state of subacute warfare since the days of his first arrival, she regarding him as an unhopeful interloper, and he regarding her as a grim-visaged, interfering gnome, whom he disliked with all the intense, unreasoning antipathy of childhood. "I hate that old woman," he said to Mara, as he flung out of the door. "Why, Moses, what for?" said Mara, who never could comprehend hating anybody. "I do hate her, and Aunt Ruey, too. They are two old scratching cats. They hate me, and I hate them. They are always trying to bring me down, and I won't be brought down." Mara had sufficient instinctive insight into the feminine role in the domestic concert not to adventure a direct argument just now in favor of her friends, and therefore she proposed that they should sit down together under a cedar hard by and look over the first lesson. "Miss Emily invited me to go over with you," she said, "and I should like so much to hear you recite." Moses thought this very proper, as would any other male person, young or old, who has been habitually admired by any other female one. He did not doubt that, as in fishing and rowing, and all other things he had undertaken as yet, he should win himself distinguished honors. "See here," he said, "Mr. Sewell told me I might go as far as I liked, and I mean to take all the declensions to begin with. There's 5 of 'em, and I shall learn them for the first lesson. Then I shall take the adjectives next, and next the verbs, and so, in a fortnight, get into reading." Mara heaved a sort of sigh. She wished she had been invited to share this glorious race, but she looked on admiring when Moses read, in a loud voice, "Penna, penne, penne, pennam," etc. "There now, I believe I've got it," he said, handing Mara the book, and he was perfectly astonished to find that, with the book withdrawn, he boggled and blundered and stumbled ingloriously. In vain Mara softly prompted, and looked at him with pitiful eyes as he grew red in the face with his efforts to remember. "Confound it all," he said, with an angry flush, snatching back the book. "It's more trouble than it's worth." Again he began the repetition, saying it very loud and plain. He said it over and over till his mind wandered far out to sea, and while his tongue repeated penna, penne, he was counting the white sails of the fishing smacks, and thinking of pulling up codfish at the banks. "There now, Mara, try me," he said, and handed her the book again. "I'm sure I must know it now." But alas, with the book the sounds glided away, and penna and pennam and pennis and penne were confusedly and indiscriminately mingled. He thought it must be Mara's fault. She didn't read right, or she told him just as he was going to say it, or she didn't tell him right, or was he a fool, or had he lost his senses? That first declension has been a valley of humiliation to many a sturdy boy, to many a bright one, too, and often it is, that the more full of thought and vigor the mind is, the more difficult it is to narrow it down to the single dry issue of learning those sounds. Heinrich Heine said the Romans would never have found time to conquer the world if they had had to learn their own language, but that, luckily for them, they were born into the knowledge of what nouns form their accusatives in Long before Moses had learned the first declension, Mara knew it by heart, for her intense anxiety for him, and the eagerness and zeal with which she listened for each termination, fixed them in her mind. Besides, she was naturally of a more quiet and scholar-like turn than he, more intellectually developed. Moses began to think, before that memorable day was through, that there was some sense in Aunt Roxy's quotation of the saying of the King of Israel, and materially to retrench his expectations as to the time it might take to master the grammar. But still, his pride and will were both committed, and he worked away in this new sort of labor with energy. It was a fine, frosty November morning when he rowed Mara across the bay in a little boat to recite his first lesson to Mr. Sewell. Miss Emily had provided a plate of seed cake, otherwise called cookies, for the children, as was a kindly custom of old times, when the little people were expected. Miss Emily had a dim idea that she was to do something for Mara in her own department, while Moses was reciting his lesson, and therefore, producing a large sampler, displaying every form and variety of marking stitch, she began questioning the little girl, in a low tone, as to her proficiency in that useful accomplishment. Presently, however, she discovered that the child was restless and uneasy, and that she answered without knowing what she was saying. The fact was that she was listening, with her whole soul in her eyes, and feeling through all her nerves every word Moses was saying. She knew all the critical places, where he was likely to go wrong, and when at last, in one place, he gave the wrong termination, she involuntarily called out the right one, starting up and turning towards them. In a moment she blushed deeply, seeing Mr. Sewell and Miss Emily both looking at her with surprise. "Come here, Pussy," said Mr. Sewell, stretching out his hand to her. "Can you say this?" "I believe I could, sir." "Well, try it." She went through without missing a word. Mr. Sewell then, for curiosity, heard her repeat all the other forms of the lesson. She had them perfectly. "Very well, my little girl," he said. "Have you been studying too?" I heard Moses say them so often, said Mara, in an apologetic manner. I couldn't help learning them. Would you like to recite with Moses every day? Oh, yes, sir, so much. Well, you shall. It is better for him to have company. Mara's face brightened, and Miss Emily looked with a puzzled air at her brother. So, she said, when the children had gone home, I thought you wanted me to take Mara under my care. I was going to begin and teach her some marking stitches, and you put her up to studying Latin. I don't understand you. Well, Emily, the fact is, the child has a natural turn for study, that no child of her age ought to have, and I have done just as people always will with such children. There's no sense in it, but I wanted to do it. You can teach her marking and embroidery all the same. It would break her little heart now if I were to turn her back. I do not see of what use Latin can be to a woman. Of what use is embroidery? Why, that is an accomplishment. Ah, indeed, said Mr. Sewell, contemplating the weeping willow and tombstone trophy with a singular expression, which it was lucky for Miss Emily's peace she did not understand. The fact was that Mr. Sewell had, at one period of his life, had an opportunity of studying and observing minutely some really fine works of art, and the remembrance of them sometimes rose up in his mind, in the presence of the chef d'oeuvre on which his sister rested with so much complacency. It was a part of his quiet interior store of amusement to look at these bits of Byzantine embroidery round the room, which affected him always with a subtle sense of drollery. You see, brother, said Miss Emily, it is far better for women to be accomplished than learned. You are quite right in the main, said Mr. Sewell, only you must let me have my own way just for once. One can't be consistent always. So another Latin grammar was bought, and Moses began to feel a secret respect for his little companion that he had never done before, when he saw how easily she walked through the labyrinths which at first so confused him. Before this, the comparison had been wholly in points where superiority arose from physical daring and vigor. Now he became aware of the existence of another kind of strength with which he had not measured himself. Mara's opinion in their mutual studies began to assume a value in his eyes that her opinions on other subjects had never done, and she saw and felt, with a secret gratification, that she was becoming more to him through their mutual pursuit. To say the truth, it required this fellowship to inspire Moses with the patience and perseverance necessary for this species of acquisition. His active, daring temperament little inclined him to patient, quiet study. For anything that could be done by two hands he was always ready, but to hold hands still and work silently in the inner forces was to him a species of undertaking that seemed against his very nature. But then he would do it. He would not disgrace himself before Mr. Sewell, and let a girl younger than himself outdo him. But the thing, after all, that absorbed more of Moses's thoughts than all his lessons was the building and rigging of a small schooner, at which he worked assiduously in all his leisure moments. He had dozens of blocks of wood, into which he had cut anchor moulds, and the melting of lead, the running and shaping of anchors, the whittling of masts and spars took up many an hour. Mara entered into all those things readily, and was too happy to make herself useful in hemming the sails. When the schooner was finished, they built some ways down by the sea, and invited Sally Kittridge over to see it launched. There, he said, when the little thing skimmed down prosperously into the sea, and floated gaily on the waters, when I'm a man, I'll have a big ship. I'll build her, and launch her, and command her, all myself, and I'll give you and Sally both a passage in it, and we'll go off to the East Indies. We'll sail round the world. None of the three doubted the feasibility of this scheme. The little vessel they had just launched seemed the visible prophecy of such a future, and how pleasant it would be to sail off, with the world all before them, and winds ready to blow them to any port they might wish. The three children arranged some bread and cheese and doughnuts on a rock on the shore, to represent the collation that was usually spread in those parts at a ship launch, and felt quite like grown people, acting life beforehand in that sort of shadowy pantomime which so delights little people. Happy, happy days, when ships can be made with a jackknife, and anchors run in pine blocks, and 3 children together can launch a schooner, and the voyage of the world can all be made in one sunny Saturday afternoon. "Mother says you are going to college," said Sally to Moses. "Not I, indeed," said Moses. "As soon as I get old enough, I'm going up to Umbagog among the lumberers, and I'm going to cut real splendid timber for my ship, and I'm going to get it on the stocks, and have it built to suit myself." "What will you call her?" said Sally. "I haven't thought of that," said Moses. "Call her the Ariel," said Mara. "What, after the spirit you were telling us about?" said Sally. "Ariel is a pretty name," said Moses. "But what is that about a spirit?" "Why," said Sally, "Mara read us a story about a ship that was wrecked, and a spirit called Ariel that sang a song about the drowned mariners." Mara gave a shy, apprehensive glance at Moses to see if this allusion called up any painful recollections. No, instead of this, he was following the motions of his little schooner on the waters with the briskest and most unconcerned air in the world. "Why didn't you ever show me that story, Mara?" said Moses. Mara colored and hesitated, the real reason she dared not say. "Why, she read it to father and me down by the cove," said Sally, "the afternoon that you came home from the Banks. I remember how we saw you coming in. Don't you, Mara?" "What have you done with it?" said Moses. "I've got it at home," said Mara, in a faint voice. "I'll show it to you, if you want to see it. There are such beautiful things in it." That evening, as Moses sat busy, making some alterations in his darling schooner, Mara produced her treasure, and read and explained to him the story. He listened with interest, though without any of the extreme feeling which Mara had thought possible, and even interrupted her once in the middle of the celebrated "Full fathom 5 thy father lies," by asking her to hold up the mast a minute while he drove in a peg to make it rake a little more. He was evidently thinking of no drowned father, and dreaming of no possible sea caves, but acutely busy in fashioning a present reality. And yet he liked to hear Mara read, and when she had done, told her that he thought it was a pretty, quite a pretty story, with such a total absence of recognition that the story had any affinities with his own history, that Mara was quite astonished. She lay and thought about him hours that night after she had gone to bed, and he lay and thought about a new way of disposing a pulley for raising a sail, which he determined to try the effect of early in the morning. What was the absolute truth in regard to the boy? Had he forgotten the scenes of his early life, the strange catastrophe that cast him into his present circumstances? To this we answer that all the efforts of nature, during the early years of a healthy childhood, are bent on effacing and obliterating painful impressions, wiping out from each day the sorrows of the last, as the daily tide effaces the furrows on the seashore. The child that broods day after day over some fixed idea is so far forth not a healthy one. It is nature's way to make first a healthy animal, and then develop in it gradually higher faculties. We have seen our 2 children unequally matched hitherto, because unequally developed. There will come a time, by and by in the history of the boy, when the haze of dreamy curiosity will steam up likewise from his mind, and vague yearnings and questionings and longings possess and trouble him, but it must be some years hence. Here for a season we leave both our child friends, and when 10 years have passed over their heads, when Moses shall be 20, and Mara 17, we will return again to tell their story, for then there will be one to tell. Let us suppose in the interval how Moses and Mara read Virgil with the minister, and how Mara works a shepherdess with Miss Emily, which astonishes the neighborhood. But how by herself she learns, after divers trials, to paint partridge and checkerberry, and trailing arbutus; how Moses makes better and better ships, and Sally grows up a handsome girl, and goes up to Brunswick to the high school; how Captain Kittridge tells stories, and Miss Roxy and Miss Ruey nurse and cut and make and mend for the still rising generation; how there are quiltings and tea drinkings and prayer meetings and Sunday sermons; how Zephaniah and Mary Pennel grow old gradually and graciously, as the sun rises and sets, and the eternal silver tide rises and falls around our little gem, Orr's Island. Chapter 18. Sally. Now, where's Sally Kittridge? There's the clock striking 5, and nobody to set the table. Sally, I say, Sally. Why, Miss Kittridge, said the captain, Sally's gone out more'n an hour ago, and I expect she's gone down to Pennel's to see Mara, 'cause you know she come home from Portland to-day. Well, if she's come home, I s'pose I may as well give up havin' any good of Sally, for that girl fairly bows down to Mara Lincoln and worships her. Well, good reason, said the captain. There ain't a puttier creature breathin'. I'm almost a mind to worship her myself. Captain Kittridge, you ought to be ashamed of yourself at your age, talking as you do. Why, laws, mother, I don't feel my age, said the frisky captain, giving a sort of skip. It don't seem more'n yesterday since you and I was a-courtin', Polly. What a life you did lead me in them days. I think you kept me on the anxious seat a pretty middling spell. I do wish you wouldn't talk so. You ought to be ashamed to be trifling round as you do. Come now, can't you just tramp over to Pennel's and tell Sally I want her? Not I, mother. There ain't but 2 gals in 2 miles square here, and I ain't a-goin' to be the feller to shoo 'em apart. What's the use of bein' gals, and young and putty, if they can't get together and talk about their new gowns and the fellers? That ar's what gals is for. I do wish you wouldn't talk in that way before Sally, father, for her head is full of all sorts of vanity now. And as to Mara, I never did see a more slack, twisted, flimsy thing than she's grown up to be. Now Sally's learned to do something, thanks to me. She can brew, and she can make bread and cake and pickles, and spin and cut and make. But as to Mara, what does she do? Why, she paints pictures. Miss Pennel was a-showin' on me a blue jay she painted, and I was a-thinkin' whether she could brile a bird fit to be eat if she tried. And she don't know the price of nothin', continued Mrs. Kittridge, with a wasteful profusion of negatives. Well, said the captain, the Lord makes some things just to be looked at. Their work is to be putty, and that ar's Mara's fear. It never seemed to me she was cut out for hard work, but she's got sweet ways and kind words for everybody, and it's as good as a psalm to look at her. And what sort of a wife'll she make, Captain Kittridge? A real sweet, putty one, said the captain, persistently. Well, as to beauty, I'd rather have our Sally any day, said Mrs. Kittridge, and she looks strong and hearty, and seems to be good for use. So she is, said the captain, with fatherly pride. Sally's the very image of her ma at her age. Black eyes, black hair, tall and trim as a spruce tree, and steps off as if she had springs in her heels. I tell you, the feller'll have to be spry that catches her. There's 2 or 3 of 'em at it, I see, but Sally won't have nothin' to say to 'em. I hope she won't, yet awhile. Sally is a girl that has as good an edication as money can give, said Mrs. Kittridge. If I'd had her advantages at her age, I should ha' been a great deal more'n I am. But we hain't spared nothin' for Sally, and when nothin' would do but Mara must be sent to Miss Pletcher's school over in Portland, why, I sent Sally too, for all she's our 7th child, and Pennel hasn't but the one. You forget Moses, said the captain. Well, he's settin' up on his own account, I guess. They did talk o' giving him college edication, but he was so unstiddy, there weren't no use in trying. A real wild ass's colt he was. Well, well, Moses was the right on't. He took the cross-lot track into life, said the captain. Colleges is well enough for your smooth, straight-grained lumber for general buildin', but come to fellers that's got knots and streaks and cross-grains like Moses Pennel, and the best way is to let 'em edicate themselves, as he's a-doin'. He's cut out for the sea, plain enough, and he'd be better up to Umbagog, cuttin' timber for his ship, than havin' rows with tutors and blowin' the roof off the colleges, as one of them air kind of fellers is apt to do when he don't have work to use up his steam. Why, mother, there's more gas got up in them Brunswick buildin's from young men that are spilin' for hard work than you could shake a stick at. But Miss Pennel told me yesterday she was 'spectin' Moses home to-day. "Oh, ho! That's at the bottom of Sally's bein' up there," said Mrs. Kittridge. "Mis' Kittridge," said the Captain, "I take it you ain't the woman as would expect a daughter of your bringin' up to be a runnin' after any young chap, be he who he may," said the Captain. Mrs. Kittridge for once was fairly silenced by this home thrust. Nevertheless, she did not the less think it quite possible, from all that she knew of Sally. For although that young lady professed great hardness of heart and contempt for all the young male generation of her acquaintance, yet she had evidently a turn for observing their ways, probably purely in the way of philosophical inquiry. Chapter 19. 18. In fact, at this very moment, our scene sifter changes the picture. Away rolls the image of Mrs. Kittridge's kitchen, with its sanded floor, its scoured rows of bright pewter platters, its great deep fireplace with wide stone hearth, its little looking-glass with a bit of asparagus bush, like a green mist, over it. Exeunt the image of Mrs. Kittridge, with her hands floury from the bread she has been moulding, and the dry, ropey, lean captain, who has been sitting tilting back in a splint-bottomed chair, and the next scene comes rolling in. It is a chamber in the house of Zephaniah Pennel, whose windows present a blue panorama of sea and sky. Through 2 windows you look forth into the blue belt of Harpswell Bay, bordered on the farther edge by Harpswell Neck, dotted here and there with houses, among which rises the little white meeting-house, like a mother bird among a flock of chickens. The 3rd window, on the other side of the room, looks far out to sea, where only a group of low rocky islands interrupts the clear sweep of the horizon line, with its blue infinitude of distance. The furniture of this room, though of the barest and most frigid simplicity, is yet relieved by many of those touches of taste and fancy which the indwelling of a person of sensibility and imagination will shed off upon the physical surroundings. The bed was draped with a white spread, embroidered with a kind of knotted tracery, the working of which was considered among the female accomplishments of those days, and over the head of it was a painting of a bunch of crimson and white trillium, executed with a fidelity to nature that showed the most delicate gifts of the observation. Over the mantelpiece hung a painting of the Bay of Genoa, which had accidentally found a voyage home in Zephaniah Pennel's sea-chest, and which skilful fingers had surrounded with a frame curiously wrought of moss and sea-shells. 2 vases of India china stood on the mantel, filled with spring flowers, crowfoot, anemones, and liverwort, with drooping bells of the twin-flower. The looking-glass that hung over the table in one corner of the room was fancifully webbed with long, drooping festoons of that gray moss which hangs in such graceful wreaths from the boughs of the pines in the deep forest shadows of Orr's Island. On the table below was a collection of books, a whole set of Shakespeare, which Zephaniah Pennel had bought of a Portland bookseller, a selection, in prose and verse, from the best classic writers, presented to Mara Lincoln, the fly-leaf said, by her sincere friend, Theophilus Sewell. A Virgil, much thumbed, with an old worn cover, which, however, some adroit fingers had concealed under a coating of delicately marbled paper. There was a Latin dictionary, a set of Plutarch's Lives, the Mysteries of Udolpho, and Sir Charles Grandison, together with Edwards on the Affections, and Boston's Fourfold State. There was an inkstand, curiously contrived from a seashell, with pens and paper in that phase of arrangement which betokened frequency of use. And lastly, a little work-basket, containing a long strip of curious and delicate embroidery, in which the needle yet hanging showed that the work was in progress. By a table at the sea-window sits our little Mara, now grown to the maturity of 18 summers, but retaining still unmistakable signs of identity with the little golden-haired, dreamy, excitable, fanciful Pearl of Orr's Island. She is not quite of a middle height, with something beautiful and childlike about the moulding of her delicate form. We still see those sad, wistful, hazel eyes, over which the lids droop with a dreamy languor, and whose dark luster contrasts singularly with the golden hue of the abundant hair which waves in a thousand rippling undulations around her face. The impression she produces is not that of paleness, though there is no color in her cheek, but her complexion has everywhere that delicate pink tinting which one sees in healthy infants, and with the least emotion brightens into a fluttering bloom. Such a bloom is on her cheek at this moment, as she is working away, copying a bunch of scarlet rock columbine, which is in a wine-glass of water before her, every few moments stopping and holding her work at a distance, to contemplate its effect. At this moment there steps behind her chair a tall, lithe figure, a face with a rich Spanish complexion, large black eyes, glowing cheeks, marked eyebrows, and lustrous black hair arranged in shining braids around her head. It is our old friend Sally Kittridge, whom common fame calls the handsomest girl of all the region round Harpswell, Maquoit, and Orr's Island. In truth, a wholesome, ruddy, blooming creature she was, the sight of whom cheered and warmed one like a good fire in December. And she seemed to have enough and to spare of the warmest gifts of vitality and joyous animal life. She had a well-formed mouth, but rather large, and a frank laugh which showed all her teeth sound, and a fortunate sight it was, considering that they were white and even as pearls. And the hand that she laid upon Mara's at this moment, though twice as large as that of the little artist, was yet in harmony with her vigorous, finely developed figure. "Mara Lincoln," she said, "you are a witch, a perfect little witch, at painting. How you can make things look so like, I don't see. Now, I could paint the things we painted at Miss Plutcher's, but then, dear me, they didn't look at all like flowers. One needed to write under them what they were made for." "Does this look like to you, Sally?" said Mara. "I wish it would to me. Just see what a beautiful clear color that flower is. All I can do, I can't make one like it. My scarlet and yellows sink dead into the paper." "Why, I think your flowers are wonderful. You are a real genius, that's what you are. I am only a common girl. I can't do things as you can." "You can do things 1,000 times more useful, Sally. I don't pretend to compare with you in the useful arts, and I am only a bungler in ornamental ones. Sally, I feel like a useless little creature. If I could go round as you can, and do business, and make bargains, and push ahead in the world, I should feel that I was good for something. But somehow I can't." "To be sure you can't," said Sally, laughing. "I should like to see you try it." "Now," pursued Mara, in a tone of lamentation, "I could no more get into a carriage and drive to Brunswick as you can, than I could fly. I can't drive, Sally. Something is the matter with me, and the horses always know it the minute I take the reins. They always twitch their ears and stare round into the chaise at me, as much as to say, 'What, you there?' and I feel sure they never will mind me. And then how you can make those wonderful bargains you do, I can't see. You talk up to the clerks and the men, and somehow you talk everybody round. But as for me, if I only open my mouth in the humblest way to dispute the price, everybody puts me down. I always tremble when I go into a store, and people talk to me just as if I was a little girl, and once or twice they have made me buy things that I knew I didn't want, just because they will talk me down." "Oh, Mara, Mara," said Sally, laughing till the tears rolled down her cheeks. "What do you ever go a shopping for? Of course you ought always to send me. Why, look at this dress, real India chintz. Do you know I made old Pennywhistle's clerk up in Brunswick give it to me just for the price of common cotton? You see, there was a yard of it had got faded by lying in the shop window, and there were 1 or 2 holes and imperfections in it, and you ought to have heard the talk I made. I abused it to right and left, and actually at last I brought the poor wretch to believe that he ought to be grateful to me for taking it off his hands. Well, you see the dress I've made of it. The imperfections didn't hurt it the least in the world, as I managed it, and the faded breadth makes a good apron, so you see. And just so I got that red-spotted flannel dress I wore last winter. It was moth-eaten in 1 or 2 places, and I made them let me have it at half price. Made exactly as good a dress. But after all, Mara, I can't trim a bonnet as you can, and I can't come up to your embroidery, nor your lace-work. nor I can't draw and paint as you can, and I can't sing like you. And then as to all those things you talk with Mr. Sewell about, why, they're beyond my depth. That's all I've got to say. Now, you are made to have poetry written to you, and all that kind of thing one reads of in novels. Nobody would ever think of writing poetry to me now, or sending me flowers and rings and such things. If a fellow likes me, he gives me a quince or a big apple. But then, Mara, there ain't any fellows round here that are fit to speak to. I'm sure, Sally, there always is a train following you everywhere, at singing school and Thursday lecture. Yes, but what do I care for 'em? Said Sally, with a toss of her head. Why they follow me, I don't see. I don't do anything to make 'em, and I tell 'em all that they tire me to death, and still they will hang round. What is the reason, do you suppose? What can it be? Said Mara, with a quiet kind of arch drollery which suffused her face as she bent over her painting. Well, you know I can't bear fellows. I think they are hateful. What, even Tom Hires? Said Mara, continuing her painting. Tom Hires, do you suppose I care for him? He would insist on waiting on me round all last winter, taking me over in his boat to Portland and up in his sleigh to Brunswick. But I didn't care for him. Well, there's Jimmy Wilson up at Brunswick. What, that little snip of a clerk? You don't suppose I care for him, do you? Only he almost runs his head off following me round when I go up there shopping. He's nothing but a little dressed-up yardstick. I never saw a fellow yet that I'd cross the street to have another look at. By the by, Mara, Miss Roxy told me Sunday that Moses was coming down from Umbagog this week. Yes, he is, said Mara. We are looking for him every day. You must want to see him. How long is it since you saw him? It is 3 years, said Mara. I scarcely know what he is like now. I was visiting in Boston when he came home from his 3 years' voyage, and he was gone into the lumbering country when I came back. He seems almost a stranger to me. He's pretty good-looking, said Sally. I saw him on Sunday when he was here, but he was off on Monday and never called on old friends. Does he write to you often? Not very, said Mara. In fact, almost never. And when he does, there is so little in his letters. Well, I tell you, Mara, you must not expect fellows to write as girls can. They don't do it. Now, our boys, when they write home, they tell the latitude and longitude, and soil and productions, and such things. But if you or I were only there, don't you think we should find something more to say? Of course we should. 50,000 little things that they never think of. Mara made no reply to this, but went on very intently with her painting. A close observer might have noticed a suppressed sigh that seemed to retreat far down into her heart. Sally did not notice it. What was in that sigh? It was the sigh of a long, deep, inner history, unwritten and untold, such as are transpiring daily by thousands, and of which we take no heed. Chapter 20. Rebellion. We have introduced Mara to our readers as she appears in her 17th year, at the time when she is expecting the return of Moses as a young man of 20. But we cannot do justice to the feelings which are roused in her heart by this expectation, without giving a chapter or two to tracing the history of Moses, since we left him as a boy commencing the study of the Latin grammar with Mr. Sewell. The reader must see the forces that acted upon his early development, and what they have made of him. It is common for people who write treatises on education to give forth their rules and theories with a self-satisfied air, as if a human being were a thing to be made up, like a batch of bread, out of a given number of materials combined by an infallible recipe. Take your child, and do thus and so for a given number of years, and he comes out a thoroughly educated individual. But, in fact, education is in many cases nothing more than a blind struggle of parents and guardians with the evolutions of some strong, predetermined character, individual, obstinate, unreceptive, and seeking by an inevitable law of its being to develop itself and gain free expression in its own way. Captain Kittridge's confidence that he would as soon undertake a boy as a Newfoundland pup is good for those whose idea of what is to be done for a human being are only what would be done for a dog, namely, give food, shelter, and world room, and leave each to act out his own nature without let or hindrance. But everybody takes an embryo human being with some plan of one's own, what it shall do or be. The child's future shall shape out some darling purpose or plan, and fulfill some long unfulfilled expectation of the parent. And thus, though the wind of every generation sweeps its hopes and plans like forest leaves, none are whirled and tossed with more piteous moans than those which come out green and fresh to shade the happy springtime of the cradle. For the temperaments of children are often as oddly unsuited to parents as if capricious fairies had been filling cradles with changelings. A meek member of the Peace Society, a tender, devout, poetical clergyman, receives an heir from heaven, and straightway devotes him to the Christian ministry. But lo, the boy proves a young war-horse, neighing for battle, burning for gunpowder and guns, for bowie knives and revolvers, and for every form and expression of physical force. He might make a splendid trapper, an energetic sea captain, a bold, daring military man, but his whole boyhood is full of rebukes and disciplines for sins which are only the blind effort of the creature to express a nature which his parent does not and cannot understand. So again, the son that was to have upheld the old, proud, merchant's time-honored firm, that should have been mighty in ledgers and great upon change, breaks his father's heart by an unintelligible fancy for weaving poems and romances. A father of literary aspirations, balked of privileges of early education, bends over the cradle of his son with but one idea: this child shall have the full advantages of regular college training. And so for years he battles with a boy abhorring study, and fitted only for a life of outdoor energy and bold adventure, on whom Latin forms and Greek quantities fall and melt aimless and useless, as snowflakes on the hide of a buffalo. Then the secret agonies, the long years of sorrowful watchings of those gentler nurses of humanity who receive the infant into their bosom out of the void unknown, and strive to read its horoscope through the mists of their prayers and tears. What perplexities, what confusion! Especially is this so in a community where the moral and religious sense is so cultivated as in New England, and frail, trembling, self-distrustful mothers are told that the shaping and ordering not only of this present life, but of an immortal destiny is in their hands. On the whole, those who succeed best in the rearing of children are the tolerant and easy persons who instinctively follow nature and accept without much inquiry whatever she sends, or that far smaller class, wise to discern spirits and apt to adopt means to their culture and development, who can prudently and carefully train every nature according to its true and characteristic ideal. Zephaniah Pennell was a shrewd old Yankee, whose instincts taught him from the first that the waif that had been so mysteriously washed out of the gloom of the sea into his family was of some different class and lineage from that which might have filled a cradle of his own, and of a nature which he could not perfectly understand. So he prudently watched and waited, only using restraint enough to keep the boy anchored in society, and letting him otherwise grow up in the solitary freedom of his lonely seafaring life. The boy was from childhood, although singularly attractive, of a moody, fitful, unrestful nature, eager, earnest, but unsteady, with varying phases of imprudent frankness and of the most stubborn and unfathomable secretiveness. He was a creature of unreasoning antipathies and attractions. As Zephaniah Pennell said of him, he was as full of hitches as an old bureau drawer. His peculiar beauty and a certain electrical power of attraction seemed to form a constant circle of protection and forgiveness around him in the home of his foster parents. And great as was the anxiety and pain which he often gave them, they somehow never felt the charge of him as a weariness. We left him a boy beginning Latin with Mr. Sewell in company with the little Mara. This arrangement progressed prosperously for a time, and the good clergyman, all whose ideas of education ran through the halls of a college, began to have hopes of turning out a choice scholar. But when the boy's ship of life came into the breakers of that narrow and intricate channel which divides boyhood from manhood, The difficulties that had always attended his guidance and management wore an intensified form. How much family happiness is wrecked just then and there! How many mothers' and sisters' hearts are broken in the wild and confused tossings and tearings of that stormy transition! A whole new nature is blindly upheaving itself, with cravings and clamorings, which neither the boy himself nor often surrounding friends understand. A shrewd observer has significantly characterized the period as the time when the boy wishes he were dead, and everybody else wishes so too. The wretched, half-fledged, half-conscious, anomalous creature has all the desires of the man, and none of the rights, has a double and triple share of nervous edge and intensity in every part of his nature, and no definitely perceived objects on which to bestow it. And, of course, all sorts of unreasonable moods and phases are the result. One of the most common signs of this period, in some natures, is the love of contradiction and opposition, a blind desire to go contrary to everything that is commonly received among the older people. The boy disparages the minister, quizzes the deacon, thinks the schoolmaster an ass, and doesn't believe in the Bible, and seems to be rather pleased than otherwise with the shock and flutter that all these announcements create among peaceably disposed grown people. No respectable hen that ever hatched out a brood of ducks was more puzzled what to do with them than was poor Mrs. Pennel when her adopted nursling came into this state. Was he a boy, an immortal soul, a reasonable human being, or only a handsome goblin sent to torment her? "What shall we do with him, father?" said she, one Sunday to Zephaniah, as he stood shaving before the little looking-glass in their bedroom. "He can't be governed like a child, and he won't govern himself like a man." Zephaniah stopped and strapped his razor reflectively. "We must cast out anchor and wait for day," he answered. "Prayer is a long rope with a strong hold." It was just at this critical period of life that Moses Pennel was drawn into associations which awoke the alarm of all his friends, and from which the characteristic willfulness of his nature made it difficult to attempt to extricate him. In order that our readers may fully understand this part of our history, we must give some few particulars as to the peculiar scenery of Orr's Island and the state of the country at this time. The coast of Maine, as we have elsewhere said, is remarkable for a singular interpenetration of the sea with the land, forming amid its dense primeval forests secluded bays, narrow and deep, into which vessels might float with the tide, and where they might nestle unseen and unsuspected amid the dense shadows of the overhanging forest. At this time there was a very brisk business done all along the coast of Maine in the way of smuggling. Small vessels, lightly built and swift of sail, would run up into these sylvan fastnesses, and there make their deposits and transact their business so as entirely to elude the vigilance of government officers. It may seem strange that practices of this kind should ever have obtained a strong foothold in a community peculiar for its rigid morality and its orderly submission to law. But in this case, as in many others, contempt of law grew out of weak and unworthy legislation. The celebrated embargo of Jefferson stopped at once the whole trade of New England, and condemned her 1,000 ships to rot at the wharves, and caused the ruin of thousands of families. The merchants of the country regarded this as a flagrant, high-handed piece of injustice, expressly designed to cripple New England commerce, and evasions of this unjust law found everywhere a degree of sympathy, even in the breasts of well-disposed and conscientious people. In resistance to the law, vessels were constantly fitted out which ran upon trading voyages to the West Indies and other places, and although the practice was punishable as smuggling, yet it found extensive connivance. From this beginning, smuggling of all kinds gradually grew up in the community, and gained such a foothold that even after the repeal of the embargo it still continued to be extensively practiced. Secret depositories of contraband goods still existed in many of the lonely haunts of islands off the coast of Maine, hid in deep forest shadows, visited only in the darkness of the night, were these illegal stores of merchandise. And from these secluded resorts they found their way, no one knew or cared to say how, into houses for miles around. There was no doubt that the practice, like all other illegal ones, was demoralizing to the community, and particularly fatal to the character of that class of bold, enterprising young men who would be most likely to be drawn into it. Zephaniah Pennell, who was made of a kind of straight-grained, uncompromising oaken timber, such as built the Mayflower of old, had always borne his testimony at home and abroad against any violations of the laws of the land, however veiled under the pretext of righting a wrong or resisting an injustice, and had done what he could in his neighborhood to enable government officers to detect and break up these unlawful depositories. This exposed him particularly to the hatred and ill will of the operators concerned in such affairs, and a plot was laid by a few of the most daring and determined of them to establish one of their depositories on Orr's Island, and to implicate the family of Pennell himself in the trade. This would accomplish two purposes, as they hoped. It would be a mortification and defeat to him, a revenge which they coveted, and it would, they thought, ensure his silence and complicity for the strongest reasons. The situation and characteristics of Orr's Island peculiarly fitted it for the carrying out of a scheme of this kind, and for this purpose we must try to give our readers a more definite idea of it. The traveler who wants a ride through scenery of more varied and singular beauty than can ordinarily be found on the shores of any land whatever, should start some fine clear day along the clean sandy road, ribboned with strips of green grass, that leads through the flat pitch pine forests of Brunswick toward the sea. As he approaches the salt water, a succession of the most beautiful and picturesque lakes seems to be lying softly cradled in the arms of wild, rocky forest shores, whose outlines are ever changing with the windings of the road. At a distance of about 6 or 8 miles from Brunswick, he crosses an arm of the sea, and comes upon the first of the interlacing groups of islands which beautifies the shore. A ride across this island is a constant succession of pictures, whose wild and solitary beauty entirely distances all power of description. The magnificence of the evergreen forests, their peculiar air of somber stillness, the rich intermingling ever and anon of groves of birch, beech, and oak, in picturesque knots and tufts, as if set for effect by some skilful landscape gardener, produce a sort of strange, dreamy wonder, while the sea, breaking forth both on the right hand and the left of the road into the most romantic glimpses, seems to flash and glitter like some strange gem which every moment shows itself through the framework of a new setting. Here and there little secluded coves push in from the sea, around which lie soft tracts of green meadowland, hemmed in and guarded by rocky pine-crowned ridges. In such sheltered spots may be seen neat white houses, nestling like sheltered doves in the beautiful solitude. When one has ridden nearly to the end of Great Island, which is about 4 miles across, he sees rising before him, from the sea, a bold romantic point of land, uplifting a crown of rich evergreen and forest trees over shores of perpendicular rock. This is Orr's Island. It was not an easy matter in the days of our past experience to guide a horse and carriage down the steep, wild shores of Great Island to the long bridge that connects it with Orr's. The sense of wild seclusion reaches here the highest degree, and one crosses the bridge with a feeling as if genii might have built it, and one might be going over it to fairyland. From the bridge the path rises on to a high granite ridge, which runs from one end of the island to the other, and has been called the Devil's Back, with that superstitious generosity which seems to have abandoned all romantic places to so undeserving an owner. By the side of this ridge of granite is a deep, narrow chasm, running 1.5 miles or 2 miles parallel with the road, and veiled by the darkest and most solemn shadows of the primeval forest. Here scream the jays and the eagles, and fish-hawks make their nests undisturbed, and the tide rises and falls under black branches of evergreen, from which depend long, light festoons of delicate gray moss. The darkness of the forest is relieved by the delicate foliage and the silvery trunks of the great white birches, which the solitude of centuries has allowed to grow in this spot to a height and size seldom attained elsewhere. It was this narrow, rocky cove that had been chosen by the smuggler Atkinson and his accomplices as a safe and secluded resort for their operations. He was a seafaring man of Bath, one of that class who always prefer uncertain and doubtful courses to those which are safe and reputable. He was possessed of many of those traits calculated to make him a hero in the eyes of young men, was dashing, free, and frank in his manners, with a fund of humor and an abundance of ready anecdote which made his society fascinating. But he concealed beneath all these attractions a character of hard, grasping, unscrupulous selfishness, and an utter destitution of moral principle. Moses, now in his 16th year, and supposed to be in a general way doing well, under the care of the minister, was left free to come and go at his own pleasure, unwatched by Zephaniah, whose fishing operations often took him 4 weeks from home. Atkinson hung about the boy's path, engaging him first in fishing or hunting enterprises, plied him with choice preparations of liquor, with which he would enhance the hilarity of their expeditions, and finally worked on his love of adventure and the impatient restlessness incident to his period of life to draw him fully into his schemes. Moses lost all interest in his lessons, often neglecting them for days at a time, accounting for his negligence by excuses which were far from satisfactory. When Mara would expostulate with him about this, he would break out upon her with a fierce irritation. Was he always going to be tied to a girl's apron string? He was tired of study, and tired of old Sewell, whom he declared an old granny in a white wig, who knew nothing of the world. He wasn't going to college. It was altogether too slow for him. He was going to see life and push ahead for himself. Mara's life during this time was intensely wearing. A frail, slender, delicate girl of 13, she carried a heart prematurely old with the most distressing responsibility of mature life. Her love for Moses had always had in it a large admixture of that maternal and caretaking element which, in some shape or other, qualities the affection of woman to man. Ever since that dream of babyhood, when the vision of a pale mother had led the beautiful boy to her arms, Mara had accepted him as something exclusively her own, with an intensity of ownership that seemed almost to merge her personal identity with his. She felt and saw and enjoyed and suffered in him, and yet was conscious of a higher nature in herself, by which unwillingly he was often judged and condemned. His faults affected her with a kind of guilty pain, as if they were her own. His sins were borne bleeding in her heart in silence, and with a jealous watchfulness to hide them from every eye but hers. She busied herself day and night, interceding and making excuses for him, first to her own sensitive moral nature, and then with everybody around, for with one or another he was coming into constant collision. She felt at this time a fearful load of suspicion, which she dared not express to a human being. Up to this period she had always been the only confidant of Moses, who poured into her ear without reserve all the good and the evil of his nature, and who loved her with all the intensity with which he was capable of loving anything. Nothing so much shows what a human being is in moral advancement as the quality of his love. Moses Pennell's love was egotistic, exacting, tyrannical, and capricious, sometimes venting itself in expressions of a passionate fondness, which had a savor of protecting generosity in them, and then receding to the icy pull of surly petulance. For all that, there was no resisting the magnetic attraction with which in his amiable moods he drew those whom he liked to himself. Such people are not very wholesome companions for those who are sensitively organized and predisposed to self-sacrificing love. They keep the heart in a perpetual freeze and thaw, which, like the American northern climate, is so particularly fatal to plants of a delicate habit. They could live through the hot summer and the cold winter, but they cannot endure the 3 or 4 months when it freezes one day and melts the next, when all the buds are started out by a week of genial sunshine, and then frozen for a fortnight. These fitful persons are of all others most engrossing, because you are always sure in their good moods that they are just going to be angels, an expectation which no number of disappointments seems finally to do away. Mara believed in Moses's future as she did in her own existence. He was going to do something great and good, that she was certain of. He would be a splendid man. Nobody, she thought, knew him as she did. Nobody could know how good and generous he was, sometimes, and how frankly he would confess his faults, and what noble aspirations he had. But there was no concealing from her watchful sense that Moses was beginning to have secrets from her. He was cloudy and murky, and at some of the most harmless inquiries in the world would flash out with a sudden temper, as if she had touched some sore spot. Her bedroom was opposite to his, and she became quite sure that night after night, while she lay thinking of him, she heard him steal down out of the house between 2 and 3 o'clock, and not return till a little before day dawn. Where he went, and with whom, and what he was doing, was to her an awful mystery, and it was one she dared not share with a human being. If she told her kind old grandfather, she feared that any inquiry from him would only light as a spark on the inflammable spirit of pride and insubordination that was rising within him, and bring on an instantaneous explosion. Mr. Sewell's influence she could hope little more from, and as to poor Mrs. Pennel, such communications would only weary and distress her, without doing any manner of good. There was, therefore, only that one unfailing confidant, the invisible friend to whom the solitary child could pour out her heart, and whose inspirations of comfort and guidance never fail to come again in return to true souls. One moonlight night, as she lay thus praying, her senses, sharpened by watching, discerned a sound of steps treading under her window, and then a low whistle. Her heart beat violently, and she soon heard the door of Moses's room open, and then the old chamber stairs gave forth those inconsiderate creaks and snaps that garrulous old stairs always will when anybody is desirous of making them accomplices in a night secret. Mara rose, and undrawing her curtain, saw 3 men standing before the house, and saw Moses come out and join them. Quick as thought, she threw on her clothes, and wrapping her little form in a dark cloak, with a hood, followed them out. She kept at a safe distance behind them, so far back as just to keep them in sight. They never looked back, and seemed to say but little till they approached the edge of that deep belt of forest which shrouds so large a portion of the island. She hurried along, now nearer to them lest they should be lost to view in the deep shadows, while they went on crackling and plunging through the dense underbrush. Chapter 21. The Tempter. It was well for Mara that so much of her life had been passed in wild forest rambles. She looked frail as the rays of moonbeam which slid down the old white-bearded hemlocks, but her limbs were agile and supple as steel, and while the party went crashing on before, she followed with such lightness that the slight sound of her movements was entirely lost in the heavy crackling plunges of the party. Her little heart was beating fast and hard, but could any one have seen her face, as it now and then came into a spot of moonshine, they might have seen it fixed in a deadly expression of resolve and determination. She was going after him, no matter where. She was resolved to know who and what it was that was leading him away, as her heart told her, to no good. Deeper and deeper into the shadows of the forest they went, and the child easily kept up with them. Mara had often rambled for whole solitary days in this lonely wood, and knew all its rocks and dells the whole 3 miles to the long bridge at the other end of the island. But she had never before seen it under the solemn stillness of midnight moonlight, which gives to the most familiar objects such a strange, ghostly charm. After they had gone a mile into the forest, she could see through the black spruces silver gleams of the sea, and hear, amid the whir and sway of the pine tops, the dash of the ever-restless tide which pushed up the long cove. It was at the full, as she could discern with a rapid glance of her practised eye, expertly versed in the knowledge of every change of the solitary nature around. And now the party began to plunge straight down the rocky ledge of the Devil's Back, on which they had been walking hitherto, into the deep ravine where lay the cove. It was a scrambling, precipitous way, over perpendicular walls of rock, whose crevices furnished anchoring places for grand old hemlocks or silver birches, and whose rough sides, leathery with black flaps of lichen, were all tangled and interlaced with thick netted bushes. The men plunged down laughing, shouting, and swearing at their occasional missteps, and silently as moonbeam or thistledown, the light-footed shadow went down after them. She suddenly paused behind a pile of rock, as, through an opening between two great spruces, the sea gleamed out like a sheet of looking-glass set in a black frame. And here the child saw a small vessel swinging at anchor, with the moonlight full on its slack sails, and she could hear the gentle gurgle and lick of the green-tongued waves as they dashed under it toward the rocky shore. Mara stopped with a beating heart as she saw the company making for the schooner. The tide is high. Will they go on board and sail away with him where she cannot follow? What could she do? In an ecstasy of fear, she kneeled down and asked God not to let him go, to give her at least one more chance to save him. For the pure and pious child had heard enough of the words of these men as she walked behind them to fill her with horror. She had never before heard an oath, but there came back from these men coarse, brutal tones and words of blasphemy that froze her blood with horror. And Moses was going with them. She felt somehow as if they must be a company of fiends bearing him to his ruin. For some time she kneeled there watching behind the rock, while Moses and his companions went on board the little schooner. She had no feeling of horror at the loneliness of her own situation, for her solitary life had made every woodland thing dear and familiar to her. She was cowering down on a loose, spongy bed of moss, which was all threaded through and through with the green vines and pale pink blossoms of the Mayflower, and she felt its fragrant breath streaming up in the moist moonlight. As she leaned forward to look through the rocky crevice, her arms rested on a bed of that brittle white moss she had often gathered with so much admiration, and a scarlet columbine, such as she loved to paint, brushed her cheek. And all these mute, fair things seemed to strive to keep her company in her chill suspense of watchfulness. Two whippoorwills, from a clump of silvery birches, kept calling to each other in melancholy iteration, while she stayed there still listening, and knowing, by an occasional sound of laughing, or the explosion of some oath, that the men were not yet gone. At last they all appeared again, and came to a cleared place among the dry leaves, quite near to the rock where she was concealed, and kindled a fire which they kept snapping and crackling by a constant supply of green resinous hemlock branches. The red flame danced and leaped through the green fuel, and leaping upward in tongues of flame, cast ruddy bronze reflections on the old pine trees with their long branches waving with boards of white moss. And by the firelight Mara could see two men in sailor's dress with pistols in their belts, and the man Atkinson, whom she had recollected as having seen once or twice at her grandfather's. She remembered how she had always shrunk from him with a strange instinctive dislike, half fear, half disgust, when he had addressed her with that kind of free admiration which men of his class often feel themselves at liberty to express to a pretty girl of her early age. He was a man that might have been handsome, had it not been for a certain strange expression of covert wickedness. It was as if some vile evil spirit, walking, as the Scriptures say, through dry places, had lighted on a comely man's body, in which he had set up housekeeping, making it look like a fair house abused by an unclean owner. As Mara watched his demeanor with Moses, she could think only of a loathsome black snake that she had once seen in those solitary rocks. She felt as if his handsome but evil eye were charming him with an evil charm to his destruction. "Well, Mo, my boy," she heard him say, slapping Moses on the shoulder, "this is something like. We'll have a tempest, as the college fellows say. Put down the clams to roast, and I'll mix the punch," he said, setting over the fire a tea-kettle which they brought from the ship. After their preparations were finished, all sat down to eat and drink. Mara listened with anxiety and horror to a conversation such as she never heard or conceived before. It is not often that women hear men talk in the undisguised manner which they use among themselves, but the conversation of men of unprincipled lives and low, brutal habits, unchecked by the presence of respectable female society, might well convey to the horror-struck child a feeling as if she were listening at the mouth of hell. Almost every word was preceded or emphasized by an oath, and what struck with a death chill to her heart was, that Moses swore too, and seemed to show that desperate anxiety to seem au fait in the language of wickedness, which boys often do at that age, when they fancy that to be ignorant of vice is a mark of disgraceful greenness. Moses evidently was bent on showing that he was not green, ignorant of the pure ear to which every such word came like a blast of death. He drank a good deal, too, and the mirth among them grew furious and terrific. Mara, horrified and shocked as she was, did not, however, lose that intense and alert presence of mind, natural to persons in whom there is moral strength, however delicate be their physical frame. She felt at once that these men were playing upon Moses, that they had an object in view, that they were flattering and cajoling him, and leading him to drink, that they might work out some fiendish purpose of their own. The man called Atkinson related story after story of wild adventure, in which sudden fortunes had been made by men who, he said, were not afraid to take the short cut across lots. He told of piratical adventures in the West Indies, of the fun of chasing and overhauling ships, and gave dazzling accounts of the treasures found on board. It was observable that all these stories were told on the line between joke and earnest, as frolics, as specimens of good fun, and seeing life, etc. At last came a suggestion. What if they should start off together some fine day, just for a spree, and try a cruise in the West Indies, to see what they could pick up? They had arms, and a gang of fine, whole-souled fellows. Moses had been tied to Mam Pennell's apron strings long enough. And hark ye, said one of them, Moses, they say old Pennell has lots of dollars in that old sea chest of his'n. It would be a kindness to him to invest them for him in an adventure. Moses answered with a streak of the boy innocence which often remains under the tramping of evil men, like ribbons of green turf in the middle of roads. You don't know Father Pennell. Why, he'd no more come into it then. A perfect roar of laughter cut short this declaration, and Atkinson, slapping Moses on the back, said, By blank, Mo, you are the jolliest green dog. I shall die a-laughing of your innocence some day. Why, my boy, can't you see? Pennell's money can be invested without asking him. Why, he keeps it locked, said Moses. And supposing you pick the lock? Not I, indeed, said Moses, making a sudden movement to rise. Mara almost screamed in her ecstasy, but she had sense enough to hold her breath. Ho, see him now, said Atkinson, lying back, and holding his sides while he laughed and rolled over. You can get off anything on that muff. Any hoax in the world. He's so soft. Come, come, my dear boy, sit down. I was only seeing how wide I could make you open those great black eyes of yourn. That's all. You'd better take care how you joke with me, said Moses, with that look of gloomy determination which Mara was quite familiar with of old. It was the rallying effort of a boy who had abandoned the first outworks of virtue to make a stand for the citadel. And Atkinson, like a prudent besieger, after a repulse, returned to lie in his arms. He began to talk volubly on other subjects, telling stories and singing songs and pressing Moses to drink. Mara was comforted to see that he declined drinking, that he looked gloomy and thoughtful, in spite of the jokes of his companions. But she trembled to see, by the following conversation, how Atkinson was skilfully and prudently making apparent to Moses the extent to which he had him in his power. He seemed to Mara like an ugly spider skilfully weaving his web around a fly. She felt cold and faint, but within her there was a heroic strength. She was not going to faint. She would make herself bear up. She was going to do something to get Moses out of the snare. But what? At last they rose. It is past 3 o'clock, she heard one of them say. I say, Mo, said Atkinson, you must make tracks for home, or you won't be in bed when Mother Pennell calls you. The men all laughed at this joke, as they turned to go on board the schooner. When they were gone, Moses threw himself down and hid his face in his hands. He knew not what pitying little face was looking down upon him from the hemlock shadows, what brave little heart was determined to save him. He was in one of those great crises of agony that boys pass through when they first awake from the fun and frolic of unlawful enterprises, to find themselves sold under sin, and feel the terrible logic of evil which constrains them to pass from the less to greater crime. He felt that he was in the power of bad, unprincipled, heartless men, who, if he refused to do their bidding, had the power to expose him. All he had been doing would come out. His kind old foster parents would know it. Mara would know it. Mr. Sewell and Miss Emily would know the secrets of his life this past month. He felt as if they were all looking at him now. He had disgraced himself, had sunk below his education, had been false to all his better knowledge and the past expectations of his friends, living a mean, miserable, dishonorable life, and now the ground was fast sliding from under him, and the next plunge might be down a precipice from which there would be no return. What he had done up to this hour had been done in the roistering, inconsiderate gamesomeness of boyhood. It had been represented to himself only as sowing wild oats, having steep times, seeing a little of life, and so on. But this night he had had propositions of piracy and robbery made to him, and he had not dared to knock down the man that made them, had not dared at once to break away from his company. He must meet him again, must go on with him, or he groaned in the agony at the thought. It was a strong indication of that repressed, considerate habit of mind which love had wrought in the child, that when Mara heard the boy's sobs rising in the stillness, she did not, as she wished to, rush out and throw her arms around his neck and try to comfort him. But she felt instinctively that she must not do this. She must not let him know that she had discovered his secret by stealing after him thus in the night shadows. She knew how nervously he had resented even the compassionate glances she had cast upon him in his restless, turbid intervals during the past few weeks, and the fierceness with which he had replied to a few timid inquiries. No, though her heart was breaking for him, it was a shrewd, wise little heart, and resolved not to spoil all by yielding to its first untaught impulses. She repressed herself as the mother does who refrains from crying out when she sees her unconscious little one on the verge of a precipice. When Moses rose and moodily began walking homeward, she followed at a distance. She could now keep farther off, for she knew the way through every part of the forest, and she only wanted to keep within sound of his footsteps to make sure that he was going home. When he emerged from the forest into the open moonlight, she sat down in its shadows and watched him as he walked over the open distance between her and the house. He went in, and then she waited a little longer for him to be quite retired. She thought he would throw himself on the bed, and then she could steal in after him. So she sat there quite in the shadows. The grand full moon was riding high and calm in the purple sky, and Harpswell Bay on the one hand, and the wide open ocean on the other, lay all in a silver shimmer of light. There was not a sound save the plash of the tide, now beginning to go out, and rolling and rattling the pebbles up and down as it came and went, and once in a while the distant, mournful intoning of the whippoorwill. There were silent, lonely ships, sailing to and fro far out to sea, turning their fair wings now into bright light and now into shadow, as they moved over the glassy stillness. Mara could see all the houses on Harpswell Neck and the white church as clear as in the daylight. It seemed to her some strange, unearthly dream. As she sat there, she thought over her whole little life, all full of one thought, one purpose, one love, one prayer, for this being so strangely given to her out of that silent sea, which lay so like a still eternity around her. And she revolved again what meant the vision of her childhood. Did it not mean that she was to watch over him and save him from some dreadful danger? That poor mother was lying now silent and peaceful under the turf in the little graveyard not far off, and she must care for her boy. A strong motherly feeling swelled out the girl's heart. She felt that she would somehow save that treasure which had so mysteriously been committed to her. So when she thought she had given time enough for Moses to be quietly asleep in his room, she arose and ran with quick footsteps across the moonlit plain to the house. The front door was standing wide open, as was always the innocent fashion in these regions, with a half-angle of moonlight and shadow lying within its dusky depths. Mara listened a moment. No sound. He had gone to bed then. "Poor boy," she said. "I hope he is asleep. How he must feel. Poor fellow. It's all the fault of those dreadful men," said the little dark shadow to herself, as she stole up the stairs past his room as guiltily as if she were the sinner. Once the stairs creaked, and her heart was in her mouth, but she gained her room and shut and bolted the door. She kneeled down by her little white bed, and thanked God that she had come in safe, and then prayed him to teach her what to do next. She felt chilly and shivering, and crept into bed, and lay with her great soft brown eyes wide open, intently thinking what she should do. Should she tell her grandfather? Something instinctively said no, that the first word from him which showed Moses he was detected would at once send him off with those wicked men. He would never, never bear to have this known, she said. Mr. Sewell? Ah, that was worse. She herself shrank from letting him know what Moses had been doing. She could not bear to lower him so much in his eyes. He could not make allowances, she thought. He is good, to be sure, but he is so old and grave, and doesn't know how much Moses has been tempted by these dreadful men. And then, perhaps, he would tell Miss Emily, and they never would want Moses to come there any more. What shall I do? She said to herself. I must get somebody to help me or tell me what to do. I can't tell grandmamma. It would only make her ill, and she wouldn't know what to do any more than I. Ah, I know what I will do. I'll tell Captain Kittridge. He was always so kind to me, and he has been to sea and seen all sorts of men. And Moses won't care so much, perhaps, to have him know, because the captain is such a funny man, and don't take everything so seriously. Yes, that's it. I'll go right down to the cove in the morning. God will bring me through. I know he will. And the little weary head fell back on the pillow asleep. And as she slept, a smile settled over her face, perhaps a reflection from the face of her good angel, who always beholdeth the face of our Father in heaven. Chapter 22. A Friend in Need. Mara was so wearied with her night walk and the agitation she had been through, that once asleep she slept long after the early breakfast hour of the family. She was surprised on awaking to hear the slow old clock downstairs striking 8. She hastily jumped up and looked around with a confused wonder, and then slowly the events of the past night came back upon her like a remembered dream. She dressed herself quickly, and went down to find the breakfast things all washed and put away, and Mrs. Pennel spinning. "Why, dear heart," said the old lady, "how came you to sleep so? I spoke to you twice, but I could not make you hear." "Has Moses been down, Grandma?" said Mara, intent on the sole thought in her heart. "Why, yes, dear, long ago, and cross enough he was. That boy does get to be a trial. But come, dear, I've saved some hot cakes for you. Sit down now and eat your breakfast." Mara made a feint of eating what her grandmother with fond officiousness would put before her, and then rising up she put on her sunbonnet and started down toward the cove to find her old friend. The queer, dry, lean old captain had been to her all her life like a faithful kobold or brownie, an unquestioning servant of all her gentle biddings. She dared tell him anything without diffidence or shamefacedness, and she felt that in this trial of her life he might have in his sea receptacle some odd old amulet or spell that should be of power to help her. Instinctively she avoided the house, lest Sally should see and fly out and seize her. She took a narrow path through the cedars down to the little boat cove where the old captain worked so merrily 10 years ago, in the beginning of our story, and where she found him now, with his coat off, busily planing a board. "Well, now, if this 'ere don't beat all," he said, looking up and seeing her. "Why, you're looking after Sally, I s'pose. She's up to the house." "No, Captain Kittridge, I'm come to see you." "You be?" said the captain. "I swow, if I ain't a lucky feller. But what's the matter?" he said, suddenly observing her pale face and the tears in her eyes. "Hain't nothin' bad happened, has there?" "Oh, Captain Kittridge, something dreadful, and nobody but you can help me." "Want to know, now," said the captain, with a grave face. "Well, come here now, and sit down, and tell me all about it. Don't you cry. There's a good girl. Don't now." Mara began her story, and went through with it in a rapid and agitated manner, and the good captain listened in a fidgety state of interest, occasionally relieving his mind by interjecting, "Do tell now." "I swan, if that ar ain't too bad." "That ar's ridiculous conduct in Atkinson. He ought to be talked to," said the captain, when she had finished, and then he whistled and put a shaving in his mouth, which he chewed reflectively. "Don't you be a mite worried, Mara," he said. "You did a great deal better to come to me than to go to Mr. Sewell, or your gran'ther either. 'Cause you see these 'ere wild chaps, they'll take things from me they wouldn't from a church member or a minister. Folks mustn't pull 'em up with too short a rein. They must kind of flatter 'em off. But that are Atkinson's too ridiculous for anything, and if he don't mind, I'll serve him out. I know a thing or two about him that I shall shake over his head if he don't behave. Now, I don't think so much of smugglin' as some folks," said the captain, lowering his voice to a confidential tone. "I really don't now. But come to goin' off piratin', and tryin' to put a young boy up to robbin' his best friends, why, there ain't no kind o' sense in that. It's p'ison mean of Atkinson. I shall tell him so, and I shall talk to Moses." "Oh, I'm afraid to have you," said Mara, apprehensively. "Why, Chickabiddy," said the old captain, "you don't understand me. I ain't goin' at him with no sermons. I shall just talk to him this way. 'Look here now, Moses,' I shall say, 'there's Badger's ship goin' to sail in a fortnight for China, and they want likely fellers aboard, and I've got $100 that I'd like to send on a venture. If you'll take it and go, why, we'll share the profits.' I shall talk like that, you know. Mebbe I shan't let him know what I know, and mebbe I shall. Jest tip him a wink, you know. It depends on circumstances. But bless you, child, these 'ere fellows ain't none of 'em 'fraid o' me, you see, 'cause they know I know the ropes." "And can you make that horrid man let him alone?" said Mara, fearfully. "Calculate I can. 'Spect if I's to tell Atkinson a few things I know, he'd be for bein' scase in our parts. Now, you see, I hain't minded doin' a small bit o' trade now and then with them ar fellers myself. But this air," said the captain, stopping and looking extremely disgusted, "why, it's contemptible. It's ridiculous." "Don't you think I'd better tell Grandpapa?" said Mara. "Don't worry your little head. I'll step up and have a talk with Pennel this evening. He knows as well as I that there is times when chaps must be seen to, and no remarks made. Pennel knows that are. Why, now, Mis' Kittridge thinks our boys turned out so well all along of her bringin' up, and I let her think so. Keeps her sort o' in spirits, you see. But Lord bless ye, child, there's been times with Job and Sam, and Pass and Das and Dial, and all on 'em finally, when, if I hadn't jest pulled a rope here and turned a screw there, and said nothin' to nobody, they'd 'a been all gone to smash. I never told Mis' Kittridge none of their didos, bless you. 'Twouldn't been o' no use. I never told them neither, but I jest kind o' worked 'em off, you know, and they's all putty 'spectable men now, as men go, you know, not like Parson Sewell, but good honest mates and shipmasters, kind o' middlin' people, you know. It takes a good many a sich to make up a world, d'ye see?" "But, oh, Captain Kittridge, did any of them use to swear?" said Mara, in a faltering voice. "Wal, they did, consid'able," said the captain. Then, seeing the trembling of Mara's lip, he added, "Ef you could 'a found this air out any other way, it's most a pity you'd 'a heard him, 'cause he wouldn't never have let out afore you. It don't do for gals to hear the fellers talk when they's alone. 'Cause fellers, well, you see, fellers will be fellers, partic'larly when they're young. Some on 'em, they never gets over it all their lives finally." "But, oh, Captain Kittridge, that talk last night was so dreadfully wicked. And Moses, oh, it was dreadful to hear him." "Well, yes, it was," said the captain, consolingly. "But don't you cry, and don't you break your little heart. I expect he'll come all right, and jine the church one of these days. 'Cause there's old Pennel, he prays. Fact, now, I think there's consid'able in some people's prayers, and he's one of the sort. And you pray, too, and I'm quite sure the good Lord must hear you. I declare sometimes I wish you'd jest say a good word to him for me. I should like to get the hang of things a little better than I do. Somehow, I really should. I've gi'n up swearin' years ago. Mis' Kittridge, she broke me o' that, and now I don't never go further than I vum, or I swow, or somethin' o' that sort. But you see I'm old. Moses is young. But then he's got edication and friends, and he'll come all right. Now you jest see if he don't." This miscellaneous budget of personal experiences and friendly consolation, which the good captain conveyed to Mara, may possibly make you laugh, my reader, but the good ropey brown man was doing his best to console his little friend, and as Mara looked at him he was almost glorified in her eyes. He had power to save Moses, and he would do it. She went home to dinner that day with her heart considerably lightened. She refrained in a guilty way from even looking at Moses, who was gloomy and moody. Mara had from nature a good endowment of that kind of innocent hypocrisy which is needed as a staple in the lives of women who bridge 1,000 awful chasms with smiling, unconscious looks, and walk, singing and scattering flowers, over abysses of fear, while their hearts are dying within them. She talked more volubly than was her wont with Mrs. Pennel, and with her old grandfather. She laughed and seemed in more than usual spirits, and only once did she look up and catch the gloomy eye of Moses. It had that murky, troubled look that one may see in the eye of a boy when those evil waters which cast up mire and dirt have once been stirred in his soul. They fell under her clear glance, and he made a rapid, impatient movement, as if it hurt him to be looked at. The evil spirit in boy or man cannot bear the touch of celestial temper, and the sensitiveness to eye-beams is one of the earliest signs of conscious inward guilt. Mara was relieved, as he flung out of the house after dinner, to see the long, dry figure of Captain Kittridge coming up and seizing Moses by the button. From the window she saw the captain assuming a confidential air with him, and when they had talked together a few moments, she saw Moses going with great readiness after him down the road to his house. In less than a fortnight, it was settled Moses was to sail for China, and Mara was deep in the preparations for his outfit. Once she would have felt this departure as the most dreadful trial of her life. Now it seemed to her a deliverance for him, and she worked with a cheerful alacrity, which seemed to Moses more than was proper, considering he was going away. For Moses, like many others of his sex, boy or man, had quietly settled in his own mind that the whole love of Mara's heart was to be his, to have and to hold, to use and to draw on, when and as he liked. He reckoned on it as a sort of inexhaustible, uncounted treasure that was his own peculiar right and property, and therefore he felt abused at what he supposed was a disclosure of some deficiency on her part. "You seem to be very glad to be rid of me," he said to her in a bitter tone one day, as she was earnestly busy in her preparations. Now the fact was that Moses had been assiduously making himself disagreeable to Mara for the fortnight past, by all sorts of unkind sayings and doings, and he knew it too. Yet he felt a right to feel very much abused at the thought that she could possibly want him to be going. If she had been utterly desolate about it, and torn her hair and sobbed and wailed, he would have asked what she could be crying about, and begged not to be bored with scenes. But as it was, this cheerful composure was quite unfeeling. Now pray don't suppose Moses to be a monster of an uncommon species. We take him to be an average specimen of a boy of a certain kind of temperament in the transition period of life. Everything is chaos within. The flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh, and light and darkness, and mind and dust, and passion and pure thoughts, mingle and contend, without end or order. He wondered at himself sometimes that he could say such cruel things as he did to his faithful little friend, to one whom, after all, he did love and trust before all other human beings. There is no saying why it is that a man or a boy, not radically destitute of generous comprehensions, will often cruelly torture and tyrannize over a woman whom he both loves and reveres, who stands in his soul in his best hours as the very impersonation of all that is good and beautiful. It is as if some evil spirit at times possessed him, and compelled him to utter words which were felt at the moment to be mean and hateful. Moses often wondered at himself, as he lay awake nights, how he could have said and done the things he had, and felt miserably resolved to make it up somehow before he went away. But he did not. He could not say, "Mara, I have done wrong," though he every day meant to do it, and sometimes sat an hour in her presence, feeling murky and stony, as if possessed by a dumb spirit. Then he would get up and fling stormily out of the house. Poor Mara wondered if he really would go without one kind word. She thought of all the years they had been together, and how he had been her only thought and love. What had become of her brother, the Moses that once she used to know, frank, careless, not ill-tempered, and who sometimes seemed to love her and think she was the best little girl in the world? Where was he gone to, this friend and brother of her childhood, and would he never come back? At last came the evening before his parting. The sea-chest was all made up and packed, and Mara's fingers had been busy with everything, from more substantial garments down to all those little comforts and nameless conveniences that only a woman knows how to improvise. Mara thought certainly she should get a few kind words, as Moses looked it over. But he only said, "All right," and then added that there was a button off one of the shirts. Mara's busy fingers quickly replaced it, and Moses was annoyed at the tear that fell on the button. What was she crying for now? He knew very well, but he felt stubborn and cruel. Afterwards he lay awake many a night in his berth, and acted this last scene over differently. He took Mara in his arms and kissed her. He told her she was his best friend, his good angel, and that he was not worthy to kiss the hem of her garment. But the next day, when he thought of writing a letter to her, he didn't, and the good mood passed away. Boys do not acquire an ease of expression in letter writing as early as girls, and a voyage to China furnished opportunities few and far between of sending letters. Now and then, through some sailing ship, came missives which seemed to Mara altogether colder and more unsatisfactory than they would have done could she have appreciated the difference between a boy and a girl in power of epistolary expression. For the power of really representing one's heart on paper, which is one of the first spring flowers of early womanhood, is the latest blossom on the slow-growing tree of manhood. To do Moses justice, these seeming cold letters were often written with a choking lump in his throat, caused by thinking over his many sins against his little good angel. But then that past account was so long, and had so much that it pained him to think of, that he dashed it all off in the shortest fashion, and said to himself, "One of these days when I see her, I'll make it all up." No man, especially one that is living a rough, busy, out-of-doors life, can form the slightest conception of that veiled and secluded life which exists in the heart of a sensitive woman, whose sphere is narrow, whose external diversions are few, and whose mind therefore acts by a continual introversion upon itself. They know nothing how their careless words and actions are pondered and turned again in weary, quiet hours of fruitless questioning. What did he mean by this, and what did he intend by that? While he, the careless buffalo, meant nothing, or has forgotten what it was, if he did. Man's utter ignorance of woman's nature is a cause of a great deal of unsuspected cruelty which he practices toward her. Mara found one or two opportunities of writing to Moses, but her letters were timid and constrained by a sort of frosty, discouraged sense of loneliness. And Moses, though he knew he had no earthly right to expect this to be otherwise, took upon him to feel as an abused individual, whom nobody loved, whose way in the world was destined to be lonely and desolate. So when, at the end of 3 years, he arrived suddenly at Brunswick in the beginning of winter, and came, all burning with impatience, to the home at Orr's Island, and found that Mara had gone to Boston on a visit, he resented it as a personal slight. He might have inquired why she should expect him, and whether her whole life was to be spent in looking out of the window to watch for him. He might have remembered that he had warned her of his approach by no letter. But no, Mara didn't care for him. She had forgotten all about him. She was having a good time in Boston, just as likely as not with some train of admirers, and he had been tossing on the stormy ocean, and she had thought nothing of it. How many things he had meant to say! He had never felt so good and so affectionate. He would have confessed all the sins of his life to her, and asked her pardon. And she wasn't there. Mrs. Pennel suggested that he might go to Boston after her. No, he was not going to do that. He would not intrude on her pleasures with the memory of a rough, hard-working sailor. He was alone in the world, and had his own way to make, and so best go at once up among lumbermen, and cut the timber for the ship that was to carry Caesar and his fortunes. When Mara was informed by a letter from Mrs. Pennel, expressed in the few brief words in which that good woman generally embodied her epistolary communications, that Moses had been at home, and gone to Umbagog without seeing her. She felt at her heart only a little closer stricture of cold, quiet pain, which had become a habit of her inner life. He did not love her. He was cold and selfish, said the inner voice. And faintly she pleaded in answer, he is a man, he has seen the world, and has so much to do and think of, no wonder. In fact, during the last 3 years that had parted them, the great change of life had been consummated in both. They had parted boy and girl. They would meet man and woman. The time of this meeting had been announced. And all this is the history of that sigh, so very quiet that Sally Kittridge never checked the rattling flow of her conversation to observe it.